Okay. 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 I kind of figured this out. I actually pieced the entire thing together. What the fuck? Crazy moment time. Let's go, 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 go. Okay. First off, look. If you listen to Minnie in this chapter, if you believe all the information Minnie is saying, you have been played. You got the connection, Johan. Oh, I pieced the entire goddamn thing together. I figured it out. I figured out what the fuck has been going on. Okay. Okay. Let's start from the top. Remember how I established in the earlier parts of the series that, or like when we go back and we reread through it very carefully, we realize that Chizuru feels like Kazuya does not like physical intimacy. Is that or is that not true? After he kisses, what is it? After she kisses him, she isolates, and then he tries to text her and she ghosts him and he doesn't talk to her. Afterwards, they meet, they finally get to interact and she wants to hold his hand. You literally see this at an earlier point, right? So after they meet up, after the 3-month time skip, let me find it. Come on, come on, come on. Work with me, please. 237. After they meet up after the 3-month time skip, you see Kazuya say, "I'll walk ahead." And Chizuru literally looks at his hand. And you see this like pouty face / blushes. Okay. Then later in that same exact scene, in the very end of it, when you go to chapter 238, Chizuru wants to say something, and Kazuya wants to say something. Chizuru says, "What is it? You go first." Kazuya says, "Let's hold hands." She holds his hand, and he says, "Mizuhara, what were you trying to say again?" She's like, "Oh no, never mind." She keeps holding his hand, and they keep walking, and then she does her thing and talks because she wanted to hold his hand. Okay, if you go to after the izakaya, like literally right after when they're both drunk, what does Chizuru try to do? Right? What does Chizuru try to do? She tries to kiss him. Okay. Now that we have been informed that Chizuru has wanted to kiss him for some time, and that is a thing, right, that she's wanted to do for a while, this isn't anything new. First off, what does this tell us when Minnie says to Kazuya in chapter 289 this? Where is it? Did she really change her mind in just one night? No. Chizuru never actually changed her mind. Okay. Now we've established that. Let's go back to chapter 377. Okay. Kazuya and Chizuru just had a talk. Chizuru just said, "I want to go. I want to go to this place so we can talk this out and figure it out." When they're walking, look at how happy Chizuru is. This might be the first time seeing it up close. She's talking about the Statue of Liberty replica. I might have just fooled myself into thinking I'd seen all this before. Think of that. I think I fooled myself into thinking I understood what was in front of me. In reality, I didn't understand. Look at how happy she is. A lot of people were saying, why did Chizuru go on this date if she was just going to turn him down? Why'd she lead him on? She wasn't. Chizuru thought something would happen here. She was excited about something happening here. Then they see people making out in the bushes. And Chizuru is just like, wow, that's a bit extra. And then Kazuya says, that's funny. And then she's like, yeah. She feels a little different. Kazuya is starting to play it off. And then at the very end of this, they reach a very romantic spot. And Kazuya just says, how about we head over there? And as he starts walking, he realizes that's when I realize something. He sees a couple holding hands. We haven't held hands all day. This entire day. And there have been chances where Chizuru literally reached out to him physically and he acted uncomfortable afterwards. Let's keep going. Kazuya says, still, that didn't mean I won Mizuhara over or that the date was a success, but that was enough to make me feel really happy. I had never thought that I'd be so happy not to hold hands after I felt pretty dumb about it all. But I let it sink in for all about 2 seconds, and then she grabs his hand. Wait a second. Chizuru had not grabbed his hand the entire date. And she finally did. Okay. We have the flashback with Grandma Sayuri right after this chapter. All right, so let's go to the next chapter. It starts with a flashback to Grandma Sayuri. Chizuru is turning someone down, which is already implying to you, like, hey, she's going to turn him down. Then she talks to Grandma Sayuri, and Sayuri tells her a bunch of people proposed to her, a bunch of people asked her out, and look at her how excited she is. And she talks about Katsuhiro was the only one who made me feel like I wanted to marry him. Lately, guys keep asking me out. It's not like I'm trying to play hard to get, but it's tiresome. But it makes me feel bad to see them so sad. I don't think it'd hurt to say, I don't think it'd hurt to try dating them. This is already telling you, wait, it wouldn't hurt to try dating Kazuya. What's the issue? It would not hurt Chizuru to try and date Kazuya, so what's the issue? It's not like I love them. I don't love him. I don't feel like I love them. If anything, it would be kind of rude. But I'm glad I asked. Now that I know, I don't need to have to overthink it. What is this telling you? Chizuru could just date Kazuya. She's literally saying it right here. I could just date him. It would be fine. That's cool and all. So you turn them down, right? I mean, I don't know how serious they are. The 2 or 3 guys ask me out every day, you know. They could just be joking. Sayuri takes away the watermelon. Well, I can't spank you. You're too old for that. Contact them right now and turn them down. Huh? Right now. Listen, Chizuru. You're beautiful and cute. Why bring that up? You will likely encounter many who will profess their love for you even after this. But don't become some shallow girl who treats people's feelings like their spare change. If you know your answer, then turn them down immediately and let them know and let them move on to someone else. Okay? Don't be shallow and don't treat people's feelings like they don't matter. If you can't give them an answer, then turn them down. See what happened here? Chizuru is literally saying, I could just date him. Why don't I just date him? What's the problem? Because I don't have an answer and that's not fair to him. That's not right. So she reaches out for him desperately trying to find an answer. I want to talk right here. And Kazuya freaks out. He doesn't know what's happening. First off, thank you for asking me out here today. It looks like she's seemingly saying yes. It seems like she's saying yes, but then she wobbles. She's like, I also have to think about how great it was to see you having fun with the children and Hibari Center, but, or maybe but isn't the right answer. That's what she says in Japanese. Maybe but isn't right. Right. So she's literally doesn't know how she wants to phrase this and how she wants to approach it. She's literally wobbling between saying yes and saying no. And then she's like, so you continue with the next chapter, and Kazuya is confused. What's happening? Chizuru stops talking. She's like, I gotta calm down. I gotta calm down. Sorry, I need a moment. She takes a deep breath. She starts her speech. She carefully says exactly how she feels and what she's experienced with him. Thank you for falling in love with me. That is the first thing she says. Thank you for falling in love with me. It's like she's saying goodbye. And coming from a person who's lost her mother, her grandfather, and her grandmother, she's lost every single person she's ever loved, and she doesn't feel worthy of his love. The first thing she says to him when preparing to turn him down is, thank you for loving me. I asked so many times why, but I just thought I should thank you for feeling the way you do about me. I'm glad. It meant a lot to me that you feel the way you do about me. This is Chizuru taking responsibility. This is what Sayuri told her. What did Sayuri tell her in the previous chapter? What is Sayuri telling her? If you can't give him an answer, take responsibility. That's what Sayuri tells her here. Don't be shallow and don't lead them and let them move on to someone else. So this is literally Chizuru being responsible. She's not being shallow. She's not ignoring his feelings. She literally feels like she cannot give him an answer, so she is being responsible instead of selfish. Her selfish desire is, I want to go out with him. The selfish thing to do would be to go out with him even though she doesn't know if she loves him. That's the selfish thing to do. To just say yes. To just agree to date him. From her POV, even though it seems ridiculous because when you date, you should, it's you kind of figuring it out. Here, what Chizuru is actually doing is being very responsible to Kazuya's feelings. He loves her very deeply. She can't give him an answer, and she's tried for like 4 months to find a fucking answer, and she can't. And she had this last month, and she felt like she needed to find an answer. And she doesn't. At the very end, they're completely out of sync. She can't hold his hand, and he doesn't seemingly like feel the same things she does. Every question she asks, he can't give her an answer. They clearly seem very out of sync. The entire date is literally them being completely out of sync. Even here, they're completely out of sync. What do you see? What do you see in these pages? In this final page, what do you see? Kazuya is freaking out. Chizuru is turning away. She's in shadows. He's in light. So when she proceeds, this is pretty much to me when Chizuru decided I have to reject him. It started in the last chapter where she's being reminded of her responsibility, and she was gonna say yes, and then she started doubting herself, and she's like, no, I have to be responsible. This Chizuru right here is when this is when Chizuru decides. This is the moment when Chizuru decides, I have to be responsible, I have to make this choice no matter how much I don't want to. No matter how much I don't want to make this choice, I have to. Right here. This is when she decides I have to reject him. It was in this chapter. It started in last chapter. It was the responsibility in her head banging at her, telling her, hey, you have to do this. So she proceeds to talk about, I think about every time I look at the ocean, has it really been 2 years since then? She's talking about Shimoda when they fell off the boat. Do you remember when the two of us were rescued together at Shimoda? Of course, I'll never forget anything that I've done with you. A lot has happened. I never imagined this is where we'd be in 2 years later. I never even dreamed of it. Now I wonder if I had really fallen in love back then with her. I'm grateful to you that it was rocky at the start, but I probably wouldn't have been able to show Grandma the movie if I'd never met you. You supported me during hard times and sad times. You stayed by my side. The past month, too, that house would have been too big for one person. It was kind of fun having you and Minnie-chan there. Since that one time, I haven't cried, right? It's half a lie. This is a lie. We haven't seen her. How do you know she hasn't cried? Right? She's lying here because she doesn't want him to see her cry. This is killing her. And she's choosing the responsible path no matter how fucking painful it is. She cannot be selfish. She's not allowed to be selfish. She has to do the right thing for him. He deserves that much. This is what's happening here. That's what that scene was telling you. He deserves to be treated with fucking respect. He deserves the right answer. She can't lead him on. She can't date him and then just not have feelings for him later. That's wrong. This is also a reverse moment for Kazuya's character because this is a slap to the face, not from Chizuru, but from karma. This is karma telling Kazuya, you're never going to be accepted for putting on an act. She loves the person Chizuru is actually in love with, the person that love she can't verbalize and see herself, is the real Kazuya. The Kazuya who is not here. For the most of this date, that Kazuya is literally hidden underneath. I can prove this to you in one single chapter I have shown you many, many, many times. And it is chapter 368. It starts with Chizuru literally asking him, why can you say you love me? Can you tell me why you're able to say that you love me? And Kazuya's answer in his head is perfect. And he says, even as I stand here, the real me inside of me is wanting to hold you so tightly. This isn't the real him. And he can't give her an answer. He literally can't give her an answer. And then the answer he does give her, about what I talked about a second ago. I didn't say anything earlier, but it's not what you think. I don't have any doubts about how I feel, about how I love you. He can't give her an answer that actually matches how she feels or describes to her how he himself feels about her. He can't verbalize his feelings because that's not the real him. Right? So naturally, the person that is not seen in this chapter is Kazuya is not being accepted in this chapter because this isn't the real him. He's not letting her love him. So she can't accept this. She has to be responsible to him because she's not falling in love. In some ways, Kazuya kind of created this for himself in putting on this act because he listened to Minnie. Because he listened to his trauma and his fears, he did not get love. When you define yourself with fear, you will not get love because you're afraid of love. I want to date her. I want you. Does he say this out loud? As a rental girlfriend, I had always thought that it was wrong to fall in love with a client. It's obviously against the terms. Most of all, I never thought I could allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. These lines are very deliberate. I'm not allowed to. What happened in Hawaiians really made me think, why did I do something like that? There had to have been other ways to handle it. But the past month, the more I've gotten to know you, I've realized something. I think that I might be in love with you. Might. I can't say it for certain. And because I cannot say it for certain, I'm not allowed to date you. Because I cannot say this for certain, I do not believe it is right of me to date you with these uncertain, unclear feelings. That would just lead you on. What if I don't love you? What then? We start dating and I lose feelings for you. What then? Would you be content with that? Would you be content wasting your time like that? Right? You've committed so much to me. Are you content with that? Are you okay with that? We've dated a whole lot, technically speaking. They've dated a whole lot. They lived together for an entire month. That would hurt way more. That would hurt a whole lot more. She looks at him. They're completely out of sync. Then does that mean before he even starts? It's been on my mind all month. I've been wondering, can I really put this ring on? Do I have a right to put it on? The ring represents commitment. Am I allowed to commit? Am I allowed to commit to this relationship if I can't be certain of my own feelings? Is that right? That's my mom's ring. She brought it with her. I love Nagomi-san, Harumi-san, and Kazu-san too. Notice how she can say that for certain. She knows for certain she loves them. She can say it out loud without hesitation. I love them. I know I love them. But I still can't put it on yet. I love them, but I can't put it on because I'm not certain of my love for you. I don't regret kissing you with Hawaiians, and I would do it again no matter how many times we ended up in the same situation. But maybe that's because I can't bear the idea of facing Nagomi-san and Kibe-san. Or that I can't bring myself to forgive Mami-san. I also feel guilty about my grandma believing me until the very end. I think there's more to what I'm feeling than just being in love with you. She never found certainty in her feelings. Chizuru never found certainty in her feelings in this entire time they were together. And people will be like, oh, that's stupid. Why not? Give me a second. I will prove it to you. Give me a second. I will prove it to you. But just hold on. Let me explain this chapter. I might have feelings for you, but considering my current lifestyle and work and everything else, I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. Many people blame Chizuru and saying she's picking her job over him, and this is currently being reinforced in the current chapter, is this not? When you read the current chapter, does it not feel like Chizuru is picking her job over Kazuya? Is this not being reinforced to you? Look me dead in the eye and tell me this is not what the current chapter is reinforcing to you. Chizuru picking her job over Kazuya. Right? It feels like that's exactly the point. Except what Chizuru is actually saying here is that these things are a burden to you. What Chizuru is actually saying is, my feelings are not clear. What I want is clearly not something you want, because she's lived with him this entire time, and Kazuya does not seemingly want any physical intimacy around her. So the problem is that Chizuru feels like her job is in the way. Chizuru feels like she is in the way. Chizuru feels like she's not giving him what he wants, and she can't give him what he wants. Because she wants physical intimacy, and he keeps showing he doesn't want any. And it bothers him every time she does. Literally, Chapter 276. They are literally on top of each other. And they're literally just laying there. Neither is moving because Chizuru wants something to happen and Kazuya wants something to happen, but they feel like they can't. They are filtering. They're filtering out their bad sides. That's what's actually happening. The entire point of the curtain that is presented to you in chapter 257 is simply this. Remember when Chizuru puts up the curtain in the house? Your first interpretation, which matches Kazuya perfectly, is this. I guess she doesn't really trust me after all. I'd be lying if I didn't feel like it. I didn't feel bad about it. She would put up a curtain because she doesn't trust him, right? Chizuru proceeds to give him a key to the house that she lives in and tells him, it's not like I don't trust you. No, now that that's done, let's do all that we can to make living together work. I want this to work. I am putting this curtain up to make this work because what this curtain actually represents is comfortability and protection. It is a filter. And you see this exact filtering in another chapter. That chapter is chapter 375, which is also going to be relevant to the current chapters. Wait for it. If it will load. Okay, it worked. In chapter 375, Kazuya and Chizuru go to the hot pot place. They're drinking. And Chizuru starts filtering out the broth as she talks about their careers. She asks Kazuya, you said you were going into telecommunication before. Do you still have the same plan? He says, well, I'm going to find a job. I'm looking into different businesses now, and I applied for a few internships. Wow, I see. How long do you plan to do that? 3 years? 5 years? It's important to plan for the future, right? Your career options will change depending on if you want your experience or to achieve something. She's filtering it out. It's lagging? How much is it lagging? It doesn't look like it's lagging from my end, so I'm just going to keep going. She's talking about something super serious while skimming broth. Like she's skimming, like she's taking it easy, like she's trying to just kind of filter out how much she's giving him so it's not too much. So she's not overwhelming him. Kazuya says, oh, I'm not sure. To be honest, I probably got to try first before I know anything. I guess I'm just waiting to see how it goes. Tell me if there's lag again. Chizuru looks at him. She puts the filter down. She looks dead in the eye and says, I like people who think things through. Filter's gone. She's not filtering anymore. The entire cohabitation is Chizuru filtering herself. You're only seeing the good stuff on purpose, and you're constantly seeing the characters holding back their bad sides. Actively, consistently. Chizuru is actively holding back her physical desire that we see before they started living together. Kazuya, what is Kazuya doing? Kazuya is actively, consistently holding back how horny he is. He wants to hug her, kiss her, have sex, all that stuff, and he's actively, consistently holding back, which sends Chizuru the impression that he does not like physical intimacy, and the only reason he engages in it is because of rental. In rental, you hold hands. The moment they stopped rental, have they ever touched willingly and by choice? Have they ever engaged physically and by choice at all in any way, shape, or form? No. Not once. The only time in the shed. When they were in the shed and Kazuya was struggling, trying to hold on, and she tells him it's okay, you can lean on me. Okay, Kid or Hindu, I'm just blocking you. Get out. I don't care. So, what happens? Chizuru Sorry. This is hey, what is it? Bacon? Bacon, if we get anything like that again, just ban it immediately. I have no more patience. That was very distracting and I lost my train of thought. Can someone remind me what I was saying? Just say verbatim what I was saying before I got distracted. In the future, just like if that happens right now, either time them out for 24 hours or just immediately ban them if they keep doing it. I'm not engaging with the chat right now, okay? Can someone please just remind me exactly what I said? I lost my train of thought and it's really bothering me. So can someone please tell me what I just said? Like if you can rewind or something just to point out what I was saying. We were talking about the shed. I said in the shed they fell in the shed and Kazuya fell on top of her and Kazuya was trying to restrain himself and she says you can lean on me. And he leans on her and he seemingly does nothing. Now, and from Kazuya's POV, maybe he shouldn't do anything here. That's totally fine. But Kazuya never engages in any way, shape, or form, but you feel the tension between them. There's clear sexual tension here. Like, literally, by the end of the chapter, Kazuya loses it, and he passes out, and his nose is bleeding. And then, even as we sit here like this, my heart continues to race. You feel it from both of them. The sexual tension is out of this fucking world. Okay. This brings us back here. When they have a real date, not once does Kazuya want to hold her hand. Not once does Kazuya want to engage with her in any physical way, in any way. He never asks her if it's okay or anything like that. Which gives Chizuru the impression the thing that she was worried about this entire time was real. That he never wanted to touch her or engage with her or anything. The simple truth of the matter is, here, what happened is that Kazuya was not living life. Kazuya was trying to find a way to live his life by not being himself. And in not being yourself, you're not really alive, are you? You have no true agency and control over your life. You're not really alive. Life is an active choice. You have to actively make a choice. And sometimes you get a little lucky. But let's hold off on that luck. That shows up in chapter 381. So, when Chizuru says this, what she's saying is, I'm sorry, I'm a burden to you. Everything I want is a burden to you. I make mistakes, I'm a mess, I'm no good, I'm just a burden. And I'm putting too much on your shoulders. And this is resolved in chapter 383, 384, and 385. Each one resolves a different facet. And I'll explain that in just a second. Chizuru turns him down. You're all shocked. She says, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Notice what Kazuya does. Oh, yep. Well, that's life. And you feel bad for him. You get upset. He's just playing it off. What a good guy. He's just playing it off. He's such a good dude. And Kazuya says, these things happen sometimes. I guess I'm just happy to hear that you feel so strongly about it. Hang in there. I need to hold it together. I can tell how hard you've thought about it. Anyway, we should get going. Steps away. Hang in there. I need to hold it together. People never consider that's exactly what Chizuru is doing. She's an actress. She can hide how much this is killing her. But the bruises on her, the actual bruises onto Chizuru, oh, she can't hide that. And so you wonder to yourself, who's the actor here? Chizuru looks normal, but who's the one hiding? Who's the one pretending even now? Kazuya is hiding his feelings this entire time, and there is a reason. You see Kazuya angry here, but when you get to the next chapter, there's no emotions on his face. Kazuya is an actor, and he doesn't even know it. There's a reason when we cut to this chapter, there's no anger or emotion, just emptiness. Because this is what happens when you actively, consistently restrain your emotions. You feel empty. You literally lose your individuality and what makes you who you are. There's a Kazuya was doing this the entire date. Kazuya was hiding himself the whole date, and he's become so conditioned with restricting his emotions that all he has left is just emptiness, constant emptiness. Right? He's become familiar with being empty. He's familiarized himself with not being a person at all, not being alive, not having any sense of individuality, because he has pursued this for so long instead of just living it, instead of just engaging with it, that he's lost himself. He's lost who he is in his trauma. And this is why when this chapter shows its spread, it is Kazuya in a train of faceless people, and he himself has lost his face. He is empty, not because of the rejection, but because outside of this rejection, outside of this relationship, who is Kazuya exactly? Who is Kazuya outside of this relationship? What does he have? Who is he? Did you ever learn anything about Kazuya except for the nursery arc? What does he want out of life? What is he pursuing? What are his dreams, his goals, his aspirations? Did you learn any of that? Has that ever been answered to you? No. We don't know what Kazuya wants. We don't know what he's doing with his life. But this isn't because of Chizuru. This is because he's so busy pursuing this love that he stopped living. And that's not Chizuru's fault. That is a choice he made. And that is something Minnie exasperated constantly. Kazuya feels like he has nothing outside of this, and this is reflected in the 3-month time skip. He completely gives up on his life and sits in his room and does nothing. Kazuya has essentially no future if it's not with Chizuru. And this isn't to say your love can't mean something that deep to you, right? This isn't to say the love can't mean something that deep to you, except what this is actually saying is Kazuya does not value his own existence. And this is reflected to you in the chapter where Chizuru and Kazuya go to the nursery. And I can show you what I mean, because when Kazuya goes to the nursery, after they leave, listen to Chizuru's exact wording. Maybe nothing happens from here, and my love for her doesn't lead to anything. I had no idea you could play Kendenyama. You're shooting, and your cat's cradle, too. You never told me that you had these kinds of skills. Individuality. Something that sets him apart. Something that makes him interesting. Something she wants to know more about. I wouldn't really call them skills. No. She opens her eyes. No. A skill is just that. A skill. It's impressive. It gives you individuality. It is who you are. I'd like to come again. Huh? Can I? I want to interact with this part of your life again. I want to get to know you. I want to know who you are. Why don't you? Why doesn't Kazuya want to know who he is? Why doesn't Kazuya self-explore, expand, know what he wants out of life? Kazuya has done so much in this story, but has he ever taken the time to get to really know and love himself? This is why Kazuya is empty here. Because there really is nothing when this is gone. When he has pursued this for so long, there really is nothing. That's why he doesn't ask questions. That's why he doesn't stop. That's why he doesn't talk. It's because who he is gone. He knows what he should do, but Kazuya literally has nothing outside of this. He's lost his individuality. What sets him apart as a person? Seriously, I thought the date was going well. She said sorry about it. I mean, it was only our first date after all. I don't think Mizuhara is some easy girl who I can win over just like that. Why are you trying to win her over? Why don't you just engage with her and talk to her and get to know her and just mutually fall in love? Why does he think he needs to win her over? Do you see the problem? It's the mentality. It's how he's approaching this. It's how he's living, how he's experiencing this. The mentality is the problem. His family and friends are not helping him either. And this is, and you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But counterpoint. Has Kazuya ever told his family what he wants? Has Kazuya ever said, hey, this is bothering me when you do this? Has Kazuya ever actually said how he feels to his family? And why when they do these kinds of things, it hurts? He doesn't. Kazuya doesn't know how to value himself. And the entire cohabitation is literally Chizuru learning to value herself. And now that Chizuru's learned to value herself because of Kazuya, this is Chizuru seemingly setting up to help Kazuya learn to value himself. I'm pretty sure he stated that although he doesn't choose it for himself, his plans is basically to take over his family business. But is that his choice? Think about that. That is a destiny decided for him. Is that your choice? Do you want to take over the family business? Do you want to go on telecommunications? Do you want to be a producer? What does Kazuya want? Every choice has seemingly been decided for him either by his mind or by other people. Even Minnie is making a choice for him right now. Even in the current chapters, Minnie is literally making his choices for him right now. Who is Kazuya? What does Kazuya want? Let's continue with that thought in mind. You've already passed that point. No, it can't be. I'm wrong. Maybe you did. You never tried. Why don't you try? He looks at her and he doesn't try. Mizuhara's quiet now. What should I talk about right now? It's so awkward. I'm glad that the rain stopped. Dude, everything just went wrong. Why don't you just talk to her? Engage. Just say something, anything to her. He can't. Because who Kazuya is gone. That's why he can't ask or say anything here. The Kazuya we knew, the sense of individuality that he had before, is gone. Do you know when Kazuya disappeared? Do you want to know when Kazuya disappeared? He told you when it happened. Kazuya told you when it happened. Do you know when Kazuya disappeared? Do you know when Kazuya was gone and he wasn't himself anymore? I wish I could disappear. This is when his best friend tells him, I never saw you as a liar. Was I wrong? His grandma looks at him. His grandpa looks, his best friend looks at him. His parents look at him. And he feels powerless, useless, and like he doesn't matter whatsoever. He can't change anything. He can't do anything. And he's just pointless. His existence has absolutely no meaning. So he erases himself. The only value Kazuya could ever truly find is in being loved. He thinks he does not have value unless he is loved. And that's wrong. And that's wrong. That's why he can't move in the 3-month time skip. That's why Kazuya can't move in the 3-month time skip. I told you guys, the 3-month time skip, everybody blames it on Chizuru. No, because Minnie resolved it in 1 day. Minnie walked in, solved it in 1 day. Literally took her a few hours. It's not even a full day. She sees Kazuya in the morning, she meets Chizuru at night. Literally resolves it in a single day. And for some reason, it lasted 3 months. It's because Kazuya was avoiding Chizuru. Kazuya can't face Chizuru because if he faces Chizuru and gets rejected, he's nothing. He has no value, no meaning, no purpose, no anything. He is gone, erased from existence. Just as in 218, he erased himself from his mind. Kazuya wasn't fully gone in 218. He was still there to some degree. He got erased after his family confronted him in Hawaiians. Literally, the people around him destroyed who he is. So who does Kazuya forge himself around? the people around him. Kazuya's new identity is forged around the people around him. That's why Kazuya can't contact Chizuru after she kissed him. That's why he can't do it. That's why the Kazuya is slowly rebuilding himself. But he's building an amalgamation. What's happening in the cohabitation is Kazuya is rebuilding an amalgamation of himself. He's rebuilding the part that Chizuru loves. He's rebuilding pieces of who he actually is, and he's rebuilding who Minnie and others tell him he is. There's a reason Kibe doesn't tell him who he is anymore. Notice how when he talks to Kibe stops telling him who he is. He doesn't tell him who Kazuya is. Most of Chizuru's journey in the story, what does she ask Kazuya's friends, like Minnie and Kibe? What does she ask them? Who is he to you? Who is Kazuya? Who is Kazuya? That's the point. Kazuya is rebuilding himself on amalgamation of all these other pieces. He thinks he needs to become worthy of Chizuru. He literally says this actively, consistently. I need to become a man worthy of her. But what is that worth exactly? What is he specifically referring to? What is Kazuya actually talking about in terms of becoming a man worthy of her? Because, yeah, you can improve. See, we see earlier in the series that you can improve yourself for love. You should actively try to improve yourself for love. But why is Kazuya trying to become worthy of Chizuru instead of already just thinking himself decent enough and he can improve for the relationship, right? He's trying to become worthy of Chizuru, but what is worth exactly? Worth is just what you yourself view as, right? You can be better per your partner, but that was already telling you Kazuya literally does not view himself as worthy. So he'll never be worthy if he's constantly trying to be worthy. What Kazuya is going through, and in some ways what Chizuru in turn as a reaction to Kazuya was going through, is imposter syndrome. He got this far, and he can never perceive it as actually him doing this. Because he has no value. He's not a person. He's empty. He is like Frankenstein's monster. That's the point. And so when you strip him of everything that he is, what is left? What is Kazuya? In some ways, what you could describe Kazuya going through is something akin to, kind of like ego death. What Kazuya experiences is essentially kind of the death of himself. Ego death can be a positive thing and it can be a negative thing. And ego death is essentially when who you are just kind of disappears. You kind of realize you have no meaning or purpose or anything. And the thing is, Chizuru found meaning through him. So why doesn't he have any meaning? And we're completely misunderstanding what's going on. So Kazuya says this, Chizuru doesn't respond. Yeah, I feel like I'm making it worse. I guess it makes sense. It's not like she's acting like nothing happened. I'd never be able to make her laugh right now, no matter what I said. I'm so stupid. We're at the station. I just hope it's not too busy. Sorry. I want to go for a walk. Would you go back without me? Oh, really? Sure. Then I'll go on ahead. Look at his pose. Look at how he presents himself. I am totally fine. I am great. Now, most people would play this off as, oh, Kazuya is just acting, he's fine. But this is weird. You have to know this is weird, right? That makes sense. This feels awkward for Mizuhara too. I bet it doesn't feel very good to go home with the dude you just rejected. This is how kind she is. She's not trying to string me along. I'm worried about her being out by herself at night, but I can't exactly stop her in this situation either. Yes, you can. What is he talking about? He could just say, no, I'm worried about you going around at night on your own. I want to walk with you. I understand what just happened, but that's totally fine. I want to walk with you. This is why Kazuya does not make choices. This is why Kazuya does not make choices. Because he doesn't have any. He doesn't exist. That's why he makes no choices. Who he is gone. Kazuya can't make active choices because in Hawaiians, all he did was make active choices and not a single one mattered. Nothing he did mattered. He couldn't change Ruka's mind. He couldn't stop his family. And he couldn't even get Chizuru's love. He couldn't even believe in love. Kazuya's entire character shatters to pieces in Hawaiians. And that's by design, because this is what trauma is. It is literally Kazuya reliving his worst fears. Because before, he lived through someone else's dream. He believed in Chizuru's dream. Most of what Kazuya goes through, he has an identity in the beginning of the series. And that identity is reinforced to him and built up for him. But his trauma never went away because Kazuya doesn't know what he wants. And he never did, and he never figured that out. And that's why he crumbles in Hawaiians. That's why he falls apart in Hawaiians. It is a deconstruction of Kazuya's character. This regression in character is on purpose to fundamentally explore the basic issue of what Kazuya is going through. What do you want? Who are you? What is your point and purpose as to who you are? What is your purpose in life? Does life have a purpose for you? Kazuya's always defined himself by the love he gets from someone else. But why doesn't he love himself? Why can't he love himself like others love him? And this brings up a very simple point. If you can't love yourself, how can others love you? How can you let others love you if you can't love yourself? Chizuru gives him back the ring. He freaks. Almost forgot. See you later. I kind of just took it without thinking. God damn it. Steps away. Walks away. Doesn't even stop. Doesn't even turn around. Doesn't even talk to her. Thank God Chizuru's been through this a billion times and she's fine. He never even considers her because he can't even consider himself. Chizuru turns and he's gone. Just like he was never there in the whole time. Kazuya was never there. Right? You see her walking, and you see that contrasted by this, and he was never there, just as he's not here now. People are blaming Chizuru for this, are saying she got lucky because of fate. People are saying Chizuru got lucky because of fate. What they don't realize is it's actually a little bit more Kazuya. At least in what happens after this point in chapter 381. What I love about fate in this story is that it's not actually fate. It's a coincidence. And you make fate what it is. Why can I say this confidently? Their grandmas are in the same hospital. They go to the same school. And they live right next to each other. And none of that matters. Yeah, they keep up their relationship, but do they ever get together? No. Fate is an active choice you make for yourself. It follows a pattern you've created for yourself up until this point. What happened here, what happened in this chapter, was partially luck. What happens in the end of this chapter was a little bit of luck. What happens after this chapter is an active choice Kazuya actually makes. And this is when Kazuya starts taking his first step to remembering himself. But let's keep going. I really thought that the date was going well. I wonder what went wrong. Did I mess something up? He doesn't even know. He remembers when Chizuru asked him about why he can say he loved her. And he thinks, I guess not being able to answer that question was pretty bad, huh? Is that really just it? I think that question just simply exemplifies the issue, but I don't think it's the actual issue. there's no fate but what we make for ourselves. Fate is in our hands. Fate is an active choice we make for ourselves. We can believe in fate, and maybe there is. Maybe there is fate, right? Maybe there is something magical and dreamy and amazing out there, right? We kind of want to believe in fate, and I think we should. I think it's good to believe in fate. I think it's good to dream. Dreams make us better. Dreams transform us into something better. However, we have to actively work for our dreams. Dreams will not be handed to us. We can believe in fate, but we must work towards it too. And I think this is where Kazuya is struggling. He believes in fate, but he doesn't use fate to his advantage. He doesn't work with fate. He doesn't actively work towards his dream. We say he is, and we see him never giving up, but he's not actively, consistently in that moment doing it. Fate and love and life are an active choice you must make, not one you make once and then just back out. And if you go through the cohabitation and read it carefully, he actively backs out. This is a fundamental exploration and deconstruction of that. And I love that people are starting to love Kazuya's character now, specifically because he's become who they want him to be. And that's why people like him now. And I think this is something that this upcoming arc will be about rebuilding who Kazuya is. But let's hold off on that. He couldn't answer the question. He thinks that's the problem. I pointed this question out to you, but in reality, the question isn't the issue. It's an exemplification of the issue. It wasn't the sole issue. Because, for a very simple reason. You want to know why I can say it wasn't the sole issue? Because what did I just show you earlier? I can tell you why that question is not the issue. For a very simple reason. This is Chizuru earlier. And this is way after that question. This is hours after this question. She's happy. She's good to go. That question wasn't the issue. That wasn't the issue. The issue is a reoccurring pattern of problems. And Kazuya must pin it down on one particular thing because he doesn't have an answer, which he does not ask. So he can never know what the actual issue is because he does not ask. He does not engage. He does not live. So pretty much every criticism people have had about this, and the reason they want to label it as toxic, is actually right and wrong for a very simple reason. It's one, it's not toxic, but two, it's an unhealthy situation Kazuya has seemingly created for himself because of his own traumas, because he's lost who he is, because that was always the issue from the start. It's just mommy didn't break him. Right? Mommy didn't break him. Mommy just was the straw that broke the camel's back. What happened in Hawaiians was what really broke him. And this is when Kazuya had to start rebuilding and figuring out who he is. Because he's an amalgamation of pieces that he doesn't know how to piece together or rebuild naturally. He doesn't know how to create a bridge, if you will. This was her research to understand the meaning of love, after all, and not being able to give a clear answer about that really hurts, I guess. It's also possible that maybe she just doesn't like me in that way. No, that doesn't align with what he saw. That's not what happened. Why would Chizuru not like him in that way if she went out? Okay. She kept thinking about him for 3 months. Her feelings for him never changed. 3 months. Never changed. They're completely separated. She kept thinking about him that whole time. She met him, and she apologized, and his feelings mean so much to her. She wants to explore them. She then lives with him for an entire month, rent-free, because she cares that much about him. She then goes on a date with him, despite the fact that it is technically against rules, because of the whole client and rental thing. Despite the fact that she had her play, despite all of this, Why would he think she doesn't like him? It doesn't make sense. And that's the point. It's not supposed to. Because you conditioned yourself, you're unlovable. I still feel like the other questions went pretty well, though. 100%. It was 100%. Still, what should I do now? I don't even know if a question like that has an answer. Could have just said that. Typically, that's what people call sneaky. I believe in Mizuhara. Two contrasting thoughts. They're literally crashing with each other. They're clashing with each other. One part of him wants to see this, one part of him wants to see that. Who is he? Which one is the real thought? Which is the real him? Which is the real thought? Which is the real Kazuya? No money, no money spent, no rules of terms are broken. The date was on personal time. Yeah. But it was still kind of risky, right? It was on personal time, but you know, it was still kind of risky because technically he was a client at some point. And she has her agency and she has all that stuff, right? She didn't tell her agency she was living with him, right? Like Chizuru was going out of her way to be with him on personal time. Why would he think she doesn't like him? Because he's unlovable. He pulls out his phone. He tells Minnie it didn't work out. He remembers all the times they went together and Minnie cheering him on. And he says sorry. Because he feels like he failed her. Because he's a failure. Because he has to live up to expectations. Because he has to be what other people... He has to live up to what people want him to be. This sorry is a reflection of Hawaiians. How he failed everybody's expectations. How he couldn't do anything, and in the end he was completely powerless, useless, and completely unlovable. And so the only thing Kazuya had left was believing in love. But then love gets taken away from him, but then he gets a little chance at love. He gets a little chance at love when Chizuru kisses him. Maybe there's love. Maybe I can believe in love. If I get love, maybe I could have this life back. Maybe I can have my life back if I get love. This is how his mind is operating. This is how he's acting. It's not actually Chizuru. Chizuru isn't leading him on or stringing him along. It's because you're seeing it from his head. You're seeing it from his POV. And you get sucked into it. You start believing it too. And you feel like you're being strung along too. Because you're experiencing this constant whiplash he's experiencing. You're literally getting dragged in by your emotions. This series is literally making you feel like he feels. You're literally feeling as he feels. You're literally experiencing the same emotions. That is so fucking raw. That is so goddamn raw that you can feel like he feels and get the emotional whiplash he feels by reading a story and you don't even know you're doing this. Oh, I think Subaru is a whole other ballpark. Kazuya and Subaru are not quite the same. I think Kazuya and Subaru are not quite the same. And I think how this story handles mental health, in my opinion, you're welcome to think what you think, is better than ReZero. My thoughts, you're welcome to disagree. Moving on. He opens his bag to put away his phone, and he sees the ring, the wallet, his phone, and all this hard work right there. And yet again, Kazuya's hard work was meaningless. He turns around, he sees a couple. He turns around, he sees another couple. And this time, unlike chapter 218, because he has nothing left, he feels nothing. Because before, in chapter 218, he had something. Kazuya had something to lose in chapter 218. Kazuya has nothing now. He doesn't even feel sad. He just feels empty. In that moment, I felt like it hit me all at once. I wasn't thinking about what I should have done or what I was going to do from here, right? There's nothing to do. I just exist. I was just disappointed that I wasn't able to get through to her. I felt like it would have been uncomfortable even if I had gone home and ended up alone with Mizuhara. I didn't think I could go to bed and get any sleep either. I decided to go off one stop before I decided to get off one stop from Nobukuro Station, and I walked the rest of the way. Maybe that was a good thing. This is fate. But what fate turned out to be is what they had to make it. Now, notice how this chapter starts. Sorry, just gotta adjust this thing. Come on, work with me a little bit, buddy. You can do it. I can't catch a break with this thing. I need a bigger one. I gotta get myself a bigger one. I definitely gotta get me a wider one that like reaches like all the way across my arms. I have long arms, I think. Okay. Sunshine and rainbows. Right? This chapter doesn't match that at all, does it? But it sure does remind you of Hawaiians, because Hawaiians is going to be starting at this point. Nighttime, I think I might be in love with you. Rejection, and I'm sorry. Emptiness. Boom, runs into a wall. What this is actually showing, it's a gag. It's a very familiar gag. It's a very familiar gag. But what this is actually showing is that Kazuya literally was not paying attention to what was in front of him. And this is a nod to the fact that he notices the blister later. That's what this was. Kazuya was literally not paying attention to what was in front of him. He gets mad and he starts yelling at a pole for existing. It's not the pole's fault you weren't looking. Why are you mad at a pole? It's not its fault you weren't looking. Just as it's not Chizuru's fault you weren't looking. What's a telephone pole doing here of all places? That walkway is too narrow. I'm so stupid. Lashing out at a pole. It's just one misfortune after another. That's all he sees here, a misfortune. Sorry is what she said, and yet he's about to be presented with a fortune. She basically means that she can't be with me yet. I kind of forgot to ask for more details. It's like the pole woke him up. Isn't it like the pole woke him up? Like a slap to the face. Hey, come back to Earth, dude. The fuck are you doing? Where are you? Come back to Earth, dude. That's what the pole did. It wasn't about venting out his anger or any of that. It was just, wake up. Where are you? And suddenly, his mind's working again. He's actually thinking about things. I forgot to ask for more details. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. It's like his individuality is coming back. Right? When you hit absolute rock bottom and you have nothing, you start rebuilding. When Kazuya is finally stripped of love, he can finally start building himself back up. Finally figuring out who the fuck he is. You think that mini slap woke him up? No. We'll talk about that. Let's hold on that. We'll talk about that. We're going through these entire chapters. Don't worry. I kind of forgot to ask for more details. Does yet mean we could have something later? Is there a chance she might love me in the future? But maybe she was just sugarcoating it. He gets cynical. No, I mean, she was just rejecting me. She probably just said that to lighten the blow. Is that true? Do you know that? That doesn't seem like Chizuru. Right? Is there a chance she might love me in the future, but maybe she was just sugarcoating it? I don't know. Her words seem to imply she could love you. So why do you think she can't? She probably just said that to lighten the blow. She's a very kind girl, so that would explain it best. You can think all you want. You're not going to get an answer unless you actually ask. He tries to think about it. I just can't think straight right now. Correct. You can't. What? I ran into her. What kind of coincidence is this? Correct, it is just a coincidence. A lucky one. You were just speaking of misfortune earlier, and yet here you are presented with a fortune. What are you going to do? Well, Kazuya, what are you going to do? Incredible timing. What a coincidence. Yeah. Bro, she just fucking rejected you. Why are you talking like this? What's wrong with you? Again, don't be too upset at Kazuya. He literally lost his character. He's literally rebuilding, but he's reacting. He's not making an active choice in his life. There's no way she'd be in a good mood. Why am I trying to play it cool? Correct. Well said, buddy. Crap, this is so awkward. She just got through rejecting me. There's no way she'd be happy to see me. Could this get any more awkward? How do you know she's not happy to see you just because she rejected you? She lived with you for this entire time. Why wouldn't she be happy to see you? Of course she'd be happy to see you. But you just think, because she rejected you, that must be the case. You had all these questions before. What happened to them? You had all these things you wanted to say. What happened to them? She might have avoided that train exactly for that reason. Even if I told her this was fate, it probably wouldn't work well. What should I say? Well, I'll be on my way! He doesn't take advantage of fate. Fate literally handed him something, and he doesn't take advantage. I never thought I'd see the day that I turn away from a walk with Mizuhara. Still, she doesn't move. She's acting strange. What? It's the pull. When he notices something is wrong, he acts. What? When did you get that? Near the beginning. Holy shit, how did I not notice? She was hiding it the whole time. The fuck? The whole time. Is it your right foot only? My left foot too. It's not as bad as my right foot though. She was acting completely fine. But you never checked, did you? You didn't ask any questions. You didn't do anything. You weren't living. You weren't doing anything with your life. You were just happy to be on a date, hoping for love to be the magical solution to your problems. Love can transform us and make us better, but it doesn't solve all of our problems. We have to live. We have to believe in things in life. We can't just hope love will get us out of this problem. That's not living. You have to live life and believe in love. It's both. Everything in life is both. Reality, fiction, both are real, both matter. A blister on both feet. This looks like it really hurts. Did she really go on the date while dealing with this? I can't believe she put up with that. Why would she put up with that? Why didn't you say anything? Because it's not right. You put so much work into everything, it wouldn't be fair to ruin it because of me. That's how much you matter to her. What did he say earlier? Maybe she was just sugarcoating it. Is there a chance she might love me in the future? Maybe she was just sugarcoating it. She was rejecting me. She's probably just to lighten the blow. No. You matter to her that goddamn much. That's why she's willing to put up with all this pain, all this suffering, go through all this bullshit for you. You matter that goddamn much to her. So why don't you matter to yourself? I see. She also got new shoes, huh? You got new shoes. So how come you never considered maybe it wouldn't be easier for her to either? Wasn't easy for you when you first got the shoes and you were getting ready and all doing all that stuff. Why didn't you consider it may have been rough for her too? She prepared for everything and dealt with the pain because she didn't want to ruin the mood. I didn't notice at all. That's how important this date was to her. Just knowing that makes me so happy. This date meant that much to her. I'm fine. I can hop my way home. Gets himself up. Huh? Doesn't say a word. No, it's fine. There's still a long way to go. I can't stand seeing you like this. Just get on. He takes charge of the situation. He takes charge of his life again. He made an active choice. Kazuya is actually fucking living. He's actually doing something he wants to do. This is his choice and nobody else. Nobody told him to do this. He didn't do this because anybody told him. He did this because he wanted to. He saw how much this mattered to her, and he remembered how much she mattered to him. And he stepped up. They touch each other. Finally. This entire time, the thing they've always wanted, physical contact, and it happens. But not how they imagined it. I might be heavy. No, not at all. I'm going to stand, okay? Yeah. Gets up. Look at his firm feet. Firmly placed on the ground. Total control. He's literally standing on the ground. He has total control and balance. Gets up and starts walking. My name is Chizuru Ichinose. I'm an actress, a rental girlfriend. I used to think that books and movies were nothing but fiction, and that the real world was full of harsh realities, impossible dreams, unrewarded efforts, and unrecreated feelings. But still, even now, I remember that walk home. Whenever I was with him, I felt like I was inside a story. It feels like an ending, doesn't it? It intentionally feels like an ending. In reality, this is the beginning of Kazuya. This is the start of who he is. The chapter starts with the moon in the night sky. Then Chizuru's butt, Kazuya is holding her legs. Chizuru's back on Kazuya's back. And Chizuru's foot in the air, literally floating up. We have a spread, and the spread shows everything. It shows the distance. You literally feel far away from them. And you have the city literally expanding, literally like the city is consuming them. Right? They're surrounded by walls and obstacles from every corner, but their path is clear. Right? It's just a straight path forward. And it's empty. There's no one there but them. In the night, do you know who you are? We see Chizuru hiding and Kazuya in clear view. She says, I'm really sorry. Nope, don't worry about it. You're not heavy at all. Right? These words are actually comforting. He's deflecting from the actual thing, but these words are actually comforting. You're not a burden. That's what this word says. You're not a burden. You're perfect. Staying in shape must be tough. Damn. That's not what I'm talking about. You again don't see her face. He pauses. He looks down. No worries. Your feelings are what's important. Like I said before, that's life. You know, again, I value your feelings. Right. He's still acting, but he values her. They keep walking. He says, I forgot to ask earlier. Huh. Something he wants. This is Kazuya being Kazuya. Can I keep loving you for just a little longer? She says no. This is important for a very simple reason. And this is a challenge to Kazuya. If someone tells you no, will you just give up? If someone tells you you're not allowed to feel a certain way, you're not allowed to live a certain way, you're not allowed to do a certain thing, will you just give up? Individuality. Why does he need permission from Chizuru to keep loving her? Why does Kazuya need permission from Chizuru to keep loving her? He doesn't. He can keep loving her however he damn well pleases. What? But, huh? But it's not like I can change how I feel so suddenly. It's not that easy. I mean, it's just, this isn't right. I know that I'm making you wait, and yet here I am borrowing your shoulder again. I'm not even able to understand how I feel. If I were you, I'd hate someone like me. And if you look closely, she's shaking. Chizuru's literally shaking. She's crying. And there's a reason you don't see her face. She doesn't want him to see. She puts her face down. He can't see her cry because if she cries, he'll stay. Yeah, the text bubbles are also wobbly. If she cries, he'll stay. And that's not okay. She's not allowed to cry. It's wrong. She's even at her fucking lowest. She stops herself from crying because she has to be responsible. Are you fucking shitting me? Come on, what are you talking about? It's not your fault you got a blister. It looks like it really hurts. Plus, I just couldn't stand seeing you like that. They keep walking in the night. Besides, remember what I said? I'll wait however long it takes. I've been thinking. You believed in me back then, Mizuhara, so maybe it's my turn this time. This specific moment is referring to the film. She entrusted Kazuya with her goddamn dream. When you don't see her eyes, she's lying. It's not that you don't see her eyes. If you saw her eyes, you would know what she's feeling. Her eyes tell the truth. If you saw her eyes, you'd know what she'd be feeling. That's why you shouldn't. That's why you can't. She's not letting you see her eyes because if you saw, your heart would break. Anyways. I've been thinking. You believed in me back then, Mizuhara, so maybe it's my turn this time. Okay? She entrusted him with her goddamn dream. And here's Kazuya entrusting his future to her. Here he is entrusting his future to her. His dream. He's entrusting his dream, his love, to her because she entrusted him with his dream, with her dream. She kept believing in him when other people didn't. And that's why he's choosing to believe in her. Also, I don't think it's possible for me in my lifetime to love anyone more than I love you. Even at this point, when she's a fuck up, she's a failure, she's seemingly getting kind of something out of this herself because she's hugging him and she's always wanted physical intimacy with him and she feels bad about it. He says he'll love her and that he'll keep loving her. And she says no. So he uses her line here. Sorry, I'm sorry. He literally uses her line verbatim back at her. This is Kazuya's individuality. This is his choice. He's actually making a choice. He's alive. Kazuya is actually living right now. He's actually making a real choice in his own life for once. He's doing something. She looks at him. She's blushing and she says, "No. You can't. You shouldn't keep loving me when I can't give you an answer." This is Chizuru's illusion of time breaking. But there's a little more to this. Let's hold on. Chizuru is being accepted here despite her failures. It's still not enough. She still feels like she's a fuck up, but he's accepting her for her failure. This is where we start setting up for something beautiful. Hold on. I didn't lie about anything. He says, but no, right? They're having a fight. They're having a mini fight here. They're having a tiny bitty fight here, but it's not a full fight because they can't have a fight yet. Kazuya isn't fully himself yet, and Chizuru is at her lowest right now. They can't really have a fight right now. That's not really possible. We're skipping steps. I didn't lie about anything I talked about on that day. My feelings for him, my decision, were so sincere, almost pathetically so. But I just know, right? She's very adamant, even in this moment, to be responsible. Even if she herself is falling apart in his arms, she will stay responsible. Her words devolve to no because she's literally she wants to be with him. Desperately so. She is falling the fuck apart. She loves him so goddamn much. She desires him so goddamn much. She wants to be with him. But she literally can't say it's love because she's not certain still. Her feelings don't change. This is just her deepest desire to be with him, and she can't verbalize herself anymore. All she can say is no. She's so emotional right now. All she can say is no. My feelings for him, my decisions, were so sincere, almost pathetically so. On the way home, I couldn't help but feel guilty for not being able to come up with an answer to my feelings. I feel guilty because I actually like hugging him. Because I can't give an answer to my feelings, I feel bad for not being able to, for touching him. For feeling the way that I do, I feel bad. And for his sake as well, the desperation to not put it off any longer than I already had. I had to consider his feelings. I feel like I'm using him. This is a selfish desire. The cohabitation from Chizuru's POV at the start was a selfish desire. She's having a great time being with him. She's sharing a space with him. She gets to touch him, be near him. But is he having a good time? That's the problem. She wants to be responsible to him. He should live too. He should have a great time too. And it's not that Kazuya isn't having a great time when they're living together. It's that he's not living. And she feels like as a partner, she needs to help him find himself. Live too. Kazuya guides Chizuru through love. Chizuru guides him through life. That's what this is. This is what this scene shows. A constant battle that has no true resolution. There's no resolution in the end of this scene. That's the point. Responsibility versus love. A constant never-ending battle where Kazuya walks and Chizuru responsibly clings on his back, telling him this is what you must do. She's on his back, right? But they're literally walking Kazuya's path, if you will. And this is what this is. This is a clash of responsibility versus love. This is a clash of responsibility versus desire. This is the contrast between Minnie and Chizuru. Minnie is irresponsible beyond belief. She gets him drunk, she gives in to all of her desires and her feelings, and there are absolutely no consequences for her actions. Minnie is in some ways the shallow girl she criticizes, and she doesn't see it in herself. She's so busy trying to focusing on love, she has no sense of responsibility whatsoever. But let's continue. Only our shadows were together, and it made me feel awful. I wish we could be together because I feel awful just being with him right now. Because I actually enjoy this. Looking up, I could see the back of his head. Look at the blush. I had seen it so many times before, and yet, right? It's like she's floating. It's like she's literally magical right now. It's like she's in the ethereal plane, dude. Maybe it was because my feet weren't touching the ground, but for some reason it looked somewhat different, right? I feel like I'm experiencing a completely different emotion. I suddenly remembered that the person's scent was strongest around their scalp. Such a random thought popped into my head. Is this even real? Is this even real? And I nudged my face slightly into his back. I can't just stop. No. I can't just stop as he keeps walking. He keeps walking this path, a never-ending path. He continues forward. And she tells him to stop as she herself is unable to move. Chizuru literally can't move, and Kazuya is the one moving. When I did, it smelled like Grandpa just a little bit. Like I said, I can't. No, sorry, I know. A constant battle of no motion and constant motion. A constant flux that never ends. And that's why this chapter, in the end, technically has no resolution. That's the point. There is technically no resolution, and there is one. There is a sense of clarity being struck here. Something more should have happened. You get to the next chapter, and it starts with the morning. It starts with Peter staring at a pigeon. Just staring. Why is he just staring at a pigeon? Nothing is happening. No action, no motion. We get to this chapter and we hear the vroom. We see Kazuya's box, Kazuya's bed made, everything organized, and his charger plugged into his phone but unplugged. What do you think that means? It's very simple. Literally, the phone is not charging anymore, but it's plugged in. It's not balance. Unstoppable force meets immovable object. Well, yeah, that's pretty much what that is. Unstoppable force meets an immovable object. That's pretty much what that chapter is. So you see Kazuya's phone, and it's unplugged. The phone is plugged in, but it's unplugged from the wall. And I think that is kind of a good symbolism. It's literally not charging, but it's plugged into the charger. Literally like Kazuya himself. He's literally not active in the way he should be. The cover of the page is Kazuya with no face, contrasted by the sound around him, right, as he's cleaning. You look at Kazuya's face and it's empty. There's nothing there on Kazuya's face. It's almost like acceptance, content, emptiness. It's just existing. It just exists. That's all he has right now. He's just existing. That cut to the next day is purposeful. It's like someone stopped time. Yeah, that's actually very well said. So if we go back, it's like time stopped. It's like time stopped. Right? Nothing existed except for them here. Time completely stopped. Time just stopped moving and they just existed in this moment. This moment was so fucking special that it felt like time stopped. That moment was so magical, it felt like time had stopped. And that constant motion, that constant feeling of being alive, right? They both feel alive here, right? I think that's why the talk continues. That's why the no incident continues. They feel so alive. They've never connected this much. They almost just want to keep saying it just to talk. Kazuya wants to keep moving, and Chizuru just wants to keep saying, no, stop moving. Just to feel that. Just to keep feeling that emotion that they hadn't felt the entire time. Her feelings, it felt like everything made sense. It felt like she was in a story. Where everything just made sense, even if it shouldn't. That was kind of the point of this scene. It just, literally, time stopped. Everything just felt like it's happening as it should be, and yet it's not as it should be. And it's just a magical experience. She's literally feels like she's ethereal. And Kazuya is actually feeling something too. It's a magical moment between both of them. But when you cut to the next chapter, it's gone. Didn't people feel like they were flirting when we read that chapter? Let's hold off on that stuff, Noah. Let me just keep going. I recommend you rewatch this. I'll make this into an actual thing. Just hold off. Just hold off. I know a lot of people are acting on a lot of assumptions right now. Just please hold off. Okay. We cut to the next chapter, and that magic is gone. Remember how when people were reading that chapter said it felt like they were flirting? Yeah. They kind of were, in like some weird way. They kind of were, because they were both being really honest to themselves, just really being honest to their feelings. Both had selfish desires. Both were trying to put those selfish desires a lot. Like literally, here's another way to look at it too. Kazuya carries Chizuru out of a sense of responsibility, but he keeps believing in his selfish desires to keep loving her regardless of what she tells him. In contrast, Chizuru is the reverse. Chizuru has these selfish desires of hugging him and being close to him, and she's literally on cloud 9, in contrast to the responsibility she must keep saying, which is that you can't keep loving me, you have to let me go because you have to go be happy. While she herself is feeling a sense of happiness. Literally, both are getting their validation for their feelings that they've held in for so long. Kazuya finally validates his own individuality, finally cares for himself and his feelings, keeps believing in his feelings, regardless of what Chizuru says. In contrast, Chizuru finally feels like she's being, she's getting the physical intimacy she's always wanted. And then that's contrasted by their own sense of responsibility, where Kazuya feels he has to carry her home out of responsibility and a care for her when she is hurt, right? He finally steps up and does the thing he should have did in chapter 381, where he knew he had to do that, but because that finally broke, because the emptiness finally hit him, he could rebuild himself. He could find out who he is and remember who he is. In contrast, Chizuru is finally experiencing the physical intimacy she wanted the entire date. But she feels terrible about it, so she must be responsible, even though for this short moment she gets to experience this. For these short, tiny moments, she gets to experience this, but she must continue to be responsible. She says this no, not only to herself. No, I'm not allowed to have this. This is selfish, but she's also saying no to him. This no is partially for herself too. This scene is a mixture of selfish desires and responsibility. The no is also partially selfish for Chizuru because she's saying no so he can respond. She wants the response. She'll keep saying no out of a responsibility, but also part of her somewhere wants the response because they're talking. They're actually engaging. This scene is layered and complicated and has so much going on, but it is literally just an immovable object meets an unstoppable force. And that is literally mixed with their element of responsibility and their love and selfish desire. Those contrasting elements literally clashing and amalgamating into literally this moment of magic. That's what this is. It's literally the reality clashing with fiction. It's literally just a duality of two things just amalgamating with each other. Kind of like sex. That's the whole idea. It's literally like you're literally mixing and combining with someone. This, to me, this entire scene is true intimacy. This entire sequence is true absolute intimacy because it is emotional and physical. They're literally kind of like having, this is sex without sex. This is what this is. This is sex without sex. That's what this scene is. It is true intimacy. So, this is where we get into things getting a little bit more interesting. We get to Kazuya, who has seemingly lost his this moment. He's back to where he was, right? We reset. We're back to our initial role, right? We're literally back to where we were before. They seemingly had a super intimate moment and nothing came of it. It's because they didn't magically transform overnight. That's what the scene is telling you. Remember how Minnie keeps saying Chizuru had a change of heart? That didn't happen. They didn't magically transform overnight. Kazuya is still in the moment of loss. Chizuru, in contrast, is still resisting. Nothing changed. Chizuru is still sticking with the original goal of being responsible and letting him go. Kazuya is still seemingly content with this happening. Kazuya is seemingly content with this situation, even though he's not happy about it. He's seemingly still content. He's reached a sense of acceptance, if you will. And this is kind of Kazuya's first step to starting to accept himself a little bit. He just doesn't realize it. And you're going to have another first step for Chizuru that's also going to kind of start here. Basically, both characters are having their own first steps for two different things. Kazuya is taking his first step into living. Chizuru is taking her first step into love. I'll show you what that means. Basically, what I'm saying is that Chizuru needs to guide Kazuya through life. Kazuya needs to guide Chizuru through love. It's that simple. Flip the page. Two contrasting things. I might be in love with you and the rejection. Acceptance versus rejection. Literally over Kazuya's head, literally seeing two things clashing. I think the best way I can describe Rent-A-Girlfriend as a series is that Rent-A-Girlfriend is a series about duality. Two things existing and literally everything in between them. Not binary. Like not just one or two. No. Two things existing and coexisting and not existing. And literally everything in between. It's a series about duality. And that's a constant thing. Literally, the entire nature of Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship is that it's literally fiction and reality at the same time. And that is something you can delve into for forever. Kazuya is a dreamer, Chizuru is a realist. Chizuru is a rental, Kazuya is a client, but they have something real between that. And I can just keep going forever. So literally, duality being the defining theme of this current moment is the point. Duality is also the defining theme of chapter 383. Right? That's the whole point. You literally have two clashing elements and literally everything in between them amalgamating into just a single moment, a single time. Literally, time literally disappearing and they're literally just having an amazing moment with each other, like sex. Anyways. So Kazuya has these two thoughts and look at him. He's seemingly fading. He's just stuck between these two thoughts. And then he falls over. He thinks of one more thing and he crumbles. He falls over. Too much information to process, right? Too much happened in a single day. This is all news to me. My brain can't keep up. The downtime is considered part of the date too. Also, don't try to hide your outburst behind the vacuum noise. I always love doing his voice. My vacuum noise is like this. In the end, I was in bed all night just thinking about it. I couldn't get any sleep. I'm really gotta sort this all out. Can you? Again, what happens? I'm sorry, and the rejection. And it gets worse. Notice how his expression literally gets worse. It's like his mood is souring. It's literally his individuality clashing with his need to be accepted and understanding what's going on. Right? He's literally rejection and acceptance are clashing with each other right now, and that's the point. And Kazuya doesn't know which way to lean. It's like a pendulum. He doesn't know which way to lean. And he wants to find a way to lean, but he's never going to find an answer. That's just it. You're never going to find an answer, and that in some ways is kind of the point of life. That's the whole point. Kazuya needs to start living. So Kazuya being presented with something he can never find an answer to is the point. Because life doesn't have an answer. You have to make your answer. And you have to ask and interact with people and form your own answer through the way you interact with others. That's why when Kazuya interacts with Minnie, he forms an answer through that. But is that really his answer, or is it an answer Minnie gave him? We'll get into that shortly. She rejected me. I really tried my best on the date. My feelings didn't get through to her. There's no doubt. Okay. Is that true? I don't think so. I think Kazuya's feelings actually did get through to her. And that's precisely the reason she turned him down. Because his feelings reached her. That's precisely the reason she turned you down. Because your feelings reach her. Because she understands how deeply you care. And that's why she turned you down, because she can't feel the same. Even here, he's wrong. But I think that I might be in love with you. She said she might be in love with me. Blushes, gets excited. What? That's so direct. She might be in love. Mizuhara might be in love with me. That's clearly a step up. I'm getting closer. In a way, that's an answer to the kiss at Hawaiians, right? Are you getting closer, or have you been here the whole time? But I still can't put it on yet. Freaks. Gah, doesn't that just mean it's too much for her to handle? Grandma, what are you doing seriously? No, you can't blame your grandma for this. That's not the issue. Like, she loves me, but not enough to put it on? Mizuhara is right about that. Damn it. No, there's no point in getting upset at grandma. I'm the one who said I'd wait until she fell in love with me. What's the problem with that statement? I'll wait until you feel you love me. Waiting doesn't do anything. You have to move. You have to make an active choice. You gotta do something. You can't just wait and it magically happens. Is that not true? He has to learn how to love again. He has to learn how to live. He has to actively make a choice to love. You can't just wait and it magically happens. That's not, see when Kazuya says that line, that's not the point of that line. Kazuya doesn't realize the actual true meaning of this line, and I'll tell you that meaning in a little bit. Kazuya doesn't actually know the true meaning of this line, because that line actually means something completely different. The problem is, what am I going to do from here? Mizuhara is really insistent on telling me no. That's just her being kind enough to not make me wait anymore. How I feel about it is what's important. Or how I feel about it is what's important. Okay, he's starting to value his feelings a little bit. I have no idea if it will pay off to keep hoping for it. Her saying that she might be in love with me means that she's unsure. After all, nobody can say for sure how sincerely Mizuhara is thinking about this. Nobody can say for sure how sincerely she's thinking about it. What has she shown you? All she's shown you is how much she's thinking about it. How much this matters to her. Why are you just hoping? Why don't you just make it a reality? You have to work towards your hopes and dreams and your goals and your fate and all that stuff. You have to work towards that. You can't just hope. You have to make an active choice. Hope is great. It's good to hope. but you have to keep working towards that, literally like Chizuru's dream. This is about Kazuya starting to work towards his dream, to actually make his dream a reality. This is Kazuya's movie arc. We're about to enter Kazuya's movie arc. We thought this was Kazuya's movie arc. We thought the cohabitation was Kazuya's movie arc. In reality, it was fiction. The cohabitation is a lie, disguising a truth, the truth that is their feelings. In reality, they need to start actually having Kazuya's movie arc now, and part of Kazuya's movie arc is him actually working towards it. Not just his love, but his own future. He has to pursue his dreams, his goals, and his future. Do what he wants, toss everything aside, and just do what you want. Still, she seemed really troubled. If she was so troubled, it means it mattered to her. He knew how, like, literally, isn't this contradictory to what he said earlier? Nobody can say for sure how seriously Mizuhara is thinking about this. Literally, he saw a goddamn blister on her foot. He remembers all these scenes. Doesn't Kazuya's dialogue not make sense here? That's the point. It's not supposed to. He's stuck between all these pieces of information, and he's not processing anything. He's not properly thinking it through. He thinks he is. Right? He doesn't know. He literally keeps telling himself, I don't know things for certain, even though there's literal evidence to contradict what he's saying. Kazuya literally can't process information because he's ruminating. He's constantly sitting and ruminating, and when you do, you fixate on certain pieces. Your mind literally fixates on certain pieces, and it picks and chooses to validate what it believes is true or not. His mind is literally doing that. He's literally fixating on certain things and picking certain things to validate his own viewpoint that maybe he's not good enough, right? So Kazuya is literally kind of having a clash right now, a mental clash of accepting himself or rejecting himself. It's not just about Chizuru. This entire moment is not just about Chizuru. It's literally an exploration of Kazuya's mind, a literal breakdown of his mental scape and how he's literally kind of fluctuating between rejection and acceptance. He keeps going. Still, she seems really troubled. She asked these serious questions at Jopolis and put up with a blister. That's proof that she's really thinking about the two of us. Contrast. He was leaning towards rejection, and then the memories actually came, and he processed everything. And he said, besides, after everything, all I can remember is the smile on your face. Acceptance. He picked acceptance. He was constantly tugging back and forth between rejection and acceptance, and he picked acceptance. This scene is Kazuya accepting himself. He finally accepted himself a little bit. Not completely, but it's an acceptance of his feelings. It's an acceptance of the smile he remembered. He chose to remember that smile and nothing else. That smile is his truth. That smile is what matters. That's what he chose to remember. This is Kazuya accepting himself. It is similar to 218 for a reason. 218 is about Kazuya rejecting himself. This scene is about Kazuya accepting himself. He almost looks content existing. He's at home. He's fine. He's in comfortable clothes, and he's just laying there. He's okay to just exist as he is. He gets up. He kind of wants to move. He wants to do something. He wants to live a little bit. This is literally Kazuya learning to kind of just live again. Just kind of do something. I wonder if Mizuhara is back from the bank yet. Right? We don't know why she went. We don't even know if we'll get an answer to that soon. We'll have to see what that is. Like, maybe she'll get an answer. Maybe it was nothing. Who knows? He doesn't know. He's curious. This is curiosity. He's actually getting curious to experience and to live a little bit. She should be home, right? She's pretty quiet, though. She said she'd be here on moving day yesterday. Well, a lot happened yesterday. I guess it's pretty awkward. Is she avoiding me? Regardless, the movers come at 4 o'clock. My things will be moved from Royal Hills, so I'll need to be out of here by 3 o'clock. I'll take the stuff I have there by taxi. It's a reminder of time, right? It's setting a deadline, but it's also reminding you of time. You got to kind of live, right? You have time is moving. Time is actively moving. You have to make a choice. What are you going to do? I can't forget to give back her spare key. Guess I'll do it now. Gotta be brave. Steps out. Chizuru's there. How long has Chizuru been here? We don't know. You startled me. Thanks for cleaning. Hidden in shadow. Chizuru, right? Just being herself. Chizuru is acting kind of normal here. Why? Let's hold on for a sec. It's almost time. I came to ask. No, it's about another hour. Yamori's son is not around, huh? She's moving out tomorrow, apparently. She said that she has work in the countryside since yesterday. This is interesting. Chizuru does not know Minnie's coming back. I want you to remember that. Oh, here, the spare key. Yeah, you really helped me out. Thanks for everything. She takes the spare key. She kind of wants to be a little selfish. Kazuya started to kind of live a little bit. Chizuru kind of wants to be a little selfish. I mean, she got to have that yesterday. She got to experience that. She's not going to change her mind on the rejection, but she's going to be a little selfish. She wants him to have this because she wants him to carry it around. So she gives him the keychain. You can have this. Huh? The keychain. Are you sure? Yeah. He says, I get it. You don't need it after all, more or less. She says this very specifically for a very simple reason. She's not going to string him along. She wants him to have this, but she's not going to say I'm giving it to you as a gift. She's not going to say any of that other stuff. She's not going to lead him on. She's going to keep it neutral. She's sticking to the rejection. This is her choice. This is why you see her resisting. She's resisting her own urges. She has deep urges right now, and she is resisting. That's why you don't see them on her face here. That's why she's acting normal. She's resisting her urges. It looks like they're going back to their roles. That's not actually what's happening. In reality, what's happening to this scene is that Chizuru is sticking with the rejection, and Kazuya is starting to accept, and Kazuya is sticking with it too, right? But Kazuya is reaching acceptance, and Chizuru is, but he's reaching acceptance, but he's only at his first steps, right? So he's still kind of afraid of rejection, and you see that right here. That's the whole point. In contrast, Chizuru feels these desires, and she wants to let them out, but she's literally resisting them. That's this happening here. They're taking their first steps into actually letting their emotions free. Right? Like Kazuya is starting to live and accept himself. Chizuru is starting to be a little selfish and actually let out these physical desires and wants, but they're sticking to the things they're supposed to do. Just as Kazuya hands her the key. Kazuya is supposed to hand her the key. So they were never going to just live together again. You have to understand. That was never going to happen. This scene is highlighting to you this. They're never going to just live together again. Not like they will in the future, but not this moment, not immediately. Because they're only taking their first steps into actually getting there. They haven't actually gotten there. So, Chizuru, selfishly, but, on a neutral stance, gives Kazuya the fish keychain because she wants him to have it. And she doesn't give him any other reason. He says, man, this is like a parting gift. And he's right. It is a parting gift, but there's an underlying hidden meaning that's not being told to you. Chizuru says, tell me when you leave, okay? I'll be over here. She literally goes back behind the curtain to filter herself, right? She literally goes behind the curtain to filter herself, to not let him see this part of herself because she wants to let it out, and she shouldn't. That's the point of the curtain. Comfort for him, protection for him, right? She still thinks what happened that night is a burden. See, that's the thing. Kazuya was saying all the stuff in the walk home because he's saying all that stuff in the walk home, but that never showed he actually accepted her, right? And I'm not saying like Chizuru's testing him here. I think actually Chizuru's not testing him here at all. I thought about it carefully. She's not testing him here. She still thinks she's a burden, and she still thinks like her. Okay, let's take it back a little. Let's dial it back. In the walk home, Kazuya accepted her mistakes, and he accepted he still chose to believe in her and love her. That was step one. He accepted her at her lowest, he didn't judge her for her mistakes. He didn't say she was a bad person. He essentially said, "You're not a burden. Your feelings matter, and I care for you more than anyone else in the world. I love you very, very deeply." Like, here, let's pull it up. There's like very specific choices of words that he says that I want to point out. I'm not gonna go to the chapter. I'll go to it on my computer. But like literally, his words are literally, "You're not heavy at all. You're not a burden. I can carry you. No worries. Your feelings are what's important. I value your feelings. What are you talking about? It's not your fault you got a blister. It's not your fault. You're not a mistake. You're not doing anything wrong. Okay? And no, I don't hate you. I won't hate you. It's not your fault. Your feelings are what matters, and you're not causing any trouble." Do you see how Kazuya is actually like carrying the shit out of Chizuru? Do you see why Chizuru would think Kazuya is the one caring for her? Because he's literally like, it's you're not a burden. I can carry you. It's not your fault. Literally, what was it? What's the other thing he says? Your feelings are what's important. I value your feelings. Right? He's literally telling her, love yourself. That's literally what he's saying. He's saying, love yourself. That's the whole point. How much he values her helps her love herself. So she says, "I would hate you if I would hate someone like me." And he says, "I still want to keep believing you, and I'll love you more than I have loved anyone before." So he says all these things, and that's great. This is where we introduce the moment of truth. The moment where Kazuya doesn't even realize he did this. Kazuya essentially paved a path for the kiss because he met Chizuru. He met Chizuru with so much acceptance on the walk home. He never hated her. He always sided with her, and he always kept valuing her, and he accepted her. This is where we start getting into the good stuff. "Tell me when you're about to leave, okay?" She goes behind the curtain. It's as if everything yesterday never even happened. God, really? Why is she, this is why she's the Iron Lady. This is why she's the Iron Lady. I have no idea what's on her mind. You could ask, but literally the reason Chizuru is acting like this is because she's stopping her emotions. Again, going back to familiar roles. But not on purpose. Not because she actually wants to, but because she has to. She must be responsible. She's picking responsibility. She's willing to take this key even if she doesn't want to. She wants to give him the key. She wants him to have the keychain. She wants to be with him, but she must continue to be responsible. But they took their first steps. They took a little tiny step. This is where we get into a peek. The car shows up. You see the taxi, and he shows it to you from many, many angles. You see the city, a green light. The taxi drives. 216 Nakano Muzan, right? It's a very specific nod to Umi. It's a very specific nod to Umi, right? Because Umi's last name is Nakano. The car drives. You see it from above. You see it driving through the city. It turns, and it parks. And it's there. The time has come for you to leave. Your ride is here, right? And it's a taxi. It's not even your car. It's literally, you rented it, right? You're renting a car. Literally kind of a nod to their rental relationship, if you will. It's an intentional nod to their rental relationship. I'll be off then. Yeah. Is that all you're taking? It's mostly just clothes. I have stuff in my bag too, right? Again, Kazuya is acting fine. Thanks for cleaning up the room. Sorry about the curtain, he says. She says, it's fine, I'll take it off with Minnie-chan. Right? He blames himself for the curtain. 216, we'll get into that in just a sec. We can show you. I can pull up chapter 216. Huh. Right? Rental. Mommy literally tries to use rental as an argument to get Chizuru to go with her. and she forces her to go, right? She literally forces Chizuru to go with her. It's antithetical to this chapter, which is not about forcing anybody into anything. What does mommy do? She hugs Chizuru and says, "It's not your fault. Don't worry, I'll be with you to help again." It's a twisted version of these feelings. You have Ruka misunderstanding Curry, and Curry just says, "I'm really happy we met." That's it. And Ruka's surprised. She doesn't know. It's literally characters being kind of like, you have a forceful situation, and you have a situation where it's very selfless, and Ruka's just misunderstanding Curry. And then Curry walks away, and then, oh, look, it's the ring. And mommy makes fun of the ring, and look at what mommy says here. Nagomi-san isn't a bad person exactly. There's something screwed up with that whole Kinoshita family. Like, there's no way you haven't noticed, right? The way he looks at you, it's almost like he thinks he has a shot. That's why he's been at this for so long, knowing he's breaking the rules. The way I see it, it's obvious you two are in different leagues. You're gorgeous for one. He's dreaming about getting with an actress. But guys like him exist. Once they get in their heads, they sink into delusion. People like him, they don't know the hard truth of the world. They think they can make anything come true if they dream hard enough. What is Kazuya's answer here? He believes. His belief. He's dreaming. His dreams transform Chizuru, and when she kisses him, she's dreaming. Mommy over here is making fun of Kazuya's dreams. Sure, you could call him an idealist or a dreamer, but he's really just an idiot, right? Is he an idiot? Are his dreams fruitless and meaningless? Because when you work towards your dreams, when you actually put an effort in, maybe that effort might be rewarded. Maybe your feelings will be requited. Maybe you'll actually be seen a little bit. Are your dreams and feelings meaningless if you actually put an effort towards them? If you choose to make them come true, they can come true. What you just said now, take that back. An empty void. That's actually what the opening for the season 4 represents. The opening for season 4 literally ends with Kazuya waking up from a dream. Do you want that to just be a dream? Is it just meaningless because it's a dream? Or do you actually want to make that dream come true? That's what that opening asks. Do you want to make that dream come true? So let's go back. Let me explain this scene. Kazuya says, just because I'm leaving the nest doesn't mean I shouldn't keep it tidy. Just kidding. Oh. Yeah. I mean, what did he expect? She was going to laugh? Right? This is Kazuya trying to make an effort towards his dream, but he's not really trying, is he? Not really. Not really. He's not really trying. He's just kind of like, hey, I wish you would give me an way out. Mommy is a person with no soul. No. Mommy has a soul, but she chose not to live. Mommy is not really alive because mommy doesn't believe in anything. She thinks there's no point in the world. There's just a cruel truth and everything fucking sucks and we're all gonna die. I'm just biding my time until I die. These are literally her words in her character song for the anime. I'm just biding time until I die. That's it. That's how she views life. No dreams, no beliefs, nothing that can really transform us. Mommy is a doomer. That's why she has doomer eyes. Yeah, she's doomed. She's not just dooming. She sacrificed who she is. She gave up on anything and everything. She's choosing not to be alive. When you give up on yourself, are you even alive? And I think in some ways, Kazuya is kind of mirroring mommy right now, where both Kazuya and mommy are struggling to move forward. And they want to change. They want to move forward. They just don't know how. And then Kazuya goes the wrong direction of forging an identity around his trauma. And that breaks, and now he must find a new path. What made her this way? A whole bunch of reasons. We'll get into it another time. We'll talk about mommy later. Mizuhara's just remind me. I'll forget. Just remind me. Like when we finish this, just remind me. Mizuhara's acting so normal. It's as if yesterday never even happened. Have you considered you're doing this? You're the one making jokes still? Like yesterday never happened. Huh. It's almost like Kazuya is looking for Chizuru to act differently when he's not. Why is Chizuru acting normal? I already told you. She's sticking with the rejection, and she doesn't feel like she's allowed to ask for anything else. And so she's just going to stay like this. She wants to change too. They both want change in this moment. Both of them want some sort of change to occur. But they don't know what to do or how they want to do it. It's that simple. Or actually, maybe she's not in a good mood. Isn't she kind of stone-faced? Me bombing my joke aside. Huh, he's starting to notice. She's not actually happy about you leaving. She doesn't want you to leave. Still, she doesn't seem to be particularly sad. I guess she's not going to miss me or anything. Or she's holding back her emotions. Specifically because she doesn't want you to see what she's feeling. And especially if it's negative that she might lose you. Or she's also holding back her feelings in regards to something else. Hold on. I won't go as far as to hope that she'll stop me from leaving. You think she doesn't want to? Of course she wants to, but you have to make a choice too. You have to take choices of your own destiny. You have to take charge of your own destiny. You are the master of your ship. You are the master of your soul, dude. You got to take charge of your own destiny. You're not going to get an easy way out. And this isn't Chizuru saying, I'm not giving you an easy way out. This is literally life telling him, you're not getting an easy way out. You want to change this? Make a change. This isn't Chizuru saying this. It's the story. The story is literally not giving him a way out. And the reason Chizuru is acting like she is because she literally already said she's taking responsibility. She's going to reject him. She's going to stick with this. She's going to take responsibility. That's why she's acting like she is. But she also wants to change, and she doesn't know how. And this is when Kazuya is going to do something fucking crazy, and he's not going to realize what he actually just did. I mean, come on. Isn't she way too emotionless? We were together all day yesterday. The whole thing feels super lonely. Is she being emotionless, or is she restraining her emotions? I'm so stupid. I just got through making up my mind to keep loving her, right? Remind yourself. What do you want? What do you want? Well, this probably means that she said everything that she wanted to say yesterday. That's just like her. Okay. Did she say everything? As she starts walking, look at her. She looks. She kind of wants him to do something. She doesn't know what. She just wants him to do something. I guess this really is it. We're done living together. I had a lot of fun. All right, he reaches the fence. He literally reaches the door. And he's about to walk out. And he's finally processing what he's about to lose. It's all just going to crash. I had a lot of fun. Living with her and Yamori-san, I got to see new sides of Mizuhara, and we all laughed about silly things together. To be honest, I'm really going to miss her. Yeah, she's thinking the same thing. I'm going to be living alone again. Mizuhara won't be there when I come home. I'll open it for you. Sorry for not noticing sooner. She helps him open the door. Right? Here's the way out, man. I guess you want to leave. That's your choice. I'll just help you. I'll help you leave. She wants to help him even now. Right? It's not like we won't ever see each other again, but it'll be a lot less. Even sending her line messages will probably just make me nervous. God, what should I say to her, right? Freaking out. She hasn't read it. I have no idea what she's saying. He's just worried about the future. He's processing what's actually happening. He's actually thinking about the future. Kazuya hasn't been thinking about the future this whole time. He's just been reacting. Will I be able to handle days like this? Regardless of how determined I am, spending the time apart is a big deal, right? Chizuru's asking this herself too. Will I be okay just not having him around? Well, how will I get through this? What's going to happen from here? I don't want to be alone again. This house is lonely. I don't want to be alone in this house again. Spending time apart is a big deal. I'm Kinoshita. He's literally walking to the car. He's literally the end is right there. The door to death is right there. No matter how much I feel our hearts have grown closer, I get anxious when we don't see each other. when we don't see each other, right? You can believe and hope all you want, but if you don't work towards it, it doesn't matter. I love you, Chizuru-chan. He remembers when Umi said that. I don't even know what happened after that. He remembers the smile. Are you content with that? Are you content with not knowing? Are you content with not making any sort of change? Anything, even just something, anything. But I have something I need to say. He takes a step forward. You know what? I want to say something. I want to take something back. Huh? I really meant what I said yesterday. Chizuru blushes. I'll keep that promise that I made back then. 10 years or 20 years. Determination. Gets in the car. See you around. He leaves. All right. Said what I needed to. He made an active choice to pursue love. He didn't just sit back and hope it showed up. He made an active choice. Chizuru walks in. What's up, Mizuhara? Also, just want to share something really interesting with you guys. Reiji went out of his way to color the sky like he did here. He really, really wanted the sky to be reflected here. He didn't have like a very particular reason, but he really wanted the sky to reflect onto the bottom. Literally, kind of like you're going up into the sky, but it's literally being reflected onto the thing. You're literally seeing the sky through a reflection, which is really cool because the Omitsuki is a song about the moon being reflected on the water surface. So literally the sky is literally reflected on the surface of this car. I think that's super cool, like a reflection. Literally a reflection, like you're literally like things are meeting. It's like things are meeting. The sky is literally touching the ground. Isn't that literally what it feels like? It's like heaven has touched earth. That's kind of what it feels like. And I think that I don't know if that was like completely the intention. I think Reiji just really, really wanted to capture this. Ray tracing on. Yeah, it's literally like heaven is touching earth. And he intentionally draws the sky reflected back down onto the car. And he goes out of his way to draw that, to highlight that. Then it turns like a movie, right? It's literally like you see it from that angle, then another angle, and then the side, and then you see it from inside the car, and it zooms in and you see the kiss. And then you see it from the outside, one of Chizuru's feet is up. Just like one of Chizuru's feet was up that night. It zooms in on Kazuya. They're literally both in shadow because neither actually understand. Neither of them actually understand completely. But Kazuya's eyes are open and Chizuru's eyes are closed. He's seeing something for the very first time, and she's closing her eyes and choosing to not see. Okay, I'm taking a leap of faith. There, look at the little details on the lips. He really wants you to feel that touch. Reiji really wants you to feel that sense of touch and the separation of that touch. If you look right here, Chizuru's blushing like fucking crazy. But again, shadows, shadows, very shadowed. She steps out of the car and she says, you can drive now. Not go. You can drive now. An option. You have been presented with an option. And the driver says, okay, turns on the brakes, drives. Kazuya is in shadows, he turns. And Chizuru has no face. You're not going to get an answer for this. You're not going to get an explanation for Chizuru's feelings by looking at her face. You have to find out. The driver asks him, is she your girlfriend? I'm jealous. She's very pretty. Kazuya looks, and he says, yeah. This is a red herring. When Kazuya answers here, did Kazuya answer because he actually believed this, or because the driver asked? Does he actually know she's his girlfriend, or did he just answer because the driver asked? Did Kazuya actually process any of this, or understand she's actually his girlfriend, or that's what it meant, or did he just answer because the driver asked? He answered because the driver asked. She's not actually his girlfriend. Not yet, at least. What happened here? What is the point of this scene? Kazuya gave Chizuru an answer, and he didn't even realize. He told Chizuru, I'll keep loving you after they had physical intimacy, which told Chizuru physical intimacy was never the problem. She's not a burden in terms of physical intimacy. And the moment she knew physical intimacy was not an issue, and she was scared the entire day that physical intimacy was the issue and they weren't on the same page for that, she immediately realized she doesn't need this curtain. She doesn't need any of this stuff. He accepted this part of her still. That was never an issue. That's what this line always meant. That I'll wait 10 to 20 years. It's not just wait. It reflected two things. It reflected Kazuya's passivity as a character and him not wanting to be passive. And two, he didn't realize, but it reflected acceptance. He accepted her when he first said this line, because he said this line after Chizuru didn't know what to say, after Chizuru was confused, after he seemingly got nothing, and he still chose acceptance. He accepted Chizuru. Here, in Japanese, so a polite command. What does that actually say? Like, what's I don't know what that means. So you'll have to explain to me the context. I don't understand. You'll have to explain to me context. I don't understand. Is it actually a polite command, or is it just an option? Because I don't know. Let me continue what I'm talking about. What Kazuya did here, the reason Chizuru kissed him isn't an I love you. He accepted Chizuru when she was on his back and they were physically close and intimate. When they had sex. When they had so much physical intimacy that entire time. And she felt guilty and bad about that, only to realize physical intimacy was never an issue, and that was always okay. When she kisses him in this scene, what she's saying is, this is the real me. Not I love you. This is what I've always wanted. I've always wanted to kiss you. I've always wanted to touch you. Ite kudasai. I'd say it's more like please go. Okay. Maybe. Okay. Ite kudasai. Sure. So why is it translated as you can go now? I'll ask my friend. I'll ask a friend who actually kind of like speaks to this a little bit more. I don't know if you're like, if you actually speak Japanese, but I'll ask a friend. Don't worry. Anyways, what's actually happening in this scene is that Chizuru is showing herself to him. This is the real me. This is the me that it's always been there. I've wanted to kiss you this whole goddamn time. I've wanted to touch you. I feel horny as shit. I've always wanted to do this. And so what Kazuya did, without realizing in this scene, just because he acted, literally just because he made a fucking choice, is he accepted her. That's it. He showed acceptance, and literally, Chizuru literally just loses it. She finally saw something, right? If he chose to still love her after the walk, well, for no other reason than just to love her, holy shit, I'm gonna show him. Was Chizuru waiting for this? I think Chizuru wasn't subconsciously waiting for this. I think this was not a complete active choice. I think part of Chizuru wanted this. Part of Chizuru wanted this, but she said she would stick. She essentially said, "I'll stick to the rejection, no matter what. But I want something to change." That's essentially her head. It's like she wants something to change, but she was sticking to the rejection. And if he still chose to accept her after that moment, it would show her that he actually that wasn't an issue, and she could, and maybe something could work. This is Chizuru taking her first step into love. This is what this is. This is Chizuru's first step into love. Just as Kazuya took his first step into life. Chizuru was essentially not doing anything the entire time because she's like, if he still chose to love me after being that physically close to me, after we're literally having such an intimate physical moment that entire time, after I seemingly hugged him and got this close to him, if he still chose to love me, then you know what? Maybe I can show him that. That's what she thought here, I think. Maybe I can show him myself because he accepted all of me. Maybe that's what Chizuru was thinking I think that's what happened in this scene. Kazuya accepted her despite that walk home. despite the fact that she was touching him and she felt so guilty about it. And he doesn't even know this was what was happening. And I don't think he knows what was happening either. Like, they're both kind of lost here. That's why they're in shadows. They're both completely lost here. But she felt like because he loved her, despite that walk home, she could take a leap of faith. You know what? I'm going to kiss him and I'm going to show myself. Because after that walk home and after I'm not showing emotion and all that, he still chose to love me. I'm going to show him my real self. You know what? This is what I wanted this whole time. This is what I wanted this whole time. I'm going to show you me so you can start showing me yourself. And she tells the driver to go, or she can go. Like, here, let me just pull up the Japanese and just ask my friend. Johan, you're going to kiss Kazuya? What? Oh, because I'm saying me, haha. Yeah, you're funny. You're funny. Hey, you're so funny. Put my headset on wrong at the time. Oh, wait, it's this one. Let me... What did Chizuru say to the driver here? We'll figure it out later. Okay. So that's what this kiss actually meant. That's what this kiss actually meant. No, there's no tongue. Don't worry. I wish. But no, it's just a kiss. That's what this kiss actually means. This is the real Chizuru. You want to know how we can prove this? Just go back. Right after the kiss, she loses her shit so much, she goes swimming to calm down and then still kisses her leg when thinking about the kiss. After that, she literally can't physically interact with him because she's losing her control, and Kazuya has the same exact problem, right? Literally, if we go to chapter 232, Kazuya and Chizuru have the same exact problem. Here's Kazuya in his room thinking about the kiss, losing his shit. So Mizuho realized I was going to confess, and on top of that, she kissed me, okay? So maybe she's actually fine with it. Direct translation, please go. Okay, fine. It was a command, right? Seriously, how can someone be so calm under such circumstances? Is her mind made of steel or something? I want to see her. I want to look up on her face. I want to hear her voice. I can't bear it any longer. He goes. She doesn't answer. She's literally at the edge of the door. Why is Chizuru sitting at the edge of the door? Have we ever considered that? Now, there's a symbolism here, but why is Chizuru sitting at the edge of the door? It's like she literally wants to be next to him, be as close as possible to him. But she can't open the door. She's not allowed to. She has to close the door. You see a closed umbrella, literally her protection is gone. When we get to the next chapter, Chizuru makes a sound. She freaks out. Kazuya knocks on the door again. She doesn't answer. She literally has to crawl. She has to crawl back because she's so uncomfortable. She's like literally holding herself back that goddamn much. She tumbles over and look at her blush. I can't take this anymore. After they go drinking, she almost gives in to temptation and kisses him. And when they fall on top of each other, when they go to Chizuru's house, I swear to God, look at the yearner energy on this girl. She wants to kiss the shit out of him. And she thinks she has to hold back. She has to make an excuse. When Kazuya is cleaning the house, she remembers her grandpa. And look at what she does. She hugs a cardboard box because she wants to hug him. After they go out drinking, what does she almost do? She stares at him while he's lying down, and she almost gives in to temptation and kisses him. Again. And then she stops because he says, I love you. And even then, look at her. Look at her. And he topples over on her. And it's literally karma. Hey, you wanted to kiss him. He's going to fall on you now. And she blushes like crazy when he falls on her. Like literally physical intimacy is crazy for this girl. She always wanted to kiss him. So that means she didn't have a change of heart. Minnie keeps saying Chizuru had a change of heart. She never did. You're operating on a false premise. She didn't have a change of heart. This isn't a change of heart. She's always wanted to kiss him. It's crazy yearner energy. Let's see, the look on her face, then, if she's not in love, then what is? See, no, this is what you're misunderstanding. This is what you're misunderstanding. Chizuru is super in love. She is madly in love with him. But she doesn't understand her feelings, and Kazuya isn't letting her love him, so she can't process and understand them. She just wants to feel confident in her feelings to say that they're love. She's already in love. She just doesn't think she can say she's in love because she doesn't know enough. She wants to be able to responsibly say, I love you and I will be with you forever. She literally wants to marry him. She wants to be responsible because if she dates someone, she doesn't want to break up. That's why Chizuru doesn't just date anyone. She doesn't want to just date. She's like, if I'm going to date someone, I don't want to break up. Ever. I want to be with you forever. That's why when she asks her questions, they're like marriage questions. That's why. She wants to commit to a relationship. However, Chizuru still doesn't feel like still doesn't feel like she can say that. That's why she thinks she needs to let that go. However, nothing says she can't kiss or hug him or anything like that and not get to know her feelings that way. So she's showing herself here to say, this is what I want, and I want to get to, and I want you to know me, because if she wants to know more about him, so she's showing her most vulnerable self. She's showing him her most vulnerable self. That way, he shows her more of himself. That's the point. That's what this is. That's what the kiss means. I think we're going to get that reveal soon. That the kiss doesn't mean I love you. And I think that'll be really, really fucking divisive. I think we're going to get an answer to that soon. And this is when I tell you right now, the current chapter, chapter 390, is a truth disguising a lie. And it is brilliant. So, okay. Chizuru kisses him. She tells the driver, please go, politely. And Kazuya leaves and says, girlfriend, right? Okay. We have this dude talking about a very adult thing, contrasting a very innocent thing. The kiss is very, very innocent. Everything about the presentation is innocent in contrast to the adult topic this dude is talking about. And Kazuya doesn't listen to him at all. This is, and this is when they tell you this is the new arc. What is the point of this opening? It's very, 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 very simple. The point of this opening is that Stop listening to other people. That's why. The visuals contrast everything this dude is saying. You get absolutely no visuals for what this dude is talking about because what he says does not matter. Kazuya isn't listening to him. Stop listening to other people and decide who you are and what you want. Now, this isn't going to be immediately solved, right? We're already seeing like that not literally that not happening. But this is already telling you that's the direction. That's where we're going to go. So, we have this thing that says a new unripe road, right? A new unexpected path. I think the new direction we're going to go is that Kazuya and Chizuru are going to have like a kind of romantic relationship, but they're not going to be boyfriend and girlfriend. That's literally it. And by July 11th, that's when Chizuru will say her answer that I love you. That to me is what that chapter is secretly saying. Chizuru is saying, I'm going to have a relationship with him, and we're going to figure this out, and by July 11th, I will find my answer. But she doesn't tell Minnie she's going to date him because she's not going to be irresponsible and say, I'm going to date him. But in that time, she will find her answer. That to me is what's happening, and I think that's what Chizuru's going to be doing. Chizuru's going to actively be involved with Kazuya in that time. Now, let's read this chapter. We have this where it's like a new innocent ride towards you. The greatest new chapter. So it's like the biggest, craziest new arc. It's going to be great. So we're going to go definitely uncharted territory soon. And the uncharted territory is literally Kazuya and Chizuru are like going to have a secret relationship. And it's going to be more like not just like, you know, it's going to be physical. They're going to have like a physical relationship. They're going to have like a lot of intimacy and stuff. But they're not going to be dating. And I think that could be very, very controversial for a lot of people. Because are you serious? What are you talking about? What the fuck you mean? I think that's going to be very divisive. But it's literally how Chizuru is going to find her answer, right? She's gonna show her need for intimacy and her want for intimacy with Kazuya, and she's gonna actively help him through life while he figures his stuff out. I think that's going to be the answers we're going to get in like 2 chapters. In like 2 or 3 chapters, we're going to find out the meaning of the kiss. I'm saying that right now. 100% confident. We're not going to resolve the Minnie thing. We're not going to have some sort of fight. Maybe we'll have a fight. I don't know. But we're going to find the meaning to the kiss soon, and Chizuru's going to be the one who moves. I think. I kind of think Chizuru's going to be the one who moves because this chapter, the recent chapter, implies to you Chizuru's not going to move until that point. That's a lie. It implies to you Chizuru's not going to move until that point. That's a lie. Chizuru is going to move. So we have this whole thing with Kazuya. He says, she did just do that, right? She kissed me. What was that kiss for? Perfect question. Is there such a thing as a goodbye kiss? Could it be like how people in the West do it? Something like, this was fun, thanks, and see you again soon. Oh, come on, she's not Paris Hilton. Not even Paris Hilton would do that, would kiss on the lips. It shows how Kazuya doesn't actually know Paris Hilton, because maybe she would. We don't know. I don't know anything about Paris Hilton, but it shows Kazuya's innocence, that he's seemingly not processing the adult world. He's literally kind of not processing the adult world. And that's kind of the whole point, is that he's so innocent. Then what was that about? Seriously, what? I can't think of a single reason for her to kiss me at that moment. Right? So he can't think of a reason, which must mean she loves him, right? But just because you can't think of a reason, it doesn't mean that's what the reason is. Right? We're so convinced she kissed him for no reason. We're so convinced she kissed him for no reason. But I just told you the reason. You were wrong. You don't know. She didn't just kiss him for no reason. She kissed him because it's a leap of faith, and she wanted to show herself to him, and she felt accepted by him. And because he showed her acceptance, she wants to show herself to him completely. This entire arc This entire arc, the cohabitation, is not about trust. It's about acceptance. Our illusion was that it was about trust. It's about acceptance. You look for trust because you want to be accepted. That's the point. That's always been the point. The veil does not represent, literally the curtain Chizuru put up does not represent trust. It represents protection and comfort. And now that is gone. You have to see the whole truth, not just what is convenient for you. What anyone would think we're lovers after seeing that like that, right? Anyone would. Anyone would. And the driver saw. And the driver saw. And the driver literally told Kazuya, your boyfriend and girlfriend, right? Literally, from chapter 1, from the moment they kissed, from the moment chapter 385 ends, we operate under the assumption that they are going to date. The moment this chapter ends, you're already misled. It did not start with Minnie. Sorry. It didn't start with Minnie. It started with the driver. It started with what the driver said. From the moment Chizuru kissed him, you were already being misled by the story itself because someone else said something. How someone else will look at this must mean that's what it is. Because of how it is seen, that's how it is. You were misunderstanding from the start. You were always being played by Reiji. Reiji was playing you from the fucking start. He did it on purpose. And he presents this narrative right here with this old man to specifically tell you and freak you out about something. But literally telling you to ignore him. Just as Kazuya is literally ignoring him. Isn't that interesting? Ignore what this old man is saying because that's not you. That's not this. But he intentionally presents you with the false narrative that they're boyfriend and girlfriend now. They look like a boyfriend and girlfriend. The kiss was just a goodbye from the bystander's POV. Right? That's the point. Everybody else is going to tell you what this is. Everybody's always going to tell you what this is. Everyone always does. Minnie did this in the 3-month time skip. She kept telling Chizuru what you're feeling is love. Constantly and constantly. And even if Minnie was right then, is that for Chizuru to decide or is that for Minnie to decide? That's why Chizuru says, I'll investigate my feelings. Because Chizuru doesn't actually tell Minnie everything. Does she? Let's go to the 3-month time skip. What did I just tell you about Chizuru 2 seconds ago? She feels physical desire for him. Constantly. But when she talks to Minnie, that is never once mentioned. That contradiction of physical desire is never once mentioned. Even in this moment right here, we're operating on a false premise. And in so doing, we don't truly understand Chizuru's feelings. We're just confident we do. Minnie tells her what she feels is love. But someone else told Chizuru what she feels is just lust. So why should Chizuru listen to Minnie? Why doesn't Chizuru tell Minnie about her sexual desires for Kazuya? From the very moment we started, it was a false premise. I'm not going to talk about Umi and Chizuru kissing in the play. Fuck off with that. I don't care. If that's real, whatever. If it's not, whatever. I don't care. We're not going to talk about that. That's not the focus. So even from this moment, we're operating on a false premise. And even Minnie realizes that she doesn't know everything. And she just tells her, just face Kazuya and talk it through. And she does. So even from the start, we had a false premise. Even when Minnie thought she knew everything, she didn't. She just thought she did. Just because Chizuru let her into her home, it doesn't mean Chizuru was going to tell Minnie everything. Right? Chizuru just wanted help. But Chizuru was the one who was always going to solve it. That's the interesting part about the 3-month time skip. Everybody says Minnie solved it. No. Minnie gave her a push and she acted. Chizuru solved it. Minnie gave them pushes and they acted, right? They solved it together, if anything, right? Minnie gave Chizuru a push and then she gave Kazuya a push and gave him some information. And he acted. She didn't solve it. She just gave them the push they needed to solve it themselves. Because nobody can solve things for you. Okay. So Kazuya doesn't understand. And we get to this. The journey to love is a grand voyage. The guy asks him, wow, your girlfriend sure is pretty. Where do you meet a girl like that? Anyone would think we're lovers after seeing that, obviously. But Chizuru was willing to show that, right? She's willing to show that to him. She's willing to take a risk, a leap of faith. But just because she showed it to this person, it doesn't mean she wants to show it to everybody, right? I think that's a misunderstanding Kazuya probably has. Because she shows it to this person, it doesn't mean Chizuru wants to show this to everybody. Not yet, right? She was specifically showing that to him, and she took a leap of faith. And that person just happened to be there. But he's a nobody. He does not matter. Right? Is Chizuru ready to show that to everyone else? And she says in the recent chapter, no, I'm going to show that to everyone else on July 11th because that's when we will be truly ready. Okay. And he says, I guess on mobile apps. Kazuya gets home, he's very distracted. Yeah, if we're lovers, anything would be possible, right? He keeps focusing on the word lovers. He's operating on a false premise, right? He attaches certain things specifically because of what that person said. What that person said sticks in his mind. Is he okay? A kiss, or even more than that, anything. Thank you for your business. Thanks. I put the bed in the wrong place, right? He's already distracted. He's already placing this stuff in the wrong places. But it can't be Mizuhara, and I aren't like that. I mean, she rejected me in Odaiba, right? So he has the contradicting feelings, right? Seriously, I don't get it. I can't think of any reason, even after thinking about it all day. Didn't she reject me? I was rejected, right? She said she was sorry in Odaiba. Then she might be in love with me, but not enough to date me. I'm sure of it. Why did she kiss me then? He's right. All of these questions are correct. He's asking all of the right questions. Did her feelings change overnight? Is that even possible? No, they didn't. You just didn't know about this. We did. We as the readers have context. Constant context, actually. If we reread and think it through thoroughly, we have context. This isn't the first time we've kissed, but it was always because of something like CPR or temporary measure. There was reasons aside from how she felt about me. In the first place, she did her research to figure that out. But there was no meaning to it this time, and there's no meaning to it having no meaning. Or no, there's meaning to it having no meaning. That is true, but maybe there is a meaning, and you just don't know it, right? The problem is Kazuya keeps digging deeper and deeper, operating on a false premise, which tells you it wasn't Minnie who started this, it was Kazuya. Kazuya, from the start, was already operating on a false premise that he understood. There's meaning to it having no meaning? I don't even know what that means anymore. God, jeez. Mizuhara has to know this too. Now that she's done this, there's no going back, right? This is true. She's taking a leap of faith. This is her committing to figuring it out. This is Chizuru committing to figuring it out. She's saying, I feel like I can find an answer if I kiss him. She didn't find her answer when kissing him. She feels like she will find an answer by kissing him, right? In some ways, what Minnie said was kind of true. But This is the irony. Chizuru didn't find her answer by kissing him. I don't think so. She said, I can find it now. I feel like I can find the answer now. And she's committed to finding that answer now because she does want this really bad. So when she kissed him, she showed herself and she's saying, I'm committed to finding this answer now, and I think I can. I think I can through this. That's what the kiss means. I think I can find the answer through this. Right? She knows there's no going back if she does this. Or is there going back? You don't know. That's just an assumption. Right? I don't know what kind of change of heart she's had. Right? So that's also an assumption too, isn't it? That now that she's done this, she knows there's no going back. Is there no going back? You left. You're gone. There's always going back. You can always change your mind about anything and everything. But Kazuya literally says it. I don't know what kind of change of heart she's had, but last night I could tell she was doing everything not to string me along. He's operating on a false premise that there's no going back and that she changed her heart. But that is not true. There could still be going back. It could still not work out even if she kissed him. But she's taking a leap of faith that she will figure it out by kissing him. He's misunderstanding. Chizuru is committed to figuring this out, and she thinks she can. Right? I'm a little wrong. I take it back. He says there's no going back. There can still be going back. You're wrong. She's taking a leap of faith to show herself to figure it out. Right? He thinks there's no going back. There is. She'd never kiss me like that for no reason. He's right in that front. Right? Right? I know I'm right. He's correct. She wouldn't just kiss you for no reason. There is a reason. Then he turns to the ring. Commitment. Commitment. You gotta commit, but she had a change of heart. What if she changes her heart again? This is Kazuya starting to care for himself again. This is actually the brilliance of this. Kazuya hesitating to contact Chizuru is actually Kazuya starting to care for himself again. Because what if she's not committed? But at the same time, you have a contrast. On one hand, Kazuya is starting to care about what he feels again because he's not just gonna, commit. On the other, he's doubting himself and he's not acting and he's not doing anything. So he's literally having a clash. I wonder what Mizuhara is doing right now. Mizuhara, right? He wants to know, but he doesn't move, right? He's starting to care for himself, but he doesn't move. We cut to Chizuru. They literally share the same sky. Isn't that interesting? You have the sky reflected on the top of the taxi when they kissed, and that now they're sharing in the same sky at night. Literally, one sky, one destiny. Kingdom Hearts, baby. The curtain is down. Chizuru said she would ask Minnie to help, and now she realized she doesn't need Minnie's help to take down the curtain. She never did. Minnie is the one who helped her put up the curtain because the curtain was an illusion. What is the point of that? That's just in the way. Chizuru's chopping. She's making dinner. She walks back, and as she's walking back, she sees Kazuya's room. She looks. Feels lonely. Feels empty. She walks back. She keeps cutting, and she remembers the kiss. And she looks down in silence. Does she regret the kiss? Maybe a part of her kind of regrets it. Maybe a part of her is a little scared. What if he didn't like that? What if in the end I was wrong? I took this leap of faith, but what if in the end I was wrong? What if he still didn't like me? What if I actually bothered him? What if I actually scared him off? What if I actually made him uncomfortable in that kiss? Minnie comes back and she proclaims herself as the sixth demon king of heaven. Right? I was just talking about how heaven is touching earth. Right? They're literally looking up at the heavens. And Minnie comes home proclaiming herself to be the demon king of the sixth heaven. Isn't that interesting? She specifically proclaims herself to be a demon king of heaven as they look to heaven. Like she's the one who can do this. This is where I introduce some interesting details to you. Everything about Minnie presents control. Every single element Minnie presents here reflects control. Why? The Chichikahako, or however the fuck you say this thing's name is a thing that controls the weather. It controls the rain. It controls the water. Ichinose is a water-based name. It's literally a flowing current. It's like Minnie's trying to control Chizuru through wearing this fish that controls water. You have Oda Nobunaga, a very forceful person who literally made people do what he wanted. He was so forceful, in fact, he took no quarter and just literally tried to force Japan to unite. Just straight up tried to force it to unite. Literally like her. And then the words written right here on her thing are called do, which it literally reads do, which is to do, right? She's trying to force this. And she's blind. The moment we see Minnie, she's already blind. She already doesn't see the truth. She's already blind to what's in front of her. She thinks she needs to unite them, to control the waters, to control the rivers, to play God. Okay. Just give me a second. I need to grab some water. Just take a small break. I'll be right back. Just I'm feeling a little hungry a little bit, and I don't want to burn myself out too much. So let's take a small break. Just give me like 10 minutes, maybe 5 minutes, just to grab some food and some water. You guys ruminate in the chat. I see people talking about Umi's kiss, or the kiss with the Umi in a play or some shit. What would that be pushing? What would it be there? If it done, will they sure deal with the real issue? But now, what would that be the point? Maybe the play could have a kiss. Maybe it won't. I don't know. I think it's actually not. I think the play isn't actually super relevant right now. I think what happens in the play isn't super relevant right now, and I think people are thinking way too far ahead. The problem is you guys are thinking a little too far ahead right now. Don't think about the play. Don't think about any of that stuff. Only think like 5 steps ahead for right now. And the 5 steps ahead are literally the answer to the kiss and what the characters will be doing moving forward. A kiss with Umi in the play, I feel that's weird. Like, what are the odds Umi has the same fucking play as Chizuru? We don't even have context for this play. But let's hold off for now, okay? So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Just give me a little bit. Face telling us not to overthink. Yeah, I know. I'm fully aware I'm telling you not to overthink. Oh, yeah, and you want to know why I'm telling you not to overthink? Because I learned that the hard way in the past few chapters. I have been overthinking. Chizuru just texted him in secret? Fuck off. Fuck off, stupid ass shit. Okay. I'll tell you guys later. But she will text him in secret later. Right? She does plan to keep that secret later. Anyways. Fixed it. No need to tell me in chat for like the billionth fucking time. I fixed it. It's gonna be annoying now, huh? Probably don't want me to like screw near the mic. So, cool stuff. I got some cool things in the mail. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. This is sick as fuck, actually. Also got this one. This is from the season 2 opening of the anime. So it's Chico with Honeyworks. That's their thing, and then this is called Secret Romance. It's big too. It has like 2 things in there. It's kind of big. So I gotta open this one and take a look. But yeah, I got this one too. Has a little cool thing on the back. And then finally, and this is before Japan was just like, hey, so we're not doing shipping to the US anymore. I don't know if you guys heard about that, but Japan just said, you know what? Screw this tariff bullshit. We're just not shipping to you guys anymore. And Japan isn't even the first. Germany already did this. Germany already does not ship to the United States because of the tariffs, and now literally Japan is doing it too. So now if you want to ship anything over from Japan, it's going to be expensive as fuck. I ordered the Blu-ray from for the Shiunji family for part 1 and part 2. They have like 3 Blu-rays, I think. I ordered the second one. It was about $100 for the Blu-ray. Guess how much shipping was after that whole thing happened? Another $100. I paid $200. So the Blu-ray itself was like 100 something, and I ended up paying 200 fucking bucks for shipping, or not shipping, like the whole thing. And I just saw that like the other day in my bank. I'm like, what the fuck? Why does this cost $200? And I'm just like worried now about buying shit from Japan, because I'm just like, oh god, this is gonna cost like a fortune just to get things over here, and I'm really worried, especially considering like I have the shit from Reiji, where I have the stuff I'm ordering from Reiji for the what do you call it, for the Ruka stuff. I have all the Ruka stuff that I'm getting from Reiji that I ordered, and I'm like, holy crap, how much is that gonna cost? Am I even gonna be able to ship it? Are they just gonna sit it in a container until I can fucking get it again? Anyways, this is the last one. This is my Vega. And the backwards just stars. Very cute. Very adorable. I'm gonna definitely put these up somewhere really cute. I think the only one I want to open is Umitsuki, because Umitsuki has the devil cover. I paid almost $800 for my PS5. Jesus Christ. I have a story to tell you. When the PS5 first came out, my mom, she really wanted to get me a PS5, but at the time, like, scalping was through the roof. And dude, I fucking cried when I came home, because I came home, I sat on my desk. I was still making videos then. I just wasn't. I didn't have nearly this much following, and even then, I still think I'm pretty small. And I sat down, and I see a PS5 at the bottom of my desk, and I get super excited. The only caveat I had at the time was that it was a discless PS5, so no disc. and I'm like, oh my god, thank you. I love my mom, and I felt kind of bad because it was a discless one. I was getting pissed off, but you know, I was also really thankful. But then I'm like, wait, how did you get this? She's like, I got it from Walmart. I'm like, okay, but wait, how much did you pay for it? She's like, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. How much did you pay for it? And then I checked Walmart, and I realized they can have third-party sellers. No, this was before they had those. The original PS5 The original discless PS5 does not have a disk drive attachment. That's not a thing. It did not have that. So you couldn't. I literally could not do anything. Anyways, I checked with my mom, and I'm just like, wait, you can buy from third parties on Amazon. Or did you buy from a third party? She's like, or not Amazon, it was Walmart. She's like, yeah, no, I bought from Walmart. And yeah, that's for the Slim. The disc attachment is for the Slim. And she's like, I bought from Walmart. And I'm like, okay, but how much did you pay? She paid $1,000. She paid $1,000 for that. And literally ever since then, what I did, every time I get a paycheck, I give her 100 from my paycheck. And I've been doing it for like, I don't know how long. I've lost track of how long I've been doing it. Ever since she did that shit. And I'm just like, please don't buy me anything that expensive ever again. Thank you. And then recently what I did is I found a PS5 Slim with a disc drive being sold on Facebook Market for like $350. This was like a few months ago. And I bought it, and then I just sold mine. And I got all the money back. I just literally got all my money back. And yeah, that's the story of how my mom got scalped. Sad and tragic, I know, but I've long since paid it back. Okay. Let's move everything out of the way. So the big thing I wanted to say about, actually, no, this is from Costco. I love Costco pizza. It's peak. Anyways, from this chapter, if anything, from the entire date, I would say from this chapter, if we're talking about the current events of the manga, from this chapter, we start operating on a false premise. And I want you to remember that. I want you to remember that everything from this point is a false premise for a very, very, very simple reason. The entire cohabitation was a false premise. And so literally, Reiji's now constantly showing you, hey, we're operating on a false premise and we didn't understand anything. We didn't understand a damn thing. And that's how the chapters from now on continue. Every single chapter from this point forward operates on a false premise. Because Kazuya says that must be what lovers do. She had a change of heart. All that stuff. That's false. Every single thing Kazuya and Minnie say in regards to Chizuru's feelings is false. Nearly every single thing is false. Sometimes when they speak in like objective facts, so it's like Chizuru was trying not to string me along. That's true. This is literally a memory. This is real. When he says I don't know what kind of change of heart she had, that's his feelings. That's false. Right? She'd never kiss me like that for no reason. You're correct. But everything moving forward is a false premise, and this is why every time we turn to Chizuru, she is silent. Not a word. Not a single word, always in shadows. Literally alone in the shadows. So everything moving forward is a false premise. This entire meeting between Minnie and Chizuru here is a false premise. And the latest chapter, chapter 390, is the ultimate false premise. The whole thing is a false premise, and you can't tell what's truth and fiction. In fact, Chizuru literally uses truth to disguise a lie, just like chapter 380 disguises a lie. Chizuru says the truth to Kazuya in chapter 380 to disguise the lie that she deeply wants to be with him, that she's gonna cry after this, that she physically desires him and wants to be with him, and it tears her apart to do this. And all she can say is, "I'm sorry." She's hiding how sad she is. That she uses that truth to disguise her pain. That is a lie, right? She uses truth to disguise a lie. She does this again with Minnie in chapter 390. And do you want to know how I can prove it? She is in shadows, the light is behind her, and her eyes are wide open. She's not lying here. She's saying the truth to disguise a lie. Because what did we say about Kazuya earlier? What did we say about Kazuya earlier? When he says, I'll wait as long as it takes for you to feel you love me. That's nice and all, but love is an active choice. You don't just wait. You don't just sit around and do nothing. What did Chizuru seemingly say here? I'm not going to have a boyfriend until then. She's not making an active choice, is she? But that's a lie. See, what happened in this chapter, we'll get into this in a little bit. What happened in this chapter? Chizuru successfully, without you even noticing, misdirected the conversation away from the kiss. Any explanation for the kiss not given. From messaging Kazuya. From even saying she was going to talk to him or anything. Minnie came here to figure out Chizuru's feelings. And she thought she did, but in reality, she got nothing. Minnie thought she got something out of here. She got nothing. And she felt rewarded. Isn't this how a lot of people kind of read this series? Right? They read this series and they get in there and they seemingly don't get anything out of it. But they feel rewarded. So they keep reading. This chapter is almost a deconstruction of the manga and how some people read it, where they get into it with the mentality of like, I want them to get together, and that doesn't happen. Chizuru does something, and he's left with the thought of, did she do this because she's a rental, or did she do this because she wanted to? And then there is no answer. And so in the end, you got nothing. Right? This chapter deconstructs that idea perfectly. How people seemingly, get a little bit of hope and they're like, oh, I'm attached to that. I want to know more. And they keep reading. It's literally that mentality where, do you know how some critics criticize this manga where they're like, it'll give you nothing and then you'll get a cliffhanger and then you'll just be like, oh my God, I want to know what happens next. In reality, the reason you're actually so attached to the manga isn't because it's giving you nothing. It's because it's actually giving you something meaningful. You just can't see it. Just as this chapter actually gives you something really meaningful, you just don't realize it. And if you're like Minnie and you would get attached to the surface, oh, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted. And you think to yourself, so what? Nothing's going to happen for a month and a half. Kazi has to wait for a month and a half? Chizuru intentionally lied to Minnie, and what she's actually saying here is, I will be able to give an answer by that point. I will be able to give my answer by this point. And this is literally just before, if you guys don't know, the manga started serialization on July 12th. On July 11th, before the manga started serialization, Chizuru will find her answer. Literally, before we start a relationship, I can give my answer. And how can you find your answer? How can you date someone if you don't interact with them? Huh. Chizuru's gonna talk to Kazuya. She's gonna make a move. She's gonna make active choices. And this is literally a callback to the movie arc and how then she made active choices. This is literally nodding to that. Right? This is literally nodding to that. And we'll get into this in a little bit, but for now, let's come back to the chapter I was just reading. Okay, let's see. That's one thing that bothers me when she says it's not an act of kiss. It's not the act of kissing that's cheating when she values physical contact. She herself freaked out at the condom incident, not knowing about feelings. Yeah, it's because Chizuru herself is a little confused. Just understand, Chizuru does very much value, like the answer, the whole point. Chizuru literally says she doesn't know. You have to remember, Chizuru in that scene literally says she doesn't know. She doesn't know if that's the answer. And the point was, it's both. It's literally both. It's both physical and emotional. It's not just physical. The act itself is deliberate, right? And that can hurt a lot, right? She's not considering how she would feel if she felt that, which she has felt that in the past. But she's like, maybe I don't think of it like that. But she has thought of it like that. Except in that scene, when Ruka and Kazuya possibly had sex and it bothered her a lot, she thought maybe there was feelings there. She thought maybe he wasn't committed or something. There's a lot of layers to it, and I think Chizuru just wasn't sure because neither of them found an answer in the end. Remember, in the very end of it, neither of them found an answer, and that was the point. Neither of them knew what the exact definition for cheating is, right? And it's because for Kazuya, he's probably had a lot of instances that could be considered cheating by some other people, right? Whereas Chizuru has seemingly met Umi, so that could maybe bother Kazuya. He's not going to sit for a month. He will act. Chizuru will act. Kazuya, I think Kazuya may actually wait. I'll be real. Kazuya would totally fucking wait. Chizuru's gonna act. Chizuru's gonna make an active choice. I genuinely think Kazuya is actually willing to fucking wait just to let this happen. And Chizuru is the one who has to tell him to move. Because what did I just say? What did I just say? Kazuya is not living his life. Chizuru, in contrast, it literally guides him through life. He needs to remember how to live. And this is what Chizuru is saying in the current chapter. There's a lot of instances that prove this point, especially in the date. For instance, remember how Kazuya fixated so much on the date? He didn't do anything else? He didn't even plan for his future? He's not thinking ahead at all? He seemingly didn't plan for his future at all, and Chizuru literally tells him, I like people who think ahead. He's not planning for his future. He's literally not living. He's not preparing to have the life with her. He thinks about that a lot, but he's not actually like planning for it. He's not actually living. He needs to live. Kazuya needs to have dreams, goals, aspirations, something he wants to do. He needs to have a stable job. He's going to be job hunting. He's going to be doing all that stuff. He needs to think all of that stuff through. And he needs to actually start living, and Chizuru can help him with that. In contrast, Kazuya can help Chizuru understand her feelings by literally letting her love him and explaining his feelings and how he understands his feelings. Because Chizuru's biggest struggle is her feelings. Kazuya, in contrast, really understands his feelings. Kazuya is very aware of his feelings, and he understands them actually quite well. Sayuri even tells him, you're better at this than her. Right? So literally, Kazuya can guide Chizuru through love. Chizuru can guide him through life. Anyways, do you think Chizuru is going to ghost Kazuya until the play is over? No. No. That was a misdirect. No. That was a misdirect. She's lying to Minnie. Notice how she never tells Minnie. I won't talk to him. Did she ever say that? She just said she won't have a boyfriend and she's going to focus on her play. She never said she wouldn't talk to him. She never said she wouldn't meet him. Reiji is intentionally framing it like it's no contact because Chizuru is talking to Minnie. Chizuru intentionally... Okay, let's get into chapter 390 for just one fucking second. What does Minnie show up with the premise for? Chizuru kissing Kazuya. She wants an answer to the kiss. Why did she kiss him? She runs into Chizuru, and she gets mad at her, and she starts screaming, and what is the thing Chizuru does? She literally shifts the conversation away from this. And you literally see a projector on the screen as they stand at the center of the room. And Chizuru's posture is calm, under control, and she looks with conviction. She's using truth to misdirect Minnie from the lie that she's not telling her about the kiss. Minnie got nothing here. Minnie operated under a false premise and was so given a false premise. This is a false premise. So Chizuru kind of changed the topic. Yes, it's literally a perfect actress plan It's literally a perfect cover. This is her being an actress. She is acting while talking about acting. She literally misdirected Minnie using truth. This is what actors do. They misdirect you away from the lie. They don't make you think of the fact that they're lying. When you're watching a movie, you don't think, wow, that actor is a really good fucking liar. They misdirected you away from the fact that they're lying to you. You don't think about that. You get caught up in the experience. You love it. That's what Chizuru did. She is a brilliant fucking actress. She's literally acting. She used truth to misdirect Minnie away. Yeah, she's not going to have a boyfriend until that point. That is true. She said nothing about not being with Kazuya. This is also telling you, hey, the kiss was not about dating. The kiss was not about dating. She wasn't saying I was going to date you, because if you operate with that premise that that's what the kiss meant, then this feels like it's like, oh wow, Chizuru's being so shitty that she won't date him until this time. In reality, she completely misdirected the conversation away, and if you stop operating with the idea that she had a change of heart and that the kiss means she's ready to date, you understand she's straight up lying to Minnie here by using the truth. It is fucking brilliant. She played Minnie and the audience like a damn fiddle. She played you, and you didn't even notice. That's why when Minnie asks, she doesn't answer. She just leaves. And Minnie eats this shit the fuck up. She got played. Minnie got fucking played. Yeah, she trolled her. She didn't troll her. She literally played her like it's a play. She's talking about a play while literally acting. Yeah, oh, she's going to talk to Kazuya soon. I can feel it. And she's probably going to, like, when she talks to him, she's just going to be like, hey, I don't want you to talk to Minnie anymore. We're not going to say that. Like, we're not going to talk to Minnie anymore. Let's create some space for Minnie, okay? Listen to what I have to say. Don't listen to Minnie. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe are skipping steps. But pretty much, it's clear Chizuru does not want Minnie to define this. Chizuru does not want Minnie to define this. She never has. Again, Minnie tells her her feelings are love. She says, I thought you'd say that. It's not something so clear-cut. What do you mean? It's extremely clear-cut. Right? She screams at Chizuru, telling her what she's feeling, and Chizuru's like, no, Ruka-chan's the one who's truly in love. And Minnie can't convince her. Not because Chizuru's being stubborn, but Minnie is literally wrong. This is a crazy level stretch, and if you want to believe that, go ahead. But hey, man, there's literal fucking proof. There's literal proof she's lied to Minnie. How many fucking chapters now? How many times has Chizuru lied to Minnie? Oh, the DML theory. I actually have a more interesting theory for that one now. I just got to remember it. I had a better theory for that now that actually makes a lot more sense. But yeah, basically TLDR, the DML thing, Minnie's literally existing in an alternate timeline because she interpreted the kiss as this one thing. In reality, it's another. So she's literally existing in an alternate timeline. She's not understanding what's actually happening here. Posting on Twitter later? Not really. I think I gotta take a break from Twitter a little bit. Minnie is wrong about what? That Chizuru is in love with Kazuya because that's a given. No. Minnie is wrong. Okay. So what's Minnie wrong about right here? No shit, Chizuru is in love with Kazuya. What is wrong with Minnie here is that she tries to define it for Chizuru. She tries to tell her what her feelings are. And Chizuru does not like that. She wants to figure that out herself. And Minnie realizes, okay, that may be true. It's not like all this stuff is always easy to figure out, but even so, I can't bear to see Master in his current state. You have to talk to him. Okay, that's true, right? Even Minnie says, maybe Ruka is actually in love. What? That one never made sense to me? That Chizuru doesn't, what? What didn't make sense to you? piece of lie. Wait. It had bases and assumptions being made. The DML theory, Johan. What? That Minnie is existing in like an alternate timeline. That's what they're talking about. I I I gotta think about it a little more. But to me, it feels like Minnie is kind of existing in an alternate timeline where she thinks she understands what's happening, but in reality, she's actively acting on a false premise that she knows what's happening when she doesn't, which is literally like Steins Gate. In Steins Gate, Akuba, the main character, thinks he understands what's happening because he sent things back in time and he made things differently. Literally, like how Minnie texted Kazuya and she thinks she changed things, right? She thinks the kiss changes everything. She thinks this is the timeline they're on. In reality, Minnie doesn't see the truth. Just like Okuba, the main character of that story, doesn't see the truth. She's literally blind, and she's eventually going to see the truth. No, Chizuru is lying to Minnie on purpose because she doesn't want Minnie in her business. She literally got Minnie off her back. There's literally a joke in the chapter. Here. Look at this joke in the chapter. Chizuru's talking to her friends, and they're literally hanging this thing over her head. They're literally hanging this thing over her head. They're not leaving her alone. They constantly like keep telling her like, "Oh, we're never gonna let this one go." It's a joke. It's not serious, but it's literally a nod to how Minnie literally doesn't let this fucking thing go. We're never letting this go. I'm always gonna be on your fucking case constantly. And so Chizuru created a scenario where Minnie can get off her fucking case. Chizuru literally created a scenario where Minnie can get off her fucking case. Get off my back, old man. That's literally what Chizuru's saying. Get the fuck off me. Minnie is constantly on her. Dude, it's not your fucking relationship. It's not like I'm not gonna do anything. Just give me a minute. Like, this is Chizuru listening to Minnie, and she's like, you know what? Fine. I'll do this. This is Chizuru saying, you know what? Fine. I've already got a plan. And I'm going to pull it through. It feels like something happened when she was talking to the director, and she found some sort of solution while talking to him. Why is everybody talking about Umi? For fuck's sake, we don't know anything about him. Stop talking about Umi. Nothing is confirmed about the play. We don't know anything. We literally know nothing. We don't know enough about the play. We don't know if Umi's going to be in it. I don't know why the fuck you're still talking about that. Everybody's assuming it's going to have a kiss scene just because Chizuru mentioned a kiss scene once in the fucking thing. We don't even know if her role is the lead, right? We just know it's an important role, which might assume it's the lead, right? It's at the very, like, it's assumed she's the lead or one of the leads just because she says it's an important role. A pretty good role. It's just, which makes the assumption it might be the lead. She said it's important. We don't know what that means. If it's important, that means it's the lead, maybe. Or maybe it's a very crucial character in the play, right? You could have a very crucial, she could be the antagonist. The antagonist is a pretty big role. She could literally just be the antagonist. You don't fucking know. Right? The antagonist is a very big role. She could be the lead or the antagonist, and you don't fucking know. God. Okay. It's unlikely that she was called to be a replacement to the main role, but she literally said that. So you think it's a lie? Hmm. Wait. Wait. July 11th. Notice how we never see Chizuru's face when she's talking about the play. I think this is the truth. I think this is the truth. But is the play real? Notice how we never see Chizuru's face when she's talking about the play. Oh, yeah, and I do want to share something interesting. In the Japanese, right here, Chizuru literally says, I won't have a boyfriend until July 11th. Just straight up. She just straight up says, I won't have a boyfriend until July 11th. So that's a date she like sets in stone, which is kind of similar to how the movie arc sets a timeline, right? Much like how the cohabitation also set a timeline, right? So it seems like we're intentionally setting a timeline, and it's this is like the real cohabitation, you know? Oh, water is great. Water is great. Can you give a brief recap of what you figured out? You're kidding. Why are you all like this? What I figured out is that the entire chapters are operating on a false premise. Everything since chapter 385 is a false premise. In fact, the entire cohabitation is a false premise. And so the whole point is that you're not understanding anything. You're completely wrong about everything. And that's what's going on. And so what happened here in this chapter is that Chizuru used the truth to lie to Minnie. Chizuru used the truth to lie to Minnie and misdirect her away from the kiss. Just notice how, like, very simply here, notice how, did Chizuru give an answer to the kiss to Minnie? Did she explain anything? Did she say she would meet Kazuya? Did she say she wouldn't meet Kazuya? Did she say she wouldn't message him? She didn't say any of that. Notice how Chizuru did not say any of this stuff. And to you, it can look like she's avoiding responsibility. What you're not realizing is that she's intentionally omitting these details from Minnie. She intentionally omitted these details from Minnie, gave Minnie what she wanted, and then walked out of the room and didn't give her an answer. Literally like how she didn't explain a single thing to Minnie. She literally lied to Minnie by using the truth like an actress. She played her like a damn fiddle. And Minnie is left with nothing, but she's like, oh my God, this means something. July 11th is the day of reward. This is all a big lie. The fateful day is a big lie. This isn't actually the fateful day. And I hope to God the next chapter is still called the fateful day. Because that would be kind of amazing. However, fateful day could still technically be that, specifically because July 11th is actually when Chizuru does plan to figure it out and feel like she can say she loves him and thus date him. So there is that. I do think this is the truth. Just not the complete truth. Because we don't know. Like, Chizuru's telling us this is what her manager said, but she's literally invisible throughout the entire conversation. She's literally in shadows. You don't see her face, you don't see her eyes. Minnie's eyes are open, but notice how you're seeing Chizuru's words and they're really far away. Notice how she's really far away, like she's on a stage. Like you're literally seeing a play from above. And then you see Chizuru and you don't see her face. She's in shadow. And then you see Minnie, and then you see a projector. Literally, like, this shot is from the projector. You're literally watching a play unfold. And then this is the final line. This is the line to land it. This is the line you're going to remember. And she looks at Minnie with confidence. She literally just improv'd. Chizuru just literally improv'd and delivered her line like a pro. And she played Minnie like a damn fiddle. This entire chapter is fucking lying to you by using the truth. And the reason you would never see this is because you're operating under a false premise. that Chizuru had a change of heart, that Minnie is correct, that that Kazuya definitely won, that Kazuya can date Chizuru now. And yet Chizuru just says, we're not going to date until then. It's almost like Minnie's wrong. It's almost like Minnie is fucking wrong. And there's constant evidence in the chapter to highlight how wrong Minnie is. Constant. Reggie certainly framed it to look like an excuse. That's the point. It literally is supposed to. This chapter is literally supposed to look like Chizuru's giving an excuse. In reality, she intentionally misdirected the conversation away. And you didn't realize. Even many of us who tend to give her to benefit of the doubt kind of defaulted to interpreting it that way. Yeah, I even saw Verquez, who was just like, you know what? I'm starting to get it. Yeah, he got you. Reiji fucking got you, dude. Chizuru got you. They played you. And it's working. Because you are Minnie. You are the audience. You believe this because Chizuru hasn't texted, right? You operate on the premise that Chizuru has not texted Kazuya, which means nothing is going to happen. And then she tells Minnie this instead of telling Kazuya this. What if everything she said to Minnie is a lie except for the July 11th date? And that she won't have a boyfriend until then? We don't know if what Chizuru told Minnie is a lie because the entire time, look at her. You don't see her face. She's in shadows. And the only time you see her face is right here. You operate under the false premise that Chizuru won't talk to Kazuya because Minnie is told he hasn't texted her and she hasn't texted him. What if she will right after this? That's the point, actually, Tony. I don't see how her doing a play is stopping her from having a boyfriend. Exactly. However, what you're misunderstanding is simply this. Chizuru can't say what she feels for Kazuya is love. That's not what the kiss means. She's saying she's going to find her answer by July 11th and then they will date. And she will share it with everybody that they're dating. That's what she's saying. It's a misdirect. Because we have evidence to counter the point that Chizuru can't have a boyfriend. Why? Well, let's go to chapter 244. Chapter 244, Chizuru is at rehearsal, and she's tired and distracted. Her friend comes up to her, something up, you're spacing out. Just a bit short on sleep. You were up late going over the script again, weren't you? You worry me, you know. You always work so hard on everything. Oh, not at all. If anything, you're the one who does that. Looks like rehearsal's getting started. Let's go. Yeah. Chizuru gets a text from Kazuya. And they spend the entire time talking. And they're talking. And she sends him an emoji. And they keep talking. And talking and talking. And then it gets this entire spread. And then Chizuru falls asleep happy. Why would... She's literally already rehearsing for a play. Why would that be distracting for her? Because if you read the story carefully, it's never been distracting for her. She's only been distracted when she almost lost him to Ruka. Or she was worried about losing him to Ruka. Not almost, it wasn't actually happening. And in that time, she couldn't focus. So you would think, like this, do you really not care if someone snatches him away from you? Of course she does. If anything, that would be really distracting, wouldn't it? It's almost like chapter 66 literally shows this. That Chizuru is keenly aware of this. That Chizuru fucking knows Minnie, you absolute buffoon. But you're operating under the assumption that she doesn't, even though you have evidence that proves otherwise. But Minnie doesn't, right? Minnie is blinding the readers just as she's blind. You're trusting Minnie, who's a fucking idiot. Let me show you my proof. Chizuru's going over her lines, and she remembers how Ruka said this stuff and that something happened. And she can't focus. Concentrate, focus. and she can't focus because that's too distracting for her. If anything, you're seeing the opposite. You're seeing the literal opposite. Heck, let's go to chapter 232, the 3-month time skip. Yeah, 233, my bad. What happens in 233? Chizuru's distracted from her play because she can't text Kazuya. Because she doesn't know what to text him. She literally gets distracted when she's worrying about this stuff, which is part of the truth. That when Chizuru is worrying about this stuff, when Chizuru is not talking and she's worrying and she's planning for dates, it doesn't work. She gets distracted. Whenever Chizuru is worrying about someone snatching him away or planning for dates or any of that stuff, she gets distracted. You also see this in chapter 300 and something. Let me find it. So literally, she's using a bit of truth to misdirect you. For instance, let's go to chapter 314. Kazuya texts Chizuru he wants to talk. And then you go to Chizuru. And she's also distracted at a play. Chizuru's son, rehearsal's starting. Oh, okay. Again, she's distracted at a play. But during the play itself, she's fine. The only times Chizuru's actually been unable to focus, right? The only times Chizuru's been unable to focus is specifically with Ruka. Every other time, she just gets distracted before rehearsal. But during rehearsal, she's fine. So literally, it's a false premise. If anything, it feels like Chizuru can do her play and talk to Kazuya, and if anything, Kazuya helps her with the play. The evidence highlights that. The only time she's been distracted is because of Ruka. She gets distracted before the rehearsal starts, but during rehearsal, she's completely fine. She's clearly never had any issues. Chapter 336 highlights this perfectly. Because Kazuya asked Chizuru out during the play. Right here, he literally says, "That's also been on my mind lately, actually. I planned the date to be after her play's final performance, but it was a really good idea to ask her out in the middle of it. She told me that she was getting ready for the date. At the very least, that means she's been thinking about it." You go to Miho, who wants to give Chizuru shit, but Chizuru's so goddamn focused, Miho freaks out and runs away. Oh, she's like, "Oh, never mind, not gonna do it today." And Kazuya wonders, "I hope I didn't bother her by asking her out." Clearly, it's not a bother at all. She's got this shit on lock. And yes, chapter 179 also proves this point. In chapter 179, Chizuru literally says, "I'd actually prefer to have a boyfriend because at least I'll have someone supporting me and being there by my side." Yes. Kazuya literally asks her, right here, "Hey, Mizuhara, do you not want a relationship or anything? You know, like a boyfriend, someone right there to support you, staying by your side. There must be a ton of great guys out there, but you don't have a boyfriend. Is it because you're an actress? Would he just get in the way or something?" "Not really. I think it'd be nice too, you know? Huh? And nowadays, a lot of actresses don't bother keeping their relationship secret. It seems nice having something stable, not having to fall in and out of love. And having someone there by your side supporting you, what could ever top that? I'd still feel awful working as a girlfriend, though, if I have a boyfriend, so a day I'd find someone is probably the day I quit. And besides, I suppose when you fall in love with someone, you want to be with them, to always have them by your side, to stay with them forever," she says. Huh. It's almost like a boyfriend actually wouldn't be a problem. The reason Chizuru says what she does, and the reason you're misunderstanding, is you're operating on the premise that the kiss means they're going to date. That's the problem. Chizuru's words here make perfect sense when you realize the kiss doesn't mean they're going to date. That's what that means. This makes perfect sense when you understand that the kiss does not mean they're going to date. That the kiss just is showing herself to him, and that by 7/11, by July 11th, that's when she feels like she can date. Why bring up a milestone date? Because she wants to find her answer and she doesn't want to stall, maybe, or she's misdirecting. We don't know. I think Chizuru wants to find her answer and she doesn't want to keep stalling for time. But she just realized she didn't have to use that time. I think maybe July 11th is Chizuru setting a time for herself. I think July 11th is Chizuru setting a time for herself, and she's saying, by this point, I will find my answer. She thinks, she genuinely thinks maybe she can find her answer by this point. And I think that's what Chizuru did. She set a time limit for herself, and she thinks within a month and a half, she can probably say she loves him. And I think that's maybe why Chizuru sets this deadline. Or maybe the deadline's a lie. Maybe it's just a lie to Minnie. Literally a bold face lie. Reiji's stalling again. It's a pattern. Or he played the shit out of you and it's actually... Oh my god. I can't wait to see how people react when they see how Reiji fucking played them. I can't wait to see how people react when they realize Reiji played them like a damn fiddle. Like, bro, this shit's gonna be so funny. Everyone's like, he's stalling, and then he's gonna pull the rug from underneath your feet, and you're gonna realize how fucking stupid you are. I'm gonna smile. I'm gonna fucking smile. I just know I said it. Just know I said it. He played you like a damn fiddle. My god. Oh god. So let's go to chapter 387. I'm still have to go for it. You're gonna give the Grinch smile. There's aren't even theories anymore, they're just predictions. Okay. If you don't want to agree with me, that's fine, dude. I don't give a shit. If you don't want to agree with me, I don't give a shit. How many chapters do I predict? Predict what? What am I going to predict? What are you talking about? What do you want me? What are you trying to get me to predict? What are you trying to get me to predict? I don't know what you want me to predict. You're going to have to specify. What am I predicting? Like, be more specific. What do you mean? I think Chizuru is feeding Kazuya info through Minnie with a bit of misdirection to keep Minnie in the dark. I don't know. Don't think so. Or maybe they're already dating, but Chizuru wants to keep Minnie. No, they're not dating. Chizuru did not find her answer. I can say for certain Chizuru did not find her answer. Man, pizza's great. It feels so nice when you kind of like piece some shit together and you're like, ah, yeah. If I wanted you to predict something, it would have to be the events of the next chapter, 391. So 391, if we follow the traditional pattern we're all too familiar with, Minnie goes to Kazuya. Minnie talks to Kazuya, tells him what Chizuru said. Kazuya and Minnie have a bunch of back and forth, operating on their false premise that they don't fucking understand or anything. And then we're like, oh my god, we're gonna stall some more. Woohoo, right? The too familiar tactic. We're gonna stall some more. Oh my god, Kazuya's gonna wait. Kazuya can date Chizuru July 11th. Oh my god, he can just wait for that. And then there might be a plot twist in the very end of the chapter. I think at some point, I don't know if it's next chapter, chapter after that, either Kazuya's going to text Chizuru or Chizuru's going to text Kazuya. And she's going to want to meet up. Then after that, I think at some point Kazuya and Chizuru have to meet up or something. And we're going to get an answer to what the kiss is. I don't think we're going to get the answer to the kiss next chapter. It's either the chapter after that or chapter after that one. But it's coming soon. I can feel it. I feel that we're getting an answer to the kiss soon. And you could literally understand the meaning of the kiss if you just paid attention, that the kiss is not Chizuru saying I love you. I can genuinely say this. The kiss is not Chizuru saying I love you. It's not. She's always wanted to kiss him. There's clear evidence she's always wanted to kiss him. Why would her kissing him now suddenly mean I love you? She literally just dropped the idea of I need to be in love to kiss him and just letting herself feel this emotion. She's letting herself feel this desire and emotion. She's letting herself be in love instead of trying to figure out if she is in love. And in so doing, she'll start to figure it out if she just lets herself be in love. That's what's happening. Pizza is overrated, but Costco pizza is fire as fuck. It'd be cute if they tested at the same time. That'd be kind of funny. Okay. So, let's start from the top. How does this chapter work? Doesn't this chapter start on a false premise? How do we know it starts on a false premise? We see Oda Nobunaga on Minnie's thing. Minnie walks in, she's making a whole bunch of noise, right? She's making a whole bunch of noise, and she's literally bothering the neighborhood. There's a Japanese reader saying how there's a lot of people who do this stuff, and it literally bothers the neighborhood because they make so much fucking noise. Minnie's literally doing that. Minnie stops at the door. She pulls out her phone, and it says, "It didn't work out, sorry." This is the premise Minnie is operating under in this chapter, that it did not work out. From the moment Minnie got here, she's operating on a false premise. Is that or is that not true? Isn't this entire chapter literally contextualized by the kiss? It's literally called The Girlfriend and That Kiss. It's contextualized by the kiss. But Minnie is operating under a false premise and knows nothing. Is that or is that not true? Minnie says her line that she's Oda Minnie or whatever. And the cover is that it's Minnie getting into the Moon Princess's castle. Chizuru is literally the Moon Princess. She's referred to as Hime here. Let me double check what it actually says. Okay. Let's see what the text here reads. The impregnable Princess Chizuru. Tonight, Minnie will draw near unannounced. Minnie showed up unannounced. What does Chizuru say? I heard you were coming back today, so I made enough for two. But we saw in the earlier chapter, when we're going through chapter 386, let me show you, not 386, 385, right? Actually, 384. We can go 384, then 385. 385, there's two conversations about Minnie. First, right here. Yamori-san's not around, huh? She said, this is Chizuru saying this, she said that she's working in the countryside since yesterday. She's apparently moving out tomorrow. That's all Chizuru knows. When we get to the next chapter, there's one last little nod about Minnie. Sorry about the curtain. This is Kazuya. Chizuru says, it's fine, I'll take it off with Minnie-chan. But then, we get to the current chapter, and Chizuru tells Minnie, I heard you were coming back today. We're operating under the false premise that Chizuru knew, when you have evidence showing she didn't. Okay. So, welcome back. Thanks. Right? Chizuru's acting normal. You have a lot of things. Souvenirs are like friendship checkpoints. Right? She's trying to hit a checkpoint with her confidant so she could get answers out of her. Here you go, Chizuru's son. Thanks. You didn't have to do this. I hesitated between this and Ogari whatever. Nogia Hacho Mise buns. You've got the... Now, this is my favorite part. You've got the curtain down. It was easy... Chizuru says it was easy enough. I managed it by myself. Huh. I did it on my own. I didn't need help. Minnie says, this clearly symbolizes only girls are left in the house. Like a reader. Like someone analyzing and saying this is what this must mean. Like they understand what is actually happening here when they don't. She then turns to Minnie. Minnie then turns to Chizuru and she's like, right, look at her face, dude. Look at her stupid face. Prying eyes. All up in Chizuru's business. And Chizuru's like, here we fucking go. Here we go. Do you want something to eat? For starters, I heard you were coming back today, so I made enough for two. Chizuru's like, I'm familiar with this song and dance. Here we go. Huh? You've surpassed God. Huh. Surpassed God. You're the Holy Mother. Surpassed God. Is that surpassing? The fuck? Because you're the parent, you know? How is the Holy Mother surpassing God? What? What the fuck is Minnie talking about? How is oh, I get it. Minnie calls herself the demon king of the sixth heaven. So Chizuru surpassed God, I guess. She's the Holy Mother because she's a demon and she's holy. Get it? And Chizuru's like, she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Then, Chizuru's grandparents talk. And we have this whole food thing. Now, I talked about the whole food thing with Chizuru, where the Pacific Sauri that Chizuru made is an autumn-based fish that is not cheap in this time of year. You can get it, but it's not cheap. And it's literally Chizuru celebrating early, right? Chizuru's already celebrating. She's already feels like we're going to figure something out. Something good is happening here. She's already excited. She's ready for Kazuya to come back. She's making this dinner for Kazuya. It's not for Minnie, but Minnie thinks it's for her, right? Minnie compliments the food and she talks about it, and it's very Kazuya-like. All these compliments are very Kazuya-like. And then she specifically mentions Meguro City's loop line bus is called Pacific Sauri Bus. Did you know that? It's because Kazuya and Chizuru live in Meguro City, and Meguro City is what is it? Meguro City is the city of water. In particular, it's a fishing city, and fish mean a lot to this city. So that's why water is like a whole theme for these characters. Pacific Sauri has unsaturated fats that are good for your skin, but it's mostly protein. That's why I added spinach and seaweed to help get fibers and minerals. Right? She put a lot of thought into this food, but it's not for Minnie. But Minnie thinks the food is for her. Minnie's convinced the food is for her. She's attractive and very beauty conscious. Plus, she's great at cooking. She seems like she'd been an amazing wife and a wise mother. It's almost like she's showing that. She wants Kazuya to see that. It's almost like she's intentionally trying to get this kind of reaction out of Kazuya, but Minnie is the one who came. Her makeup looks natural, and even clothes she wears around the house make her shine. I can see why Master is going nuts for her. Minnie never even considers this isn't for her. Right? Minnie operates under the false premise this must be for her because Chizuru knew she was coming back, but she never asked, how did you know I was coming back? Minnie just goes with the premise. She's okay with it. So she says, but Master said it didn't work out. Would someone normally prepare such a big meal right after rejecting someone? Is she not very fazed about what happened? Again, false premise. Does she not care at all? Maybe she's just felt really bad about it and put in a lot of effort. Chizuru-san of all people isn't like that. Okay, so she knows this isn't Chizuru, but again, she's sticking with the premise. I know that they don't get to. I know they didn't get together this time, but But I'd like to ask Chizuru-san how she feels about it. And any idea in the I'd like to ask Chizuru-san how she feels about it to get an idea for the future. So what happened? How did yesterday go? The date. Master sent me a message saying it didn't work out. Well, tell me what kind of lipsticks you wore. Private day. I mean, it was the first date for you two. Tell me what it was like. You see Chizuru. She's clearly hiding. Minnie's eyes are closed. She doesn't see Chizuru's face here. Chizuru says, well, I told him what I thought, The day was fun. I might be in love with him, but not enough to date him. That's all. It's neutral. She's just told Minnie the truth, kind of, but she's lying. Right? She's clearly hiding something. She's lying. Minnie pops off and says, you told him that you might be in love with him. And Chizuru's like, yeah. She's like, wow, that's huge progress. You've changed. Chizuru changed. That Chizuru is suddenly magically different now because she said this. From not wanting to be alone to I might be in love with you. I'll bet that made Master super happy. It puts her chopsticks in her mouth again. You think? Notice the repeating pattern of Chizuru's the thing of Chizuru's chopsticks literally constantly being near her mouth. Right? She wants to know if Kazuya is happy. And Minnie just told her, oh, I bet he's happy. And she literally keeps the chopsticks near her mouth constantly, literally like she's eating her food. She's eating the food she made, all the feelings and emotions she put into it. She's literally eating her love. And it's literally constantly on her mouth. Every shot, constantly on her mouth. Isn't that interesting? Okay. And this is my favorite shot. It's so fucking cute. Still, I bet that... this is where things get a little interesting. Still, I bet this has Master going running in circles. And now I'm going to look forward to see how you two progress from here. Chizuru cuts her off. That's not going to happen, huh? Notice what she said that's not going to happen to. How you two are going to progress from here. How I'm looking forward to how you two are progressing from here. That's not going to happen. She cuts her off. He might pay me to see him again in the future. He might rent me again. For family matters and such. My consciousness won't allow me to string him on any further. What the hell? So many people, when they read this, they would interpret it as, what the heck? Chizuru is seemingly saying this stuff, but then she's saying something else. Doesn't she seem wishy-washy? Doesn't Chizuru appear wishy-washy here? And then people jumped on that, immediately got on her case. Wow, Chizuru doesn't understand her emotions. She's being wishy-washy. She's not sure. What the hell? But you have the context for the kiss. She's clearly lying to Minnie. She knows this isn't true. She's lying to Minnie. The question is, why? Why is Chizuru lying to Minnie? Chizuru's lying to Minnie because she doesn't want Minnie to constantly be involved in their relationship. It's their relationship. She doesn't want Minnie to define it for them because, simply put, if your relationship is constantly defined by outsiders, is it yours? If someone constantly tells you what your relationship is it yours? The driver tells Kazuya him and Chizuru are boyfriend-girlfriend. Kazuya keeps thinking that they're lovers. Minnie keeps telling them what their relationship means. Mommy keeps telling them what their relationship means. Ruka keeps telling them what their relationship means. Grandma Nagomi constantly keeps telling them what their relationship means. Is that not a repeating pattern? Every single character constantly tells them what their relationship means, except for each other. Everyone tells them what to feel and think except for each other. And this is Chizuru literally setting boundaries. No, we're going to define this, not you. Chizuru is literally saying, I want us to define this and figure it out together, not anyone else but me and you. That's it. Minnie says, huh? Wait, but Chizuru shuts her down. Notice how Chizuru is perfectly in control. Notice how Chizuru is completely in control of this situation. She does not give Minnie an inch. Minnie walks in, tries to take control of the situation, gives her food, tells her all this stuff, and Minnie just says, no. Okay, DIA sales, you're just going to be muted for a little bit because this is getting old. I'm going to give you a 30-minute timeout. Right? Minnie walks in, tries to take control. Chizuru, shut up. I'm in control. Literally takes control back. This is my house. This isn't your castle. This isn't any of that stuff. Literally, Minnie says, has returned to her castle. This is not your castle, Minnie. This is my house. I am in charge. I do what I want. This is my relationship. I do what I want with my relationship. Chizuru sets very clear boundaries with Minnie. Literally shuts her the hell out. Nope. My relationship. My house. My food. My choices. She takes control back from Minnie. She doesn't let Minnie control any of the conversation. That never happens. Not once does Chizuru give Minnie an inch. Except near the end. Minnie asks her, what, you're being stubborn. What did Master say? He said he still loves me. She blushes while the chopsticks are on her mouth. Literally like, even though I kissed him, he still loves me. And she's excited that he might still love her even though she kissed him. See? I knew it. Anyway, it's far crueler to come this close and to tell him to just give up. The more you invest, the harder it is to let go. This is interesting because Minnie's talking about herself. Minnie's literally talking about herself, her investment. She's invested so much into this. You think she's just talking about Kazuya. In reality, this is actually reflecting Minnie's own investment. That she wants this to work out. Right? It's not just investment, it's the reader's investment. Why are you telling the readers to give up when they've committed this much, when they've invested this much? There's 380 whatever chapters in. How could you tell them to just give up? A cute apology isn't going to cut it. Chizuru looks at Minnie here. And it's very intentional. She's hidden in shadow while the chopsticks are on her mouth. She can't help it. She really wants to know. Was that the only message? Did he message you about anything else? She really wants to know how he felt about the kiss. That's what this is. She really wants to know how he felt about the kiss. And isn't it ironic that Minnie, who's seemingly touting to Chizuru that she's in love, seemingly can't see Chizuru when she's her most in love. When she's literally letting herself feel love. Minnie can't fucking see it. The love is literally all around the entire room Minnie is in. She doesn't even see how Chizuru is trying to be loved in this scene. And yet she can confidently tell Chizuru earlier that she's in love. How ironic that Minnie literally sits in a room of love and can't see it. And yet in a later chapter, in chapter 390, she says, did Chizuru really think she could hide it? I don't know, dude. She seemingly hid it pretty well, and you never noticed this entire chapter. All you noticed was that Chizuru was acting weird. But Minnie never figured it out. Minnie never figured it out. Minnie just said, oh, did Chizuru really think she could hide it? She did hide it. You never knew. You were so confident you understood. You never knew. You literally did not know jack shit. Minnie learned by sheer dumb luck. Minnie said, did Chizuru really think she could hide it? How does Minnie find out? I ask you, how did Minnie find out about the kiss? Sheer dumb luck. She got lucky that Kazuya spilled. She got lucky that Kazuya spilled and she figured it out. Sheer dumb luck. That's the only reason Minnie found out. But she claims that Chizuru couldn't hide it from her. But she didn't see jack shit in this chapter, did she? Minnie couldn't tell for shit. So yes, Chizuru can hide it. She played you. And you believed you understood. You believed you had control. You didn't. Chizuru was in control the whole time. Was that the only message? Chizuru gives in to temptation a little bit. She really wants to know what he's thinking. Did he message you about anything else? God damn, she's so in love. Minnie? Messaged me about what? Chizuru realizes what she just did, gets up, steps away, goes to do the dishes. Minnie didn't figure out shit. She didn't understand anything. Chizuru hid it. Even when Chizuru messed up a little bit, she took control back and she hid it. If there's nothing else, it's fine. I want to get a jump on washing the dishes, so bring them when you're done. Huh? Oh, okay, thanks. It's so difficult. She made big progress by admitting that she might be in love with him, but at the same time, she decided to distance herself from Master. It sounds like she'd refuse a second date. It'll be really hard for the two of them if they can't even approach each other, right? So Minnie thinks, well, I gotta get in the middle of this. I gotta take control back. I don't know the order of events, but I wonder if that's why Master said it didn't work out. See, isn't this interesting? Minnie had 30 plus chapters of planning for the date, of giving Kazuya advice, of telling him, talk about this, talk about that, give her space to talk and share her feelings. She doesn't ask about any of this. The moment Minnie hears Chizuru might be in love, nothing else matters. She tunnel visions. Minnie immediately tunnel visions the moment she thinks Chizuru might be in love. Nothing else matters. Look at her. She stops looking at Chizuru. She literally stops looking at Chizuru. She starts looking up at the sky, praying to heaven. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, this is so great. I'm so happy. She doesn't even see Chizuru. She's off in her own La La Land, not realizing what's actually in front of her. She literally does not see what Chizuru did, even though it's literally in plain sight. She's literally constantly touching the chopsticks on her mouth, on her lips. It's literally in plain sight. Minnie can't see it. And that's the whole point. Minnie is blind. She made big progress by admitting that she might be in love with him. She made some distance. I don't know the order of events. I mean, they aren't dating after all. I guess it didn't work out, right? It must be what happened, right? Our conversation ended here last night, too. I know that he wasn't very happy until at least 9:52. Isn't this kind of interesting? It seems to kind of align with how Kazuya's conversation with Minnie in chapter 390 ended at a certain point. I really wonder if our theory was correct, that like maybe something happened, right? So the last text she gave Kazuya was at 2:30 a.m. And then the text she sends him is at 10:30 and he tells her no, not yet. What if our theory's true and something did happen? I'm going to keep that theory a little bit alive. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to keep that theory a little bit alive. Just because it's like, wait, maybe Chizuru did in fact text him. It's our theory. Now it's our theory. What do you mean, our theory? Oh, you want me to just say mine? Fine, my theory. Fine, my theory. My original theory, I'm going to keep that alive a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't fully believe in it, but I might keep that theory alive just a little bit. You called it my stupid ass theory earlier. Okay. Is it yours or mine? My stupid ass theory? It is my stupid ass theory. Fine. I'll call it my stupid ass theory. Fine. It was my theory. Shut up. We're just going to keep that theory alive. It doesn't matter who it belongs to. It doesn't matter who it belongs to. We're going to keep that theory a little bit alive. Just because something else could have happened. Just because something else could have happened in that time. There's a time gap. 2:30 a.m. to 10:30. There's a time gap. Something could have happened in this time. Maybe something didn't. Maybe something didn't. But the fact that this chapter literally says, up until at least 9:52, he wasn't very happy, maybe something actually happens like this here too. And that could be the D-mail thing that was right in front of us, which would be super cool. I think it would be super fucking cool if Chizuru did actually tell Kazuya and talk to him prior. It would be so fucking cool. I would lose my shit that Chizuru already talked to Kazuya prior. That would be so sick. I would pop the fuck off. I legit would pop off. I don't know if that's what happened. If it did, maybe that could be what happens next chapter, right? You expect next chapter to play out a certain way. Maybe Chizuru already talked to Kazuya or something. I doubt it. There's no concrete proof. We only have enough to make a hypothesis, not actual proof. Anywho, so Minnie literally says up until that point something didn't go well, but something happened in between, right? Something happened in between that changed the path that we're currently on. Literally like D-mail. Right? Literally, the kiss is like D-mail. It literally changed the path we were seemingly on. And so Minnie's pattern of events, Minnie's timeline is literally inaccurate. Right here, Minnie's timeline is literally inaccurate. I think that's super cool. That this is already a D-mail moment right here. This is already a D-mail moment right here. Minnie's timeline is literally already inaccurate because she doesn't have the full context of events. Just like in this chapter, there may be a chance Minnie's timeline is literally inaccurate. And that would be so fucking cool. I think that would be super fucking sick. If we get a plot twist just like we got a plot twist right here. There is evidence for it. There is precedence for it. There's literally precedence for the D-mail shit where you send a text back in time or something goes back in time and it changes the timeline and you're literally in the wrong timeline and you don't know. Just as literally in what is it? Because that's the thing. That's the thing that happens in Steins Gate. That's the thing that happens in Steins Gate, and that's the reason I was thinking of D-mail that way. It's because he accidentally ends up in an alternate timeline and he doesn't know he is. For a good while, in Steins Gate, when he ends up in an alternate timeline, he literally doesn't know he's in an alternate timeline. He never even knew. He just assumed that, like, oh, it didn't work. The time travel thing didn't work. And then he realizes later, holy shit, I'm in an alternate timeline. What if that's what's happening with Minnie? She's literally in an alternate timeline and she thinks she's somewhere else. And we think this is what everything is happening when in reality, maybe Chizuru already talked to Kazuya. And Kazuya is literally intentionally telling Minnie not yet. It could. If I'm right, fuck yeah, I was the first to call it. Fuck yeah. If I'm wrong, whatever. Anyways, let's continue with this. No matter how much it seems like they like each other, it doesn't change the fact that they aren't together right now. So what if they aren't together right now? I still don't know what is on Chizuru-san's mind. You could ask her for more. They've parted ways too. The uneasiness is only getting worse, right? It's only Minnie's uneasiness. Still, wasn't she acting weird? Did he message her about anything else? I mean, I guess it's only natural to be curious about the person you directed. I guess it's only natural to be curious about what the person she rejected had to say. Maybe I'm just imagining things, right? For now, I'll just have to ask Master. I'll send him another message. Ha, come on. They're such a handful, seriously. Right? Literally like the readers. God, they're such a handful. They're so exhausting. What does it mean? What are they doing? They should have just kissed in the heat of the moment. About that. Oh, she does say last night. We said to Kazuya, and he's dreaming about the kiss. He seems kind of out of it. 388. Ooh, this chapter. I had a lot to say regarding this chapter. So we start the chapter in Kazuya's place in his rundown house. And he opens the fridge, and in the fridge, he has the Valentine's chocolate from Chizuru. Valentine's means dating. So he's literally thinking of dating. That's literally what's on his mind. He thinks they're going to start dating. That's already a thought in his head. Ding dong. Well, then we cut to Chizuru. And notice how Chizuru is sitting alone, waiting. You don't see Chizuru's face. You don't see what she's thinking or anything. She's completely blind, right? She's invisible. not blind. She's invisible. She literally feels invisible in this chapter because this chapter that Kazuya and Chizuru are literally Kazuya and Minnie are literally talking about Chizuru, but they don't see her, right? In this entire chapter, Chizuru is invisible. She's literally unseen by Kazuya and Minnie. She's literally constantly unseen, and the chapter is called "That the Two and That Kiss." Let's see. Okay. It's definitely kind of run down, but it's spacious. Are you done moving? A few moments ago. We live super close, so I figured we could just do it here. Right? The talk. Chizuru-san told me everything. Why does Minnie come in with the Okay. Are you starting to notice a pattern? Minnie walks into Chizuru's house with the... Let's go back a little further. Kazuya walks into chapter 386 with the premise that only lovers kiss. Minnie walks into Chizuru's house with the premise that Kazuya and Chizuru, it didn't work out between them. Minnie now walks into Kazuya's house with the premise that she knows everything and Chizuru told her everything. She presents a false premise to Kazuya. Are you starting to notice a pattern? Every single chapter is a false premise. Every single chapter we walk into is a false premise. It's happened 3 times now. And it happens again in the next chapter. Next chapter is literally also a false premise, and so is chapter 390. It continues to happen. Minnie walks in, she brings a whole bunch of beer and booze. She brings Kazuya a gift, literally like she brought Chizuru a gift. But notice how she just walks into his house, she gets complete control of the situation, she brings all this booze and alcohol and presents Kazuya with this premise, and Kazuya doesn't know what to make of it. Ultimately, it didn't work out, but I personally think there's been major progress. It didn't work out. Did it really not work out? Wait a second. I know we're not dating, but she's the one who kissed me. That has to mean something. Wait a second, Yamori-san. Minnie gets excited because Kazuya is usually being forces. Did Chizuru say something else? Notice how Minnie gets excited. What? Yes, what? She gets excited. What did Mizuhara say about what happened yesterday? About what happened? Oh. Huh. She gets disappointed. She goes from excited to disappointed. Don't take it too seriously. It's just, annoying thing popular girls do when they want lots of attention. What? Even with the ideas that Minnie said, the fuck is she talking about? Doesn't this seem utterly nonsensical? The fuck is she talking about? And Kazuya should know better. But he himself is operating under a false premise. And he himself doubts his own feelings because he's not at that point yet where he can believe in himself, even though he's starting to. What? Wants lots of attention. No way, that kiss was just her wanting attention. Are all girls like that? If Yamori-san says so, if that person tells me so, it must be true. Really? She's making herself seem more desirable. Think of it like being stung by like a bee. A bee? That's one hell of a sting. What the fuck? Wait a second, then that kiss really had no meaning. So the fact that if she rejected me is the only thing that remains, he believes the premise. Because Kazuya kind of wants to. He kind of wants to lean towards rejection, even though he knows better. And he's literally letting Minnie completely dictate the pace of his feelings. And you see this in the very end, too. When you get to the very end and Minnie tells him, you can date Chizuru-san, master. Master. Look at Kazuya. He puts his hand on his chin and he says, I was just thinking the same thing. Were you? Were you? Because you spent this entire chapter not doing that. Are these even Kazuya's thoughts? Kazuya came to the conclusion that the kiss meant something. He didn't come to the conclusion that they could start dating. But Minnie suddenly tells him they can start dating, and he's like, oh, you know what? You're right. I was thinking the same thing, bruh. Minnie takes control away from him. This entire chapter is literally that. She gets him drunk, right? She literally gets Kazuya drunk. She makes him say terrible shit and just drinks and doesn't worry about a thing. Yep. This is a totally normal thing to say. She calls Chizuru stubborn and she calls Chizuru insincere, which is pretty funny considering she's being pretty insincere. When she says, I don't know why you're a valley girl here, it's because of the way Kazuya is talking. He starts using feminine pronouns, or not pronouns, feminine words when speaking. So he sounds like a girl. She's just saying, well, I don't know why you sound like an old lady or something, or like a girl. So she's saying these words to Kazuya. And then she keeps talking, and literally every time, notice how Minnie's eyes are closed. Chizuru isn't taking responsibility as Minnie gets Kazuya drunk and isn't being a responsible friend for the fact that she just fucking lied to him. Like, literally straight up, she lied here. That's not what Chizuru said. You could have just said her words verbatim. That's not what Chizuru said. She fucking lied to him. And she takes no responsibility for that. She calls Chizuru stubborn or insincere. And what is Minnie fucking doing here? She's being pretty damn insincere herself. She's talking about all this shit, never taking responsibility for the fact that she just got Kazuya drunk, and she's being irresponsible. Then when she asks him, did she seem like she put any serious thought into it? Yeah, I think she was crying. Huh, it almost looks like that contradicts your premise, Minnie. Huh, it's like everything you understood up until this point is wrong, Minnie. That Chizuru actually put a whole lot of thought into this. Even though Minnie is operating under the assumption that Chizuru doesn't care. What does Minnie do in the recent chapter? What does Minnie do in the recent chapter? She comes up to Chizuru and she accosts her at school and tells her, you're acting like you don't care. Why aren't you messaging him? Well, okay. You heard Chizuru cried about it. It meant that much to her. You're operating under the assumption that maybe she didn't message him. And finally, or that she won't message him either. And finally, you're operating under the assumption that you know what's going on. Right? Minnie's operating that Minnie walks in, accosts her, and she doesn't address the fact that, hey, maybe Kazuya isn't texting either. So why is it all on Chizuru? That's my issue with how Minnie is approaching this, and that's my issue with the readers. They're blaming everything on Chizuru. Every single thing is being blamed on her, even though you see evidence like this that counters that premise immediately. She cried about it. She put a lot of thought into it. She went out of her way to do things, and she may have already texted or will text Kazuya. And yet, for some fucking reason, Minnie is so convinced it's all Chizuru's fault. Why is it Chizuru's fault? Why are you yelling at her? What right does Minnie have to come at Chizuru at school and yell at her about this private relationship between her and Kazuya? Like literally, Minnie is like yelling at Chizuru to do something when Chizuru already made a move. Kazuya's not doing anything. So why is it on Chizuru to not do anything? Why is it Chizuru's fault? I think that chapter 390 asked that question perfectly. Why the fuck is it Chizuru's fault that Kazuya isn't texting her either? He didn't ask about the kiss. You're the one who spent the entire chapter explaining to Kazuya what the kiss meant and freaking him out and making him worry she changed her mind again. Maybe, have you considered Kazuya is wrong? Have you considered you're wrong? Kazuya is the one who felt like she had a change of heart, and you're the one who seemingly confirmed that for him. But did she? You don't know. You never asked her. Minnie never asks her Chizuru anything. Minnie never actually acts like a friend or actually asks Chizuru anything. She just assumes what Chizuru is feeling constantly. You must be in love. You must be excited. You must feel this way. She tells her what to feel. She doesn't ask her what she's feeling. And if she needs any help or anything. She never acts like a friend. She's an annoying little sister. I'm going to be job hunting soon. I can't drop any credits if I want to graduate. This is foreshadowing. I bet Kazuya is going to have an internship. He's going to job hunt soon. This is clearly foreshadowing. Like, why would you mention that? But this is impossible. I should just die. I mean, I've always lived in a totally different world. How am I not supposed to go nuts when she kisses me like a bee in the taxi? She'll get with some rich, handsome guy. When Chizuru has literally never cared about that. She never cared about money. She just wants real family and real connection. And everybody is out here saying Chizuru doesn't care. She doesn't value Kazuya, and the only reason they'll get together is fate. And look, I'm gonna, in the real world, Chizuru would have, ended up with some rich guy. She made the same mistake as her mom, and now she's sad and miserable. And then she sees Kazuya happy with a real girl. It's like, oh yeah, no, Chizuru clearly didn't think about any of that. Chizuru clearly didn't put any thought into this. You fucking heathens, you stupid idiots who don't want to fucking understand this girl at all, and literally take everything that's been presented to you at face value. Unbelievable. This is why I defend Chizuru so much, because I fucking know better. Dude, you have to care a little about money. That's just life. Of course you have to care a little about money. That's just life. That's just being responsible. You exist in capitalism, you dipshit. Of course you should care about money. But what Kazuya is saying is all she cares about is money. And handsomeness and all that when he knows better. What these people are saying is that all Chizuru cares about is that she doesn't actually value love. Like literally stupid fucking dipshits who think Chizuru doesn't understand her feelings and doesn't value Kazuya when literally all she's done is value him. And they're all operating under a false premise. And Reiji's about to fucking grab you by the shirt and slap you across the face like 10 times until your cheeks are both red. And then I laugh at you and feel better about myself. That was very detailed. I'm very upset. If I were a hamster, I could keep running in circles forever and ever for Mizuhara, right? Minnie was literally saying that earlier. I bet he's running in circles. Minnie reinforced that to him. You really love her. Yeah, we know, Minnie. Well, I get it. She's an amazing actress. Whatever she's truly thinking gets lost in the shadow of her genius. Huh. Interesting choice of words, Minnie. She's an amazing actress. Whatever she's truly thinking gets lost in the shadow of her genius. Whatever she's truly thinking gets lost in the shadow of her genius. Huh. Isn't that interesting, Minnie? You are lost in the shadow of her genius. Huh. She didn't even know. She got so caught up in her emotions, she didn't even know she did it to herself. She realizes. What did you just say? Huh? About being a hamster? No, not that. What? You mean about the kiss? Freaks out, slaps him. Right? Why are you wasting time here? This is a really interesting line from Minnie. Why are you wasting time here? Better question. Why do you keep wasting more of his time later? Why are you telling him what to feel, what to think? Better question. Why didn't you just ask him? So this would have never happened. Why didn't you just ask him, Minnie, so this would have never happened? It's because the nerve symbol on your chest represents it perfectly. You wanted control. You wanted control of the situation. So desperately so that you didn't realize you were the fucking idiot all along. Minnie says, what's happening? Kazi says, what's happening? You're freaking me out. You're way too fired up. Minnie says, forget everything up until now. You kissed, win. And she did it herself. It's more 14K. Kazuya spent like no. Geo, don't spread misinformation. Kazuya spent 3,000 to maybe 6,000K over the span of 3 years or 2 years. That's if. That's if. And I'm giving the 6K a leeway. I'm giving the 6K a leeway. It's more likely he spent around. No, it's not 20 to 25K. It's not. Someone actually did the math for all the money that was ever shown in the manga. Kazuya more likely spent around $3,000 to $6,000 over the span of 2 years. If you add, the movie is separate because it's a crowdfunded film. He didn't spend that money. The movie itself was 10K. The movie was 10K. Kazuya spent somewhere between 3K to 6K, and when I say 6K, I give leeway because that money was never shown. So no, Kazuya did not spend 20 to 14K. He did not spend that much money. He's a broke college student, you idiots. Where would he get that kind of money? He doesn't make that kind of money. His apartment is like $200 a month or some shit. It's super cheap. No. Kazuya, someone calculated it, and it turned, and they literally showed chapter numbers and everything, and it rounded up to about 3K. 3K to 4K, based on just the money they showed. I gave people the leeway of saying, maybe let's just, for the sake of it, double it and make it 6K. No, it was not 13K. No, it was not 13K. Here, I'll literally show you. I don't know where they got that number. It's not 13K. I was literally counting it before someone sent it to me, and it was nowhere near 13K. Like, I personally got halfway through while counting, and it was nowhere near that number. Please understand. I was literally counting it myself, and it was nowhere near this number. If I can find this stupid thing. Okay. Maybe it's under something else. The total is 480,000 yen. Total confirmed spending. This is total confirmed spending. Now, understand, we have tariffs right now. Okay? So this is not going to round correctly. Okay? $3,262. That's how much Kazuya spent on the amount that is shown in the manga. Okay? Not whatever fucking shit you're talking about. Because the manga literally shows you how much he spent, and you could keep track of it. And it's not like they met every day. Okay? God. And then I just gave people some leeway and said, you know what? For fuck's sake, I'll double it. So Kazuya would have spent At most, 6K. Bro, why are you even acknowledging these schools? Who cares how much he spent? Because people have been spreading a lot of misinformation about this manga, and it bothers me. Because when people say Kazuya spent 250K, it's used to justify, Kazuya spent so much money on her, she could have been rich. She used him. It's literally using mommy's justification. It's literally using mommy's justification at that time. Oh, look, she stole all of his money. When Kazuya spent that money because he wanted to, and he didn't even spend that much money. Over the span of 2 years, that's not that much. You spend way more than that in the span of 2 years. That's really not that much. Anyways. God. Can we not talk about the stupid money thing? Jesus Christ. Okay, you kissed when I was moving. You didn't know? No, I didn't. What? Again, we operated on a false premise. Most people would say it's love already if Kazuya is always on his mind. On her mind, she wants to kiss him and hold his hand all the time, and she even thinks about him when looking at the carrot. Well, okay. Ego. Yes, Chizuru is in love with Kazuya. It's so fucking obvious she is. The problem is, she needs to feel confident in her feelings for him. And she's having problems with that. That is all. That is all. She just needs confidence in her feelings. She just doesn't think she can verbalize it, and she's taking a leap of faith to start learning. Chizuru took her first real step into love when she kissed him. That's it. The kiss is literally not an I love you. The kiss is not I love you. You're operating under the assumption that it is. It's not I love you. I made the same mistake when we first read it. I made the same exact mistake when we first read it. The kiss is not an I love you. The kiss is actually this is me. That's what it means. This is me unfiltered. I'm not doing any more TLDRs, Jesus Christ. How many times have I done this? Okay. Every single thing after the kiss in chapter 385 is a false premise. From the moment the driver tells Kazuya, asks the Kazuya, is she your girlfriend? And he says yes, you are already presented a false premise. The driver then proceeds, Kazuya then continues to operate on the false premise that we're lovers. Then Minnie operates on the false premise that that things didn't work out. Then Minnie shows up to Kazuya's house and presents him with a false premise to work with his false premise that, that kiss must, Kazuya interprets the kiss that they must be lovers. Minnie tells him, I know everything, and Chizuru says, "Don't worry about it." Again, presenting a false premise. You get to chapter 389, and you're literally presented a false premise of Minnie acting like Chizuru and sitting down and telling Kazuya what to feel, and literally jumbling everything up. And then finally, you get Chizuru getting a call from her manager, and you assume, even though you haven't seen it, that what Chizuru says here is true, that Chizuru must have gotten a new acting role. And just like those two chapters, 300, all these chapters up until this point, you walk into chapter 390 with a false premise. Because Minnie literally does not have all of the information. She says, "What is Chizuru's son doing?" And she says, it's cute that she's so embarrassed, but why did she think she could hide it? Chizuru did hide it. Minnie didn't know jack shit in chapter 387. She finds out about the kiss by sheer dumb luck. Chizuru did in fact hide it. And Minnie operates on this false premise that Kazuya tells her. It just makes me think maybe she changed her mind again. So she keeps acting on this premise that Chizuru needs a push, that she changed her mind, that something is going on. And she literally throws all of that at Chizuru's face. So what's to say what Chizuru said here in this chapter is a false premise too? You don't see Chizuru's face until she says this. And this is the only time you see true conviction. Chizuru is using a truth to disguise a lie. The lie here is simply that, did Minnie ever get an explanation about the kiss? Was Minnie told Chizuru would text Kazuya? Was Minnie told Chizuru would ever not talk to Kazuya? Chizuru completely shifted the conversation away from the kiss and anything having to do with her relationship with Kazuya. The only thing she gave Minnie was that, I won't have a boyfriend until then, and Minnie asks her, what about after that? And Chizuru does not answer. And Minnie thinks she got something here when she didn't. And the more I read these chapters, the more I kind of get the feeling maybe Chizuru did in fact text Kazuya, because Minnie in chapter 387 literally says there's a time gap in between chapter 3 in between 9:52 p.m. when her and Kazuya were texting before the whole thing. Literally, let me pull it up so you understand what I'm talking about. Minnie literally says right here, our conversation ended here last night too. I knew that he wasn't very happy until at least 9:52. Minnie walks in with the false premise that was presented by this text message. What's to say Chizuru hadn't already texted Kazuya at this point? That is, I'm actually kind of believing in that a little bit. I'm actually kind of believing in my weird theory that there's a possibility Chizuru texted Kazuya, because the entire premise for this is that Minnie's operating on a false premise. So what's to say everything that's being presented in this chapter is a false premise? That everything in this chapter is fake. When Chizuru says the July 11th date, her face is empty. When Chizuru talks, it's far away. She's in shadow. And this is the only time you see her real face. What's to say she didn't lie to Minnie again, like she did in 387, like she did in 319, like she did in 317, like she did in 3 what was it? 36 or 37? Chizuru has lied to Minnie a lot. What's to say she didn't do it again? I don't think they texted in that between time, but I definitely know a rug pull is coming from Reiji. Betting it will be before chapter 400. I think it's going to be in like 2 chapters. I think the rug pull is going to be in like 2 chapters. I really wouldn't be surprised. I just understand my theory. My theory that they texted in between this time solely hinges itself around. Yes, I know the braids look like hearts. They always have. My theory that they texted in between this time solely hinge on 2 things that are purely hypothetical. It is purely hypothetical. And that is the kiss and how Minnie shows up in 387 to confront Chizuru and literally acts on the false premise that the kiss did not happen when it did, like Minnie is literally in an alternate timeline, just as right here, Minnie operates on similar thing. And then finally, D-mail, which literally, you send a text back in time, which changes the current events, which kind of aligns with the fact that Minnie is literally like she's in an alternate timeline, and she doesn't know she is. She thinks they haven't texted. Maybe they did. Even though, and we operate with this premise because Kazuya tells Minnie, literally, we start the chapter. How do we start the chapter? Every chapter up until now has worked with the theme of a false premise. How do we start this chapter? The premise that, did you message her? Not yet. Anything from Chizuru-san? Not yet. We act with that premise in mind. What's to say this is not false? We have no evidence to know otherwise. What's to say it's not false? Since every premise we've been presented up until this point has been false. So what's to say Chizuru's premise is not false either? Sex in 5 chapters, maybe. I'm not even going to predict sex anymore. I don't know. But yeah, I think this chapter is a false premise. It's all a big hoax. And you're getting played. Okay. Minnie says, no, I didn't. What? Chizuru-san never said anything about that. She just made a really cute face and asked if you said anything else. Now that I think about it, she was acting really weird. Wait a second. Iamori-san didn't know. Mizuhara was hiding it. She was hiding the kiss. Then you moved yesterday after Odaiba, right? Then that should be the final result of her research then. Should be. Should be. She's wrong. Minnie's wrong. That should be the result. You don't see Minnie's face here. She's saying what she thinks is correct based on her own assumptions again. She went out of her way to not string you along, but that kiss shows she's made up her mind. Okay? Does it show she made up her mind? Maybe she made a decision. The fact that she was hiding it is the biggest proof there is. There's no other way to explain it. Is that proof? Or is that proof for your own beliefs? You can date Chizuru-san, master. And they operate on this premise that that Kazuya and Chizuru can date now. And then Minnie says, it's a guarantee, I'm going to go get some more beer. Instead of, sending you off. Because it's guaranteed, you don't have to do anything else. Because it's guaranteed, because you definitely won, you don't have to do anything else. And that choice ends up hurting Chizuru more. And doing all this crap, it just ends up hurting Chizuru more. Fuck you, Minnie. Fuck you, Minnie. Because she convinced him he won, oh, yeah, don't do anything else. And they end up hurting her feelings. I mean, it's just, this isn't right. I know that I'm making you wait, and yet I'm borrowing your shoulder. Not even able to understand how I feel. If I were you, I'd hate someone like me. Cries. False premise. Did we ever see Chizuru cry? Kazuya thinks she was crying. Kazuya thinks Chizuru was crying. Right? So Minnie cries. This chapter is a false premise. Again. Let me see how I look in the lighting. Let me turn on the light. 1 second. Okay. How do we start this chapter? We start this chapter with a seeming reenactment of that scene, and Minnie is acting. Notice how there's a lot of acting happening, right? There's a lot of acting happening, literally like, hey, look, we're going to bring back a play, we're going to bring back a thing. So what's to say if Minnie's acting here, Chizuru isn't acting in that chapter too? Right? There's been a whole lot of acting in the recent chapters. Lots of masks. Lots of acting. What's to say Chizuru isn't acting in this chapter? I even said it. Chizuru is acting here. This looks like a stage camera. They look like they're at the center of a stage. There's literally a projector. Chizuru looks like she's acting, and she says the coup de grace, the final line, right? The finishing blow, the final line to land it all. And she walks off the stage explaining nothing else as Minnie stares, excited. She's acting. So if we're expected a false premise, the next chapter will show Kazuya and Chizuru getting together off screen or in a secret. We don't know. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know when the false premise thing will be explored or resolved. I just know everything so far has intentionally followed the theme of a false premise. It's theatrical, yes. It's intentionally theatrical, just as this is theatrical. They're literally acting. They're reenacting a scene. And then they add their own little twist to the scene, right? Minnie adds her own twist to the scene out of her understanding of what the scene should look like. And then she hops off Kazuya, turns on the light, and she says, scene, done. Great cut, guys. Great job. Great cut. Minnie hops in her box, literally thinking inside the box, and says, I understand the details now. You've definitely won. Did we really need to act it out? There's a whole lot of acting happening here, isn't there? There's a whole lot of acting happening in these chapters. If this chapter is an act, what's to say the next chapter wasn't an act either? After the sorry and no incident happened, right? When do you want to meet, want to do the moment in Odaiba too? Maybe she wasn't crying that much. Don't call it an incident. It's embarrassing. I also could feel your boobs a little. That'll cost you 5,700 yen. Isn't that interesting, right? So literally the boundaries between Kazuya and Minnie are messed up. There's literally no boundaries between them. They're just acting. It's just an act, right? Don't take it so seriously, right? They're just acting. This shouldn't bother you, right? Isn't that interesting? Many can act like this, and it's not a big deal, right? They're just acting. This shouldn't bug you. That Minnie is this physically close to Kazuya, that Kazuya literally felt Minnie's boobs, and they're joking about literally their bodies touching over such an intimate moment. Chizuru values such an intimate moment, and yet here they are acting. So now it's okay. Do you see what's happening here? Reishi's literally criticizing that element of just like, oh, okay, sure, guys, why not cheating, huh? Is it true that Chizuru's hourly rate for rental is 5 to 7 yen? I think it is. I could be wrong. That was my theory. I'm the one who said that. I don't know if it's true. I think it is. I could totally be wrong, understand? I could totally be wrong. Basically, Chizuru's son rejected you in Odaiba. No matter her reasons, she could have ended everything right then and there. But she still kissed you, at the very last moment. Again, I'm probably wrong. But I could be wrong. Fine, we'll have to find it out at some point. I think it's 10k yen. I don't think so. We don't know how much she gets paid. Tariffs? Oh, for the love of... Okay. We're going to operate under the assumption this is not the cost of Chizuru's work. Okay? Shut up. God. She could have ended everything right then and there, but she still kissed you at the very last moment. Until then, she was so careful not to string you along. That means everything. Judging by her face and tone, she clearly felt guilty about making you wait. True. Okay. Going by what you say. Right? Going by what you say, by the premise you've presented me, that's what happened. Chizuru's-san isn't the type of person to sit back and rest easy while feeling that kind of guilt. So this raises a question. What Chizuru do when Kazuya was leaving out of guilt? How do you know Chizuru's kiss was out of guilt? She made up her mind. Did she? She made up her mind to do something. You don't know what that something is. The fact that she hid it from me is proof that she feels bad about it. Okay. No, actually, wait, no. What? Wait. She feels bad about it? She hid it from Minnie because she feels bad about it? What? Yeah, I totally forgot. This whole chapter is a bunch of nonsense. I forgot. Minnie literally jumbles assumptions, guesses, expectations, and like facts in this entire chapter. So literally what she says is nonsense. I will fucking kill you. It was actually 5k. I'm gonna hurt you fellas. If you keep talking about the money bullshit, I'm gonna kick your guys' ass. I will literally jump through the screen and beat your ass. Oh my god. Like here. Fine. Let's go to chapter 1. Chapter 1 tells you how much it initially cost. ¥5,000 per hour. That's how much it costs initially. So 5,700 yen sounds like the amount Chizuru would actually pay. Or no, not pay. That's how much it would cost to do rental. And I bet some of that money goes to the agency. So understand, it's not that Chizuru is making 50 no, it's not even $50. Actually, let's calculate it. How much is Minnie mentioned here? So it translates to $38 an hour, but that's how much the customer pays. That's how much the customer pays. Chizuru probably owes some of that money to the agency, and I bet it's something like half or something. So it's more likely that Chizuru makes around like $20 an hour, 20 to $25 an hour, which isn't that crazy. It's pretty good pay, but it's not that crazy. There's an additional 5 to 6K yen if you designate a specific girl. Think of Minnie's entrance during the day as an old school Pixar short film before the big picture. Bro, even Kazuya did not regret renting her out, lol. Y'all are making out calculations like Ben Affleck from The Accountant. That's a good movie, actually. No, I'm just curious. But like, I don't really care. Like, I know Kazuya never regretted renting her. I know he never did. He almost did when you know he was almost heartbroken during Hawaiians. But Kazuya always like supported her dream. So like there's layers to it. Like he never regretted renting her. He never said he regretted renting her. So, you know, fuck off with all that. Anyways, so yeah, this sounds like the rental amount. This sounds like it's meant to be the rental amount. That's probably the Chizuru, the amount she spent. Anyways, judging by her face and tone, she clearly felt guilty about it. The fact that she hid it from me is proof that she feels bad about it. Did Chizuru hide it from Minnie because she felt bad? No. Literally, look at... Okay, I'm sorry. Does this look like someone who feels bad about it? She's not hiding it from Minnie because she felt bad. She never tells Minnie anything. Why would Chizuru hide it from Minnie because she felt bad? That doesn't make any sense. If anything, she's literally walling Minnie out. She's literally walling Minnie out. She doesn't feel bad about it. She doesn't feel bad about anything. The only reason she feels bad that we see in the previous chapter is what if Kazuya isn't happy about it? What if Kazuya doesn't like this part of herself? She has a bit of regret because she's afraid he doesn't like this part of herself. Anyways, so yeah, this is wrong. She presents a false premise. That Chizuru operated out of guilt. That Chizuru kissed him out of guilt. If the kiss didn't mean I love you, then what does it mean? It means this is the real me. Chizuru filtered herself constantly. The reason Chizuru kisses him is because Kazuya says he'll keep loving her even after that walk home where they seemingly hugged. And they were touching each other the whole time, and they had that whole thing going on. So Chizuru takes a leap of faith. She takes a leap of faith that even though they had that weird intimate moment when they were walking home, that Kazuya still doesn't hate her. I think. And because Kazuya didn't hate her, even though they were so close and he kept loving her, even after she was seemingly being distant and restrained the entire time, he still chose love. She said, you know what? I'm going to show you the real me. I'm going to take a leap of faith and show you the real me. It's not an I love you. I don't think it is. I think this is Chizuru letting herself be in love, letting herself feel the emotions, letting herself experience the kiss she's always wanted to have with him. She's always wanted to kiss him. So why would her kissing him now be anything different? right? I show you guys evidence that she always wanted to kiss him. So why would her kissing him now suddenly mean she changed her mind? If she always wanted to do it, right? See what I mean? We saw she always wanted to do it after Hawaiians, like plenty of times. So why would it mean I love you? It doesn't. It's just her. It's her showing what she wanted to do all along. And that's what happened. She did what she wanted to do the whole time. And she took off the curtain. Right? She thought she needed Minnie's help to take off the curtain. In reality, she took it down on her own. She thought she needed Minnie to help her take down the wall of protection for Kazuya, the veil of protection for Kazuya. In reality, she didn't. Chizuru handled it perfectly fine on her own. She didn't need anybody's help. And that's why she's walling Minnie out now. She doesn't need her help. I can do this. I don't need your help. Chizuru is in love, but she doesn't know yet. She's discovering it bit by bit. She's letting herself experience love, right? She's literally letting herself experience it so she can say with full confidence that she's in love. Okay. She's totally right. Notice how Kazuya says Minnie is totally right, even though what she's saying doesn't add up. It's just some of it adds up. That kiss really means a lot, right? He gets excited, but he's in shadows. But would she really change her mind in just one night? Right? Okay. The reason Kazuya asked this is because his feelings aren't changing. His feelings are not changing overnight. So why are Chizuru's changing overnight? He feels insecure about that because he knows his feelings aren't changing. So why are her feelings changing? And this is reinforced to him when Chizuru keeps telling him, no, you can't keep loving me. And he keeps saying my feelings won't change. But that's the irony. Her feelings never changed. She's still trying to take responsibility. She's still willing to actually take responsibility for her actions and try to keep loving him and be with him. He's not going to give up, so she's going to try. That could be another meaning, right? Kazuya seemingly isn't going to give up. He's literally never going to give up. He's going to keep seemingly loving her even when things are ending. So Chizuru takes a leap of faith. Okay, if he's going to keep loving me, I'm going to show him my real self. Maybe that's the reason, right? Maybe the reason Chizuru kisses him is because, you know what? He's not going to stop loving me. I'm going to take a leap of faith and show him the real me, show him how what I wanted to do this whole time. And if he still loves me after that, we can start working on it together. See what I mean? Maybe that's what the kiss was. We don't know what the kiss was. I just genuinely think the kiss is not an I love you. The kiss is this is the real me. This is what I've wanted to do. This is something I've always wanted to do. It's not trust, it's acceptance. Right? It's not trust, it's acceptance. It's Kazuya still choosing to love Chizuru despite everything. And the fact that he's still choosing to love her even now is something that made Chizuru want to take a leap of faith. There was no test, there was nothing like that. It was just Kazuya just choosing to love, and in some ways he showed her he could love on his own. Literally like Minnie kind of said. He chose to, love on his own. Right? There's a lot of layers, and it's kind of hard to understand everything. But I literally think that's what the kiss is. The kiss is Chizuru showing her real self. Right? Like literally, I'm just not wearing a mask. He accepted her despite everything. Despite the fact that she seemingly hugged him and felt guilty. Maybe a part of it was in her own head. Right? Maybe a part of it was in her own head. Maybe she's thinking, he hated the walk home. But he said he loved me anyway. So maybe despite how guilty I feel, I can kiss him. Maybe Minnie is right. Maybe Minnie is wrong. We don't know, right? You literally don't know. They're operating on half information. And Minnie is saying her truth. That's why her eyes are open. So Minnie says, Kazuya says, would she really change her mind in one night? Minnie closes her eyes, tucks herself more into the box, and says, they say a woman's heart changes like the seasons, but it really just means she's an unaware attention seeker, says the person who's literally hanging out with Kazuya and seeking his attention constantly anyways. What kind of thought process is that? Sometimes girls are just like that. Maybe they realize how important you are after leaving, or maybe they just wait to hear you say you still love them. Doesn't that sound like what happened? Wait, did Chizuru just wait to hear Kazuya say he still loves her? Did Chizuru was maybe they realize how important you are after leaving? Doesn't that sound like what I was just saying? But is that actually what happened? It makes you wonder, is that actually what happened? Am I wrong? I think the reason that scene happened is because Kazuya took action. That's it. Chizuru wanted to take action. Kazuya wanted to take action. Kazuya chose to take action first. So Chizuru in turn took action. That was it. They both wanted to do something. And Kazuya finally did something, so she did something too. That's it. I think maybe it's really that simple. They both wanted to do something. They both wanted to change their current circumstances. Kazuya takes an action, so she does too. It could have just genuinely been that simple. Not that Chizuru was waiting for some sort of I love you from Kazuya or anything like that. I don't think Chizuru was waiting for anything like that. I don't think Chizuru was realizing how important he is when he was leaving. She already knew how important he was. She literally cared so much about him. That's why she felt like she needed to reject him, because she felt responsible. So that premise is false. And Chizuru waiting for him to say I love you, that's also probably false. We can rule that out the fucking door. So Minnie's saying here's nonsense. My friend gets in an argument twice a week just to make up with him again, her boyfriend. That doesn't mean what does that mean? What's the relevance of that? So what? Just because your friend does that doesn't mean that's for Chizuru. Why is that relevant to Chizuru? The problem with Chizuru expressing herself with a kiss on the mouth is that without her saying this is who I really am or anything like that, it comes off as I love you. Maybe it is I love you. I don't know, but maybe she's always loved him. Maybe she just realized I always loved him. I don't know. Like literally, we don't know the context of the kiss. That's the repeating thing. We don't actually know what the kiss means. Maybe I'm wrong too. I could completely be wrong. Maybe Chizuru is ready to date. I could completely be wrong. I could be totally right. That's the whole point. We keep asking questions when we don't know the truth. What does the kiss mean? We gotta ask. I see the kiss as acceptance. She accepts him and lets him move forward wherever it may lead. Huh. I mean, the repeating theme is acceptance. That does make sense. I accept your love. Okay, that's a cool one. It's not Chizuru's struggle to express her love outright, but I don't know. I think we should hold off on that one. I don't know if that's even true. I don't know. I think we don't know. I think the truth is we don't know what the kiss actually means. The kiss could mean acceptance. The kiss could mean I love you. The kiss could mean something else. But Chizuru didn't say I love you. Right? Chizuru did not say I love you. And I think her mind on her feelings has not changed. So that's why I can kind of at least say the kiss isn't I love you. I can at the very least say the kiss isn't I love you because Kazuya asks, why doesn't she just say she loves me? Which tells me the kiss isn't I love you. At the very least. Maybe this is Chizuru, not dating, but figuring it out. It feels like that's what we're building towards. Like, them figuring it out together. Kazuya helping her through her love to understand her feelings. The kiss could be a spur-of-the-moment thing. She just wanted to do it so much that she couldn't help it. Doing it and pushing him away in a panic. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Right? That's fair. She just really, really wanted to kiss him. We've said that before. I mean, Minnie does say that. Minnie does say that in 387. They should have just kissed in the heat of the moment. She did tell the taxi to go immediately after. It was a spur of the moment thing. She just really wanted to fucking do it. That makes some sense. Yeah. Maybe the kiss was really just a spur in the moment and Chizuru doesn't actually know why she did it. Right? Maybe she was ready to date him afterwards. But maybe she just needs some help now figuring herself out. So, like, we're assuming the kiss is the answer. But maybe the kiss is just, I just did it in the spur of the moment. I just really, really wanted to kiss you. And that comes back to Chizuru's core conflict of simply that she's afraid that her feelings are desire and not love. That's Chizuru's biggest fear, is that her feelings are just desire, not love. I think that's what it is, personally. So, right, Chizuru just kissed him in the heat of the moment. That makes the most sense. Right? I think that one makes the most sense. It's the most logical and straightforward. He just really wanted to kiss him and it just freaked out and let him go. That makes some sense. It's best to say the kiss was not logical. An evolution of the kiss in Hawaiians. I don't know. The kiss in Hawaiians is deliberate, but not it's the kiss in Hawaiians is deliberate. It's not just a spur of the moment. She just didn't know why she did it. She doubts why she did it. And I think in Hawaiians she also wanted to do it. So yeah, I think it's as simple as I wanted to. Why did you kiss me? I wanted to. It's that simple. Right? Maybe we're just completely overthinking it. I just wanted to. This is her real feelings. She just wanted to kiss him this entire time. I think okay, I think I get it. I get why I'm misunderstanding. I'm thinking too deep. I'm thinking about the actual reason that's not that Chizuru isn't even aware of. The kiss is the real her because she's always wanted to kiss him. Chizuru was probably just in the mindset of, I want to kiss you. Not thinking this is the real me. She just closed her eyes and went for it. It's a leap of faith. Or not even a leap of faith. She just stopped thinking. Right? She just literally closed her eyes and just went for it. She let herself dream. I just really, really fucking want to. And she did it. That's why she kissed him. So, she lets him go in a panic, right? That makes sense. And so Chizuru was just panicked in that scene. That's why that happened. That makes a lot of sense. A simple goodbye kiss. It can't be, I just wanted to. That means that the July 11th date could just be she needs more time and extended the investigation. But isn't that literally what I already said? I just said they would work through it together now. That's the difference. I already said Chizuru didn't figure it out. Right? So if we operate with that idea in mind, it just proves that Minnie is wrong. Because Minnie is saying that's the result of her investigation. Is it? I just don't think, like, Chizuru didn't figure her feelings out. I think she just really wanted to kiss him. I doubt she just figured her feelings out just like that, just magically overnight. I don't think that happened. I just don't think she's going to call it an investigation anymore. And the July 11th is when she's saying, I'll probably have a boyfriend. I'll probably date him then. The thing is that, like, I don't think they're just going to just date. It feels like something, but work it out together before July 11th rather than wait until July 11th. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This entire time they're gonna work it out together. I just really don't think the kiss is I love you. I think there's a chance it's just because she wanted to, and that's the real her. And Chizuru realizes she could take the curtain down on her own. She didn't need Minnie to take down the curtain of protection. She could have just done that herself the whole time. She didn't need Minnie's help. Minnie kept trying to help. Chizuru realized she didn't need Minnie's help. That's why Chizuru is able to take the curtain down herself. Maybe that's Chizuru's answer? Is like, I didn't need to hide anything. I put up this curtain for his comfort. Maybe I never needed to. And she takes the curtain down herself, right? She puts up this curtain because she doesn't want Kazuya's boundaries to feel uncomfortable or something, right? She puts up the curtain because the curtain is for safety, for his safety. But maybe he didn't need safety. Maybe Chizuru could have just taken the curtain down and he would have been fine. Remember when the day Kazuya said he wanted to hold her close? What's not to say she wasn't thinking the same thing? Yeah, then of course, the entire time she's wanted to. Dude. Like, we already know this. I wonder if I should have asked him if she wanted to share an umbrella. They're thinking the same thing. Of course they want to. So, literally everything Minnie is saying is wrong. This isn't the result of her investigation. She didn't do it. Her feelings didn't just magically change. She's not an unaware attention seeker. She wasn't waiting for Kazuya to say something. And it wasn't her realizing how important he is after he's leaving. So literally everything Minnie is saying is false. We can literally rule out everything Minnie is saying. My friend gets an argument twice a week to make up with him again. Oh, anyways, try sending her a line message right now. Right now? But what do I say? Smack the iron while it's spicy. At least say the right phrase. It doesn't matter what you say. Can you talk right now? Or what was the kiss for? Is fine. Really? But this'll be the first contact since the kiss. But the longer I wait, the harder it'll be. What was the kiss for? Isn't that applying too much pressure? You can just add an emoji or something. Besides, Chizuru's son was cooking while I was waiting. For me. Right? Minnie assumes, even here, Minnie assumes the cooking was for her. We know the cooking wasn't for Minnie. She's prepared to answer for the kiss without running or hiding. That's what it looked like to me. I just don't know about it. I just don't know about it at this time. Okay. But wait, that doesn't add up because Chizuru told him to go. So she was a little scared. She did kind of run away. Is Minnie right here? That's what it looked like to me. But Chizuru does want to talk about it. Right? So Minnie is confusing him a little bit. She's saying, oh, Chizuru's changing her mind, but she's not going to want to talk, but she's, not sure and all that. Isn't it all just leaving you confused? Isn't it all just leaving you confused on purpose? This is seriously your chance. Just think of it as giving her a little nudge. Kazuya tries to text, but he backs out. He gets scared. It's already 10 o'clock. Mizuhara sets her alarm to go to bed at 10:30. Tisk. He chickened out. You're right that it'll be a serious conversation. I've decided to meet up, talk on the phone. You also need to be able to articulate your words. Right, for sure. And then Kazuya thinks, actually, why doesn't she send me anything herself? Okay. If she's made up her mind, couldn't she at least send me a message? It just makes me think maybe she's changed her mind again. This is self-care. This is Kazuya actually starting to give a shit about his own feelings. And this is awesome. I said this literally before. Kazuya is starting to actually give a shit about himself. Or he's actually starting to give a shit about his own feelings and what he does and why he does what he does. And this is that. He's starting to actually appreciate himself. It's a little unfair to Chizuru, but he's starting to actually appreciate himself. Why doesn't she's made up her mind? Couldn't she at least send me a message? Well, have you considered maybe she's trying to? I mean, why is a kiss her answer? Could she make it any harder to understand? Have you considered it's not her answer? She should just say that she loves me too. I know that the taxi was about to leave, but she could have at least told me that, right? And this is where Minnie says something I kind of agree with. It was probably a decision she arrived at after agonizing over it. We don't know that. Right? Did Chizuru actually arrive at this decision after agonizing over it? Either way, it's very much like Chizuru's son. If you look at it another way, she could be trying to buy more time precisely because it's so important to her. That I actually agree with. She's specifically buying more time because it matters that much to her. But I don't know if the kiss was her trying to buy time. I think Chizuru may actually be doing that right now, but I don't know if the kiss is her buying time. I don't really agree with that. I can understand that. Also, I'm super, super happy about this. Minnie starts making it about herself. Right? Minnie shifts it and starts making it about herself. Chizuru-san has always held her guard held up high. Has she? Has Chizuru held her guard up high? She only does that with Minnie. And yet she still kissed you for no reason. That means you broke through her walls, master. Did Kazuya break her walls? Did he? Or is just Minnie saying stuff? Because look at how the words are like all over the screen, but they're far away. Minnie is literally defining the relationship for him. Is this actually what happened? In a way, it's exactly as Chizuru-san said. There were many reasons for the kiss at Hawaiian's, her rental girlfriend job, her grandma, and you. Not that I was there, though. But her excuse as a pro won't work at all anymore. Chizuru hasn't said that in ages. So why is Minnie talking about that? Chizuru-san knows this, too. Even so, she decided to take a chance. She was unsure and confused, but she threw all that to the side and dived in. Okay. This seems reasonable. That wasn't Chizuru Mizuhara. That was Chizuru Ichinose naked and nothing to hide. Isn't it weird how 1 minute what Minnie says sounds nonsensical, and then 1 minute it kind of sounds reasonable? Is this Chizuru naked with nothing to hide? Right? Maybe that's true, but we don't know. Minnie's telling us what this means. Is that the truth or not? Because throughout most of the chapter, it's nonsense. And then here, this sounds reasonable. Don't say naked. It's a plus that you were rejected too. No burn, no earn. Please use that right phrase. We get to Chizuru. Can you talk? She wants to talk. And she looked like she's almost crying. And then she gets a call. And we're seemingly led to believe that Omato-san gave her a play. But is this not just an act? Is this real? Or is Chizuru playing Minnie? I think Chizuru is playing Minnie. Her grandma knows she has fallen in love in season 3. Yeah. We already know that. So, we don't know what's going on. That's just the truth of the matter. For everything we understand, there's another mystery presented. For everything we understand, there's another mystery presented. I think the kiss is the real Chizuru, like really kind of showing herself. Like that she's always wanted to kiss him, and she's always wanted to this entire time, right? And because Kazuya took action, she took action. I think it's really that simple. The thing is, we don't know the full truth, and we'll need to get some sort of explanation soon. 390 is not a Chizuru who don't have a path forward. She seems confident. Yeah. This is not a Chizuru who doesn't have a path forward. She seems pretty confident in what she wants to do. Right? Chizuru seems really confident in what she wants to do. I totally agree with that. It seems like Chizuru knows exactly what she wants to do. She's a little uncertain. There's a bit of hesitation, but she seems really certain that by that point she'll have her answer. That by that point they'll date. So, to me, it feels like this is pretty certain, right? Also, I did want to point out, Minnie talks about faith when she shows Sumi, who has faith in Chizuru. She talks about a cruel woman when she shows Mami. And she talks about someone snatching away Kazuya when it shows Ruka. And then she says, I don't know what kind of guy you like, but I don't think you'll ever find someone who loves you as much as he does when not seeing Chizuru. Literally, her eyes are closed as she's saying, I don't know what kind of guy you like. Even though Chizuru knows these words. Right? So Chizuru does seem really confident here. And I think Chizuru's playing the fuck out of Minnie. I genuinely believe it. I think Chizuru is totally playing Minnie. Right. So we're presented a premise. Minnie operates on the idea that, why did Chizuru think she could hide it? But doesn't Chizuru literally hide it right here? Right? Doesn't Chizuru literally hide it right here? She doesn't explain the kiss or anything. She doesn't explain the message. She doesn't tell Minnie anything. She just gives Minnie what she thinks she wants, and she looks confident in that. But didn't Chizuru hide things? Like, she look freaked out here? She looked freaked out 2 seconds ago. But here she seems totally normal and under control. So what happened? Literally, she's a moon princess. She's literally hiding things in the shadows. Right? And then Minnie keeps operating under the idea that it just makes me think maybe she changed her mind again. Minnie keeps constantly operating under the idea that Chizuru changed her mind again. But did she? Minnie is so certain Chizuru keeps changing her mind, but did she? She never has. Anyways, I've said what I wanted to say for now. We've been at it for a while. I gotta start getting ready for bed. I gotta get up early tomorrow. So yeah, I said what I wanted to say. I think this chapter is a red herring. We're all being played, and everything we've been shown has been a false premise Reiji keeps presenting to us. I genuinely think almost every chapter we've been shown has been a false premise. We've constantly been presented a false premise. She doesn't want Minnie to interfere. Correct. She doesn't want Minnie to interfere. It's all a false premise. And I think moving forward, it's going to be about Kazuya figuring out what he wants out of life. Chizuru's going to help him figure his life out, and he's going to help her figure her love out. I don't think Chizuru found her answer. I do not believe Chizuru found her answer. I think Chizuru is still at a place where she's figuring her answer out. And she just took her first step to finding her answer. She let herself be in love. That's what Chizuru did. I think Chizuru, when she kissed Kazuya, just let herself love him instead of trying to say it's love. I think that's genuinely what the kiss is. I'm just going to let myself love you. I'm not going to say it's love. I'm not going to say confidently it's love. I'm just going to let myself feel the emotion. Maybe that's more accurate to what the kiss is. I'm just going to do what I want. I'm just going to be selfish. And I think you can see that. You can see that maybe that's what the kiss means, is just choosing to be a little selfish, because that's what Kazuya does. Right? Kazuya says, I have something to say that I need to say. Kazuya had something to say to her. She had something she wanted to do to him. She wanted to show him. Right? Kazuya had something he needed to say. Chizuru had something she needed to do. Isn't that it? I think maybe that's what it is. Kazuya literally wasn't acting, and then he remembered that smile, and he said, I had something I needed to say, and she felt like she had something she needed to do. She needed to do this. Maybe Chizuru felt like she needed to do this, right? Kazuya felt like he needed to do something. Chizuru said like she needed to do something. Maybe that's what happened. And it's a selfish desire. I need to do this for me. Right? I really meant what I said yesterday. I'll keep that promise that I made back then. Maybe this is just their honest selves. Maybe this is just them being honest to themselves. It could really just be that simple. Chizuru's just like, I just need to do this. I want to do this. I've been meaning to do this the whole time. I wanted to do this the entire time. Right? Maybe Chizuru will just tell him, I've wanted to kiss you the entire day. I wanted to do this the entire time. Does that mean I love you? She could literally ask this. Does that mean I love you? Does it mean I love you that I want to kiss you? Right? Chizuru needed to do this. She's wanted to do this entire time. So just as Kazuya needed to say something, Chizuru needed to do something. And she did something. And I think that's what happened. She did something, and she did what she wanted to do. right? But just as Kazuya leaves, she also backs out too, right? Kazuya says this and then goes to the car. Chizuru says this and walks away from the car. They did the same thing. Chizuru tells him to go just as he goes already. They did the same thing. They both ran away, right? They said their thing and they both ran away. They did the same thing. They're mirrors of each other. Chizuru's just physical about it. This is what Chizuru wanted to do. That's what Kazuya wanted to do. Now, I think that's the truth of it all. Chizuru indulged herself without knowing herself. It was out of love. It was out of love. But she's happy. He's happy. You see that in chapter 387 when Minnie says, "I bet Master's happy." She tilts her head and she's like, "You think so?" She's just happy. He's happy. She wants him to be happy. She wants him to like the kiss. She wants him to be happy that she did that. I feel like she's really kind of ready to share her life with him, but like she wants to. It's like she's committed and she's confused at the same time. I think Chizuru is going to be the one to tell Minnie she's wrong. I think that's going to happen eventually, but not yet. If she started dating him, he could help her with her lines of play, support her if it doesn't go well, give hugs. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Tanabata art for Reiji Virag was made a couple months ago, but it was a few months ago. Reiji has actually never done Tanabata art. Reiji references Tanabata with Ruka. It's mostly Ruka herself that mentions Tanabata, but it is kind of relevant to Chizuru, who is like, you know, presented as the Moon Princess. I know Kana did, but Kana drew that for season 3. That's the funny part. Kana drew that for like season 3. She didn't draw that for season 4. And while Umitsuki is or not Umitsuki, sorry, what's it called? My Vega is a reference to that. I don't know. It is near Tanabata, don't get me wrong. I think maybe they can go to the Tanabata festival together, make a wish together. She's going to help him get on track before committing fully. I think so too. Maybe Chizuru was ready to commit. Maybe we're all wrong. Maybe Chizuru was ready to commit, but she's going to help him get on track first before fully committing, and so they can figure out their feelings together. She's just a young girl who's working herself pretty hard in acting since her teenage years. Yeah. Chizuru's working her fucking ass off, dude, like every day. And she can be young and immature and confused. She's not some perfect goddess. She doesn't have some perfect plans. She's kind of a mess too. And she's just getting her shit together. And I think people are just too harsh on her. July 7th is the real date. Crazy theory, though. Not gonna lie. I don't know. I don't even know like if the date is real. I just know for a fact that chapter is a false premise. Just as right here, we're presented this premise and we don't know if it's real or not. Is that real? Right? The dude asked him, "Is she your girlfriend? I'm jealous. She's very pretty." Kazuya says, "Yeah." Is that real or is that not? What's real and what's fiction? Only time will tell, but they need each other to grow in the future. Yeah, I really think the arc moving forward is them working together, and there may be a chance they secretly hide it. I just don't know what it is, and I think we can kind of deduce where it'll go from here based on what Chizuru has said in the past. Bro, somebody just asked Reiji if Spence is killing me. Oh, we've asked him. He literally said he'll tell us if we figure it out. In his sub, he has a Twitter sub. He has a Twitter space, and he said literally, if you guess it, I'll tell you. And some people guess certain things, but none of them are what you expect. But nobody's guessed the future developments. People have tried. But nobody's really figured it out. But he, I think it's a lot simpler than it appears. Bro's just toying with us. Oh yeah, no, dude is just writing his story, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, what the fuck is happening?" I'm pretty sure Chizuru will want Kazi to contact her ASAP. That the July 11th is her insurance policy. Huh? You think it's like a play? What insurance policy? Yeah, I'm confused about that. Like, what do you mean? What insurance policy? Oh, like just in case he doesn't? He'll contact her on the 11th just in case he doesn't? That's what you're saying? She wants Kazuya to contact her, but just in case he doesn't, he'll contact her on the 11th? Huh. Nah, she dipped. Oh, for fuck's sake. Here we go again. Fun times. Everyone is losing their minds. I know. Dude, I wish we could just have fun with things without people being stupid. But I just genuinely think, like, I think 390 is a false premise that's intentionally presented to you. It plays with your expectations and what you think is going to happen, but I think it's all a lie. I think Chizuru uses a truth to disguise a lie. That she won't have a boyfriend until then. Maybe she's saying, I'm not gonna date until then. Yeah, I'm available till then. I don't know. Right? Like, literally, I think it's a false premise. I think she misdirected away from the kiss, and that's the thing that was never addressed, and that's the thing that needs to be addressed. And it will be addressed and talked about. Aren't having fun? What? Hell, sure, go to the play as her number one supporter. Yeah, he'll definitely go to the play as number one supporter. Not toying, he's masturbating. Ha 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 ha. You're so funny. It's not like I made that joke like 5 years ago or something. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it a night. It's getting a little late for me. I gotta get ready to get some rest. I probably may not upload for a while, but yeah, I just definitely think Chizuru's playing the fuck out of Minnie. And there's clear evidence to show that Chizuru's playing the fuck out of Minnie. The boyfriend talk is for Minnie, the date is for Kazuya. I don't know. I feel like she's gonna text him or she's already texted him. It doesn't make sense for Chizuru not to text. Can we just both agree on that? It does not make sense for Chizuru not to text him or talk to him. It makes no sense. She should. It also makes sense for Kazuya to talk to her. How many chapters till Chizuru's play do you think there will be? I don't know. I don't even know if the play is real. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even know if the play is real. The play could be fake. I'm not kidding. The play could be fake. The play could straight up be fake. I'm not even kidding you. We never even saw Chizuru's talk with her manager. Time is moving faster and faster. It is. It is. Time has been actually blitzing really fast. Have you noticed that? It's literally flowing by. They're literally losing more and more time. It just keeps going. And considering how much Chizuru values time, it doesn't make sense. Well, 390 is a bit of a wordplay when translated into Japanese to English. What are you talking about? The hell are you talking about? Lawless Bacon, are you going to explain what the hell you're talking about? I guess that's a no. Either way, I think we're going to start understanding Chizuru's love soon. I think we're going to start getting some answers soon. I think things are going to start making some sense soon. And we're going to start like getting rid of these false premises and understanding things better. Fake play lie would affect Kazuya and not just Minnie. But what if she texted Kazuya and told him the truth? Reiji is building the feeling of separation for the readers, and time is moving fast to emphasize the separation. There's a rug pull coming, a good one. Yeah, literally well said. Actually, super well said. I've said this too. Reiji is intentionally emphasizing negativity on purpose to pull the rug from underneath the feet. But it's not going to be just purely good. I think the rug pull is going to be surprising. Like, for instance, Chizuru hasn't found her answer. And you're going to be like, oh, what the fuck? What? But it's gonna also be weird. Like I bet Chizuru wants to do physical things with Kazuya, and I think that's gonna be weird. It's like maybe she doesn't. She doesn't say they can date, but she wants to do physical things with him. I think that would be very divisive, don't you? If Chizuru says like I want like physical intimacy with you, but I don't know if we can date yet. Wouldn't that feel weird? I could see that being really divisive. I don't know if that would be the result. That's just a guess. That's just a guess. But I feel like Chizuru feels like she could find her answer through physical intimacy. It would be epic if Kazuya just goes to her, kisses her, and then dips. Then it would make sure they figured her stuff out. I don't know if that doesn't seem like Kazuya. Weird, but possible. Is the same play that Chizuru told Minnie in chapter 319. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Chizuru tells Minnie in chapter 319 that she has a new role. But here, let's pull it up. In 319, when Chizuru and Minnie talk, Chizuru tells her right here, I'm just checking my script when I have to finish reading it by tomorrow. Wow, you got to do stuff like that in the middle of a play? Was there a change or something? No, another thing. I got a new role. Chizuru already has a new role. At least according to what she told Minnie here. Now, her eyes are closed. And notice how she's literally, oh my God, how did I not notice? She's wearing the same pendant. Holy shit, she's wearing the same moon pendant. It's the same one. What if this is the same play? No shot. What if this is the same play and maybe Chizuru just got moved to a new role in the same play? What if that happened? Doesn't that not make sense? Chizuru tells Minnie here she already has a play. She already has a new role. So how could she have another play that she has to rehearse for? How can she rehearse for two separate plays? She would have to miss out on school and stuff. Unless she gives up on one play, but would she? She was the understudy and the head left, and the lead left. Translation issue? What? Wait. Is this actually something that's said in the chapter? Wait, time out. Everybody shut up for a second. Farao, are you saying in the chapter she literally said that she was an understudy and the person left? I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty good role. She said that is not decided yet. What, this? We're all talking about different things. I need you guys to clarify very clearly what you're referring to when you tell me information, please. Because I'm moving ahead of you. I'm past you. So I need you to be very clear when you're talking about something. Don't just say it. What are you referring to? Be very specific. They said substitution, but someone told me that it could be translated as understudy. Okay. I'm going to talk about this for a second. Chapter 319 says she got a new role, and Minnie tells her that's amazing. It still hasn't been officially announced, but I'm grateful for the opportunity. Chizuru already got a new role and says it has not been announced. Here, someone is saying that they said substitution, but someone told me it could be translated as understudy. I'm just going to ask my friend for clarity before I listen to anyone telling me what anyone else said, because I don't need that nonsense right now. He said, she said nonsense. Never mind, substitute was not mentioned in 319. Actually, never stop. You said you can read Japanese. Here. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Right here. What does Chizuru say? Does Chizuru say she's a substitute or an understudy or whatever? And she got a lead role or something? What does she say? And it literally, what does it say in the Japanese here? When Chizuru's telling Minnie about the role. She said it's a good role and it's a sudden substitute. And this is why we don't fucking listen to random people saying random things. This is why we don't listen to that stuff. Jesus Christ. So it's literally translated accurately. Shocking. I received an urgent call yesterday asking me to step in as a replacement for a pretty big role. Okay. But in an earlier chapter, right here, Chizuru already told Minnie she had a role. I got a new role, and it just wasn't announced yet. She doesn't mention it's a leading role. Yeah, she just says it's a good role. But that's the thing. Chizuru already told Minnie about a role here. Is this not contradictory information? Is this not something Chizuru already told Minnie? Right? Is this not something Chizuru already told Minnie in this chapter? Which would mean, isn't this contradictory to what she said, unless it's the same play? Unless this is the same play. It could be the same play, but a different role. That's what I was thinking. But if that play wasn't a problem before, why would it be a problem now? You see what I mean? So in that way, Chizuru could be using the truth to disguise a lie. That she's not talking about the kiss or messaging him or any of that stuff. That she's clearly very aware. And if anything, it feels like about working towards the future and actually figuring shit out together. And considering Reiji has set up for an internship and job hunting, it feels like it's about like Kazuya kind of figuring his life out and shit in that time. But that doesn't mean they're going to do it separately. Like, I wrote a thing, so like, okay, this is my initial interpretation of what the kiss meant. The kiss from Chizuru is not an I love you. Chizuru did not magically change her mind. She always wanted to kiss him. In reality, the kiss is this is me without filters, mask completely off. She wants him to see her just as she wishes to see him. The reason she didn't before, she thought she was a burden to him. She thought she was asking too much. He didn't like physical intimacy with her. He always ran away. But she realized she wasn't a burden to him in chapter 383 and 385. He was holding her and said he would keep loving her even after that night. There was never a test. She didn't want to burden him. She just wanted to know it was okay for her to be like this, to feel this desire, that she's not a bad person. Deep down, she just wanted acceptance, as Kazuya did. And without realizing it, that's what he did. Right? So without realizing it, to me, that feels like what Kazuya did. That's all Chizuru needed to feel like she can find an answer. Not that she did. This is her first true step to find her answer. Everything before was but a prelude, a filter of safety so that could truly begin to form a real bond. Now she knows she can find it within a time limit. This was never about a trust. It was just about acceptance. Chizuru already trusted Kazuya. If she hadn't trusted him, she wouldn't have given him a key to her house with a keychain gift, where she tells him, it's not that I don't trust you. Let's both make this work. I'll work with you. So maybe this is that too. Maybe the kiss is I'll work with you. I'll help you find this. You don't need to. Oh my god. Okay, I think I know what the kiss might actually mean. Kazuya says he'll wait. She acts. She's saying, I'll work on this with you. Maybe that's what the kiss actually means. I'll work on this love with you. You can act. We can act. We can take action. We don't have to feel powerless. You can move. You don't have to wait. Maybe that's what it's saying. Maybe that's what the kiss was saying. You can move. You don't have to wait. Maybe that's what the kiss means. You can move. You don't have to wait. Because he just says, I'll wait. I'll wait, I'll wait, I'll wait, I'll wait. But he was moving in the walk home, wasn't he? Maybe that's what the kiss was. It was a literal green light. You can move. You can love me. You don't have to wait. You don't need my permission. Maybe, I really think maybe that's what it is. You can move. You don't have to wait. Maybe that's what the kiss was saying, applying logic to an emotional response. But doesn't that make sense? Kazuya keeps saying he'll wait. He'll keep waiting. She moves and kisses him. Is that not what that feels like? You can move. You don't have to wait. Does that not feel like what she's saying? You can move. You don't have to wait. And then when she talks to Minnie, what does she say in 390? It's like she's telling him to wait until this point. Doesn't that seem contradictory? Isn't Chizuru literally telling him, you can move? Because I moved. I moved so you can move. Okay, Harney Charmander, we're just gonna put you on timeout. How many more Chizuru mini conversations need we endure before we get a Kazuya Chizuru conversation? Kazuya wants to be told he is loved, so he tells Chizuru he loves her. Chizuru wants to be kissed, so she kisses Kazuya. Yeah, that seems, again, but isn't that literally saying you can move? Yeah. She wants him to kiss her. And he wants to be loved. So he tells her he loves her. Yeah. So aren't they literally doing what they both want to do? Yeah. Kazuya was always allowed to move. Isn't that literally what she's saying? You can move. And she took down the barrier that kind of hindered his movement. Isn't that literally what happened? I don't think the kiss was purely indulgence. I do think it was selfish, but I don't think it was purely indulgence. Maybe it was. There's a bit of indulgence to it. It is selfish. She really wanted to, clearly. This was her saying, you can be with me? Yeah, we can agree with that. She clearly wants him to come back and live with her and be with her. Like, that is a fact. She does want him to be with her. She does want to share her time with him. That's just a fact. She pretty much told him, don't wait, act. Kind of, yeah. She clearly wants to share her time with him. Very clearly. The kiss is saying, I want to share my time with you. You can be with me. It's not just purely indulgence. You don't have to wait. You can be with me. I'll work with you. It has a lot of meanings, but ultimately he has to define the meaning for himself, and he has to choose to act and do something. That's just the truth of the matter. He has to decide to act and do something with this and figure out what it means himself, like actually go and talk to her. That's why she made the nice dinner and evening of the day that she kissed him. Yeah. She wanted to be with him. Even if she can't define it as love, she's choosing to just love. Literally, even if I can't define it as love, I choose to just love. Yeah, she wants to be with him. That's just a clear fact. Like you can definitely see that she wants to be with him, so she must be lying to Minnie. Anyway, I don't know, man. It's getting tired and I'm losing my train of thought. I should definitely stop. Let's just all agree the kiss conveyed that she wanted to be with him. Can we all just agree on that? The kiss conveyed she wanted to be with him. Okay, Cyber Demon, there's a flaw with that argument that the kiss was purely indulgence because chapter 387, she cooks all that food clearly waiting for him and wanting him to come back. She clearly wants to eat with him and celebrate with him. That makes no sense. It's not. I think the kiss is logical and not logical. Let's all agree we don't have the answers yet. Correct, but I'm just saying there's a contradiction to the idea that the kiss is not logical. And the reason I'm flabbering between everything is because I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. Okay. My point is simply this. There is a contradiction to the kiss purely being indulgence. For the simple fact that she made dinner and she planned for him to come home. Interestingly, one of the foods she made, nakojika, baked potato soup, is the number one food Japanese boyfriends want to be served by their girlfriend. That's also my favorite home food. My point exactly. My point exactly. Maybe it is I love you. Maybe she's always loved him and she finally felt confident in the love and her feelings didn't magically change. She always felt that way. I also talked about how the Pacific Sauri that she made is an expensive food that's not cheap to get, and she specifically got it for this instance to celebrate. That makes no sense. Cyber Demon, you're digging your feet and it's stupid. That makes no sense. She's clearly I bet Master was super happy about it. You think? You think so? Does this look like someone who's not in love? Does this look like someone who's not in love? She's so fucking in love. Does this not look like someone who's fully in love? I call bullshit. No. She's so in love. She doesn't feel bad. Her feelings are literally getting the best of her here. She wants to know that bad. She made miso soup, sauri, nakojiki, and a kind of salad. Yeah. Seaweed and rice, pita potatoes, spinach and miso soup. She made seaweed and rice, so that's not really a salad, but it's a very filling thing, and it's not cheap, and she made it for two. Specifically for him. It's not an indulgence. We can get that out the fucking window. This isn't an indulgence. She's not giving in to her emotions. Chizuru is doing this because she wants to. She was ready to date. She's just letting herself be in love. I think Chizuru, this looks celebratory. Why would you celebrate if it's not something good? It doesn't make sense, dude. It doesn't make sense. I think we're all being idiots. I think we're all being idiots. The only truth is that we're all operating on a false premise. It's probably a lot simpler than it appears. I think we're going to get an answer to the kiss soon. And Chizuru's going to talk to Kazuya soon. And we're going to figure this out soon. Woo. Chizuru's really hard to understand. I do think we're overthinking it a little bit. I think the only truth we have is that we're operating on a false premise that is presented by other people. But is it true for you? Like, what is the truth? The truth is it looks like she's ready to date. But Minnie doesn't see it, whereas before she did. It seems like Chizuru is ready to answer him. And that seems true. But Minnie is saying a whole bunch of crap. She's operating on a whole bunch of false premises. And we don't know what Chizuru herself feels. And it feels like this is something they're supposed to start going through together. They just need to communicate. That's all. So no, it feels like Chizuru is like ready to date, but then she tells Minnie she's not gonna date, which tells me that's bullshit. Right? I think she's playing Minnie. I think it's really that simple. I think she's playing Minnie. Okay. I'm gonna call it. Chizuru seems ready to date. She's playing Minnie. And the kiss is literally just her giving him her answer. I think the kiss is somewhat of an answer. The kiss didn't look planned, even if the dinner was. If the kiss maybe wasn't planned, but maybe she decided that moment then and there that's what she wanted to do. Just because the kiss wasn't necessarily planned, it doesn't mean she wasn't prepared to do it. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Just because the kiss was not planned, it doesn't mean she wasn't prepared to do it. Either way. I think Chizuru took a leap of faith. And she was ready to make this work. She was committed to making this work, even if she herself was not ready. I think maybe that's the most accurate thing we can say. She was ready to make this work, even if she herself was not ready. She was willing to take a leap of faith. Because she didn't feel this, oh my God, it could just be, oh. Maybe it would be more accurate to say they proposed. So Chizuru talks to Sayuri. She says, I don't remember everything, but it must have been at least 100 guys. What happened? How many guys have asked you out? She said 100 guys. Maybe more accurate to say that they proposed. 100 guys proposed to you. Well, you have to consider the times as well. But Katsuhito was the only one who made me feel like I wanted to marry him. Maybe that's why she kissed him. She felt like she could marry him. Oh my God, it makes sense. What is Chizuru doing? What did I compare 387 to? What does Minnie call her? An amazing wife and a wise mother. What did this shot remind me of? God, I woke up. I actually feel like I just woke up. She felt like she could marry him. That's why she looks like a wife and a mother. That's the secret. The kiss made her feel like she wanted to marry him. Or not the kiss, his words. He made her feel like this way. I mean, on the day we met, He sent a taxi over 700 miles just for me. From Tokyo to Nagasaki. He'd say stuff like he'd jump off a shut-up cliff if he couldn't be with me. He's so cool. Okay, so this is weirdly translated. Apparently in the Japanese, what she actually says is that they rode in a taxi together or something. I have to double check that. I'll have to ask what Sayuri specifically said. But this makes a lot of sense. He's the only one who made me feel this way. And what did we say chapter 356 looked like? Sorry, 385 looked like. She clearly didn't feel that way here. He didn't make her feel like she wanted to marry him, even though he said, that's how much you mean to me, Chizuru-san. She definitely felt that here with Kazuya. She doesn't want a boyfriend, she wants a husband. Damn. And that explains all the marriage questions. Kazuya made her feel like she wanted to marry him. That's what it was. She felt like she could marry him. That's why she kissed him. It wasn't pure indulgence. It was an active choice. Hence why chapter 387. Cyber Demon, you've already made your point. You think it's not a logical one. I'm not going to really discuss that anymore because we don't have a basis on whether that's true or not. However, we see evidence that counters your point that it's purely emotional, because right here, she did all this. She prepared all this. She expected him to come back. She expected him to come back. She was ready for him to come back. She was ready to commit. She looks like a wise mother and a wife. She's literally trying to be like, look, I'm ready for this. And he doesn't show up. So no. I don't think so. I think Chizuru was ready to commit. I kind of disagree. It kind of makes a more sense that she's ready to commit. She already had 100 boyfriends. Umi's cheap and playboy. Kazuya's husbando and pure one. In Kazuya's words, that makes her kiss him. I wait for you, touch her. What? I don't know what you mean. No, it's so clear. She's ready to fucking marry him, dude. Like, for all we know, that was her proposing. For all we know, that's her proposing. Marry me. Maybe that's her proposal. Marry me. But Kazuya has the ring. Yeah, I don't think this was purely emotional. But we are operating under false premises. Oh, I turned the camera off. Oops. Oh, no. It's good. Weird. Yeah. That's what the diamonds from the eyes mean. You think so? Diamonds from the eyes? You think that's what they mean? It's a ring? Diamonds from the eyes is a ring? They're crying when they proposed? Engagement saga? No lovey-dovey stuff until the honeymoon, though? Damn. Is that what you think? So you guys think what's actually happening is they're going to get engaged. They're going to get engaged, but nothing is going to happen, and that's like the ultimate commitment. The ring in her eyes reflected, and she's crying. Diamonds in the eyes. Oh my god. Yo, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. You think so? Oh shit. Oh, that sounds really interesting, actually. What the fuck? That's why she does that? They're engaged? Oh my god. That would be unprecedented. They get engaged? Oh shit. That would be crazy. That would be kind of crazy. That would be one hell of a twist. That would be crazy. If that happens, that'd be insane. Without dialogue or previous discussion of what a kiss means between them, a kiss is no more than an emotional response. That's just assumption. You're assuming. You're just assuming what that means. You're literally doing what Minnie does, Cyber Demon. Straight up. That's literally, you're doing what Minnie does. You're assuming. You don't know. Bacon's been calling this since Thursday. I mean, he did say it could be the ring, but diamonds in the eyes, literally, the diamond is literally reflecting in the eye. Oh, wow. Doesn't Chizuru say diamond ring? Wait, doesn't Chizuru say diamond ring in her proposal? Yeah, when Chizuru says her proposal, we're in a private helicopter watching beautiful fireworks from above when he pulls out a diamond ring and without hesitation he says, "I love you, please marry me." They did have a discussion about what the kiss means during the date. What did they say there? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the cheating question? Are you talking about the cheating question? What are you talking about? What kiss? What are you referring to? Because the only one I remember is the cheating question. Is there something else about a kiss that I don't remember? Do you want to clarify when that happened? The only thing I remember is Chizuru got 100 during the game, and it was about marriage proposal. 4 is Chizuru's number, and chapter 400 is upcoming. Well, 100 because Ichinose, Ichi, 1. I know 100 is said differently, but week chapter 200, Eiken gets animated. We're just going to drop a bomb. The worst moment of Kazuya's life in the anime and the best moment of his life in the manga. Maybe they have sex when chapter 218 drops. We don't know when it will drop. Because chapter 218 would be in the second core. Why ask me when you can literally look at that chapter? Which one are you referring to? You need to specify. I don't know what you're referring to. Are you talking about the cheating chapter? If that's the one you're referring to, sure, we can look at it. But I don't know if that's what you're referring to. She asks about cheating. She says, there's a lot of temptations nowadays. Cheating is second nature to men, seems to be the daily trend. It's important to be on the page, to be on the same page about that kind of stuff, right? Are you going to cheat? No. Oh, good. I wouldn't know what to say if you said that you would here. It's so hard. It's better than her rejecting me because I seem controlling. Seriously, what should I say to her? Kissing, holding hands, or going to dinner together too much, but eating out with friends seems totally valid. Sees her with Umi eating out. That bothers him. I don't know. Maybe kissing? The eyes of a peeping Tom. Which is it? This is the deciding. Oh, is kissing cheating? She doesn't seem to fully agree that kissing is cheating because Chizuru says she thinks it's not the action, it's the feeling behind it. If you love the person you do it with even a little bit, then that I consider cheating. That would definitely be a living hell. Thinking about it, I'm thinking about where's the line drawn between a rent-a-girlfriend and a real girlfriend. I receive money, go on dates, and hold hands. That's who I am. It's all platonic through Diamond. But sometimes I even whisper sweet nothings to them. But never once have I fallen in love with the clients. When I talk about quitting my job as a rental girlfriend, I wouldn't be for my boyfriend, it would be for my clients. I could never be their girlfriend because I already have someone I love. That's why I'm here today, so I can learn how to describe what it is that I'm feeling. I know that's lame. Sorry. What's your point? We read the chapter. Kazuya doesn't know what the answer is. Chapter is their only discussion about what a kiss means. So, it seems like the kiss is the boundary between rental and not rental. So it's the real thing. So if she kisses him, she's committing. So based on that, we can say that's Chizuru drawing a line between platonic and not platonic. Based on that logic. This is when Chizuru's trying to draw a line between rental and not rental. So based on that logic, this would be the answer. The simple truth is we don't understand the feelings behind a kiss. Okay, she had feelings behind her kiss. So what's your point? Can you just elaborate? Can you just explain? What is your point? She clearly had feelings behind the kiss. She wouldn't have done it otherwise. Was Chizuru eating miso soup when Minnie was asking about Kazuya? Doesn't look like it. She could be. We can't tell. Yeah, we can't tell what she's eating. She's just eating. But she does talk about miso soup being the proposal thing, so I don't know. I think it's all a red herring. We're all being played. It seems like Chizuru is ready to date. Like, actually ready to date. But it seems like Kazuya is actually scared right now. Which is ironic, right? Chizuru's finally ready to commit, and now Kazuya gets scared. Which is fucking hilarious. But he doesn't realize that her feelings have always been consistent. So, you know, she didn't have a change of mind or change of heart. Should consider taking callers into voice streams on chat. I don't even know how to begin to doing that. That would have to be like on Discord, and then I would just need to turn on the audio and shit. The only meaning the discussed is behind the kiss is feelings. Okay. Cyber Demon, why are you doing this? You're being so vague for no fucking reason. Cool. The only thing to discuss behind the kiss is the feelings. What is her feelings behind the kiss? Imagine the bullshitters we get calling. Ugh. Don't even start. Okay, so it seems like the kiss is an I love you. Or at least her saying this is my feelings for you. Being conveyed in the kiss. I feel like the kiss is conveying her feelings. I think the kiss is literally her conveying her feelings. If we break it down and just think about it for a second, it's just her conveying her feelings to him. Why would she kiss him if she didn't have feelings for him? It just seems that simple. Look, how about this? Let's just all accept we don't understand. I may have figured out a lot. Feelings aren't a message. Okay, so Cyber Demon seems very convinced the kiss is just a pure indulgence. But this chapter shows otherwise. That Chizuru is seemingly prepared to fucking marry him. So that doesn't make sense. And you seem convinced, for some reason, through your very vague words, that feelings are not a message, and you're conveniently pointing out in certain points that you disagree with my stance instead of making a very concrete argument and just writing it out and explaining to me what you mean. So I'm kind of just going to dismiss what you're saying, Cyber Demon. I apologize. I know you've been, very nice in the past, but right now you're being weird and you're being very unclear, and I can't really work with that. The kiss is her response to Kazuya's declaration of waiting for her no matter what. Okay. If she literally feels like she wants to marry him, literally like Sayuri said. He's the only one who made her feel this way. In contrast to Umi, who did not make her feel this way. It's that simple. It's feelings. If Kazuya wants to know, he has to ask. Could it just be could it just mean multiple things? Why does it have to mean just one thing? I mean, true. I think it could mean a lot of things. You're correct. This is her real self without filters. I love you. I want to marry you. It could be a bunch of things. Could be I accept you. I'll be waiting. You don't have to wait. You can act. Could be everything. Anything and everything. Okay, I'm going to call it a night. I've been saying I'll call it a night for a while. I think now it actually have to call it a night because it is getting late and I'm getting tired. Kiss in Japan culture. Okay, we already kisses in all cultures are a big deal. Let's not pretend like Japan is some magical crazy place. Not like in the West. No, kisses matter here too. Let's not pretend like they don't. We just love to devalue things here, but kisses do matter here too. Let's not pretend like they don't. They do. I think this kiss means a lot. It's midnight. For you? For me, it's 9 o'clock. 9 p.m. Okay. Good night. Take care. Have fun, fellas. We'll figure it out soon. We'll all piece it together, and it'll all make sense soon. We're going to get some revelations soon. It's that simple. We're going to get revelations soon. And Minnie played Chizuru played Minnie like a damn fiddle. Let's just say that. Right? There's one thing I can say about chapter 390. This will be my final statement for the night. Minnie says this. It's cute that she was so embarrassed, but why did she think she could hide it? I mean, I guess I only asked her about the date, but that was never going to hold up. Master and I were on totally different wavelengths because of that. Were you on totally different wavelengths because of Chizuru or because of what your own actions were, Minnie, because you chose to fucking lie? Also, she says it would have never held up. Minnie found out by sheer dumb coincidence. And in reality, what does Chizuru do here? She hides the kiss. She hides the meaning of the kiss from Minnie. She misdirects away from the kiss, and she never gets an answer to the kiss. This is a truth disguising a lie. I'll just finish by reading what I wrote. It's the truth disguising a lie. What Chizuru says is probably true. The lie, notice how she never explains the kiss, doesn't say she won't talk to him, talk to Kazuya, doesn't even say she won't see him. She completely moved the topic away from the kiss. She probably plans to get things ready to properly date. She even said that during the date, she might not always have time for dates, but she wants to spend time with each other, always. Text, share, in each other's company. We see that in chapter 244. They aren't dating, but they talk, right? She literally says, we have our own things to do, especially once we find full-time jobs, so probably like once a week. I missed it. What does Kazuya say? I see, though, once a week. She's so busy after all and sensible. She's not really going to be the clingy type and want to meet all the time. Kazuya says, even if we start dating, our relationship might not be all that romantic. She turns to him, but it's not what you think. It just takes time to get things ready when it comes to going on dates. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to meet up. I actually might want to be together all the time. She literally says it right here. In 244, we see how talking to him actually helps her. She was spacing out in the chapter and felt tired, but Kazuya talked to her, actually lifting her up and kept her going. And in the end, she fell asleep smiling. She both wants to be with him, but figure out their relationship. Chizuru probably does not plan to date, but actually figure out the relationship. I think that this is the truth of the kiss. Minnie is certain it means dating, but maybe it never did. Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. Who knows? Minnie is just certain of certain things and she could be completely wrong. We were just certain it did. But what if Chizuru wants to use this time to understand each other? She's not going to just wait and use that time to get closer and she's not going to just wait, but she's going to use that time to get closer. Understand Kazuya, see how they can navigate the being a boyfriend and a girlfriend, really get experience before they fully commit to the relationship. Something that scares Kazuya right now. They can focus on goals and each other, right? It's possible to have a romantic relationship with Mizuhara. She says, what about messages? Like line or phone calls. Oh, Kazuya says, it depends on the timing, but I totally want to message the person I love. Me too. I mean, there might be times when I can't, but I totally enjoy talking to the phone and keeping in touch. Yeah, yep. Remember what happened in the date? Kazuya was so focused on it, he didn't think about anything else. In his third year, as has internships, job hunting, and classes to worry about. That's not good. He can't be distracted by dating, and neither can she. There must strike a balance, right? They have to strike a proper, healthy balance between dating and doing all that other stuff. She's just preparing for the future together, not simply ignoring Kazuya in favor of her big play. Rather, she plans to work on this with him without the worry of dating. The word boyfriend is intentionally used here, but that doesn't mean they can't talk it to each other. You realize this when you reread and not assume that Kazuya means that kiss means dating, like Minnie said. This is why we never hear Chizuru's thoughts on the kiss. It wasn't her saying "I love you," but it was her showing herself to him. This was the first step, not their last, not their beginning. We don't know. Again, I'm assuming too. I could be completely wrong. Remember how Minnie kept saying ever since chapter 300 that the kiss is Chizuru's answer, that she had a change of heart? She kept saying that over and over and over, but Chizuru's feelings never changed. They remained constant. That's the whole point. 3 months, cohabitation, date. Chizuru's feelings remained constant the whole time. She just wanted to be able to label them as love. That's all. Minnie, however, convinces us that she came to an answer. That's the solution. That the kiss is change. But was it? How do we know she didn't always want to kiss him? Remember carefully what happened after they kissed him at Hawaiians? Why did Chizuru refuse to do the whole date? But what did Chizuru refuse to do the whole date, but thought about? What did she look like? What did she look at when she met Kazi after the 3 months? What did she almost do after drinking with him? Always the same, kissing and intimacy. This was all before the kiss at chapter 385. So if she always wanted to do this, then why would the kiss mean "I love you"? It's simple. It may not. It just means it's just Miss Minnie's assumption. Stop listening to Minnie. She's wrong. She has no context. You do. You know better. Think about it and reread. Again, we don't know. I could be wrong. The kiss, baby, and "I love you," or it could just be Chizuru ready to love. Maybe Chizuru is ready to love. Maybe she's just letting herself love instead of an "I love you." That's why she doesn't say "I love you." Diamonds often represent eternal love. What does marriage represent? I don't know. Anyways, I said what I wanted to say. We can be certain at this point that Chizuru is in love with Kazuya and wants him to contact her. That is something we can in fact be certain of. We've said this a few times. Remember how Minnie kept saying ever since? Yeah, we already read this. What I say right here. We get a lot of thoughts about this, but this arc is going to be Chizuru getting into things, and Yes, we have a lot of thoughts on this, but I'm starting to think that this arc is going to be Chizuru getting the things she wanted out of the cohabitation, but sacrificed in order to make him comfortable. Together while living apart, but instead separated while cohabiting. Right? Perfectly said. This is the illusion of separation. We were all so caught up in them continuing to live together, like before, that we didn't see the obvious. They need to work through stuff together so they can be together in the future. She showed the bad part of herself. She wants him to see her and the other way around. The bad stuff, the good stuff, everything. She doesn't care if it's fair or not. That's why the kiss isn't fair. She shows the selfish part of herself, all that you hold back. The cohabitation is filtered. It's the characters playing roles rather than being totally honest to themselves. The filter is represented through the current. It does not represent trust, it represents comfort and protection, and a filter so they don't get scared, like filtering broth. This illusion was the illusion was that there was a test at all. There was no test. That's what Minnie told Kazuya. Chizuru is just trying to understand him and herself. It's to research, it's self-discovery and understanding. Chizuru just wanted confidence in her feelings and love. That's it. Chizuru just wants Minnie to butt the fuck out. We can also be certain that Chizuru doesn't want Minnie involved, hence the half-truths and lies. Yeah, She clearly wants to contact Kazuya. She clearly does not want Minnie involved. These are things we can just be clearly certain of. This is just a fact. It's clear she wants to talk to him. We see her wanting to talk to him. And we see that Chizuru doesn't want Minnie involved constantly. That's the only true truths that we have. That's the only truths that we actually absolutely have. That Chizuru does not want Minnie involved, and she wants to talk to Kazuya. So it makes sense for Chizuru to lie to Minnie here. And there is a possibility she either talked to Kazuya or will talk to Kazuya, and Minnie is missing information. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Is this a good spot to end? Do you guys think this is a good spot to end? I think we found a good common ground where we can agree on truths of what happened and what has been presented, and we can go from there. Okay. It's good. Sounds like chat's chill. With that said, I look terrible. Oh my god. Okay. I hope you guys enjoy this stuff. Subscribe, like button, bell icon, all the fun stuff. I'm actually done now. But next chapter is about Miho. Miho? All right. Sure. Kidding. Yeah, I want to watch some anime and go to bed. Yeah, I'm just going to... I might watch one episode of Young Justice and then go to bed. Okay, see ya fellas later. Have a good night. Take care. This was fun. We had some good theory crafting. Came up with some good ideas. Whether those good ideas hold or not, we'll see. Well, let's continue. Let's have fun. Alrighty. Have a good night. Take care. And I'll see you guys next time. Let's mosey.